Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the AFDL, the Armed Forces Dungeon League. I'm Deromus and I'm alongside Venom. And what we've got for you tonight is pretty entertaining Rocket League. Rocket League of the highest spectacle for all the military here. We've got the RAF, we've got the Royal Canadian Air Force, and we've got the British Army as well as the US Navy as well. And Venom, how are you doing tonight?
I am doing very good, my friend. How are you feeling on this exciting afternoon?
Well, I'm feeling great, and hopefully, bias aside, we get some good results from everybody today. You know, we could see best of sevens go all the way. Every match today being a best of seven. In fact, the bracket coming up on your screens. There it is. So the French Air and Space. French Army of Air and Space, sorry, have been knocked out, as well as Combat Tested Gaming during the group stages after a rough struggle for them, going 1-3 and 0-4. But this is the finals. It is Championship Sunday. We have the Canadian Air Force up against the British Army Esports coming up shortly. But we also have the RAF Storm Shadows up against the US Navy as well. So again, for the best teams the military have to offer.
Yeah, the British Army Esports are looking to make a comeback. Last time they faced the Royal Canadian Air Force was in the Swiss stage right before Championship Sunday, and where the British Army unfortunately fell 3-0. So, Royal Canadian looking to try and repeat history here to move on to the winners bracket semifinals. However, the British Army have improved. So they're definitely looking a lot stronger than what they did back in the Swiss stage. So it's definitely one of the big matchups to look for going into the Sunday here.
Yeah, definitely so. And I feel like one of the games that have been hyped up, definitely in the Storm Shadow scene is the Royal Canadian Air Force up against the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. That was a cracking matchup in the group stage as well. Ended up going 3-1 to the Canadians. And like you said, well, like you've seen in the bracket, they managed to win every game in the group stage. So they're quite comfortable so far. But yeah, it's gonna come down to some pretty tense moments. I feel like we will definitely be seeing a few best of sevens tonight. And well, we've got, I think it's 5 games on air. We have semi final one, semi final two, the lower semi final, and then it's the upper final, the lower final, and then the grand final. That's 6 matches plus a potential bracket reset as well.
Yeah, it looks like we have a lot of Rocket League action tonight. Accent. I am super excited to start these matches. Because we've seen these teams, right? We've seen a couple of the streams for the Swiss stage. We're able to get a glimpse of a couple of these teams, and some of these teams are better than collegiate teams from what I've seen. So definitely a lot to see going into this match. But Daramas, who are you most excited to see for this evening?
Well, that's not fair. I mean, I'm going to be excited every time the Storm Shadows are up on screen. You know, the Royal Air Force are my boys, and, you know, I've got to be representing them here, being the one UK caster on this stream. But then again, I might as well represent the British Army as well. You know, I am British. I might as well take it all in our stride, and we will very much see an EU versus NA style fight here.
Yeah, most definitely. I think going into this, I guess I gotta play a little bit biased here. I'm really hoping the Navy goes pretty far. I have a brother-in-law's in the Navy, so you gotta represent home a little bit, right? And for the Army Navy game, it's sort of little some beef. Go Navy, beat Army. That's what I'm hoping. So just a
Yeah.
little banter, just get some controversy going in the chat.
Well, yeah, we like some back and forth. There's been plenty of chat action, but as we talk about chat action, I just want to pan your attention to something a bit more serious now. And the AFDL, they've they always get a charity event going, but this one being a little bit more to heart. And the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive for the remainder of 2024, and well, it's about a pediatric cancer program at Monroe Carroll Junior's Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt, and there will be a video coming up shortly.
On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss: the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. !donate to get your donations in. It will be for a good cause, and again, it is quite a touching subject as well. And Venom, it's not nice. It's not nice to happen to anybody, a loss of a child, and this is for that. It's to get the recognition that it deserves.
Yeah, most definitely. No one wants to go through that pain. And like I said, all donations will go to Monroe Correll Junior Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. So, ! Donate down in the chat. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. We thank you all so much. It means a lot. Like I said, no one wants to go through the loss of a child. It's just so heartbreaking. But with that being said, Theramus, we are getting ready to head into game number 1. What are your predictions for this first series here?
Well, bias aside, I'm going to have to put my bias aside. The Canadian Air Force are looking strongly, very strong indeed. And I feel like this one could very well go. I want to say 4-2 to the Canadians, because I feel like the Army will be able to take a game or two off of them, but it will be a Canadian victory here, and the British Army will be staring at a loss of a life, essentially, and getting dropped into the lower bracket, and they'll have one last chance to fight through that semi-final. So yeah, I go for 4-2. I don't know about yourself there, Venom.
Yeah, I feel like Royal Canadians, like I said, just the dominant performance they had in the Swiss stage. I believe they're going to take 4-1 over British Army Esports. Like the last time these two teams faced off, like we said earlier in the cast, it was a 3-0 to the Royal Canadian Air Force. So with it being a best of 7 now, I feel like the British Army can learn from their mistakes and maybe get a map off them, or possibly even 2. So we're just waiting for the go-ahead into this matchup here. But Theramus, how's your day been, man? I see, with the Royal Air Forces, you got the jersey rocking. As always, you got to represent the boys. But besides that, how are you feeling, buddy?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I mean, I'm just kind of relaxing in my room. Bed's right behind me. Very professional of me, to be honest. I should really be investing in a green screen at this point, just to make myself look a bit more professional. But I'm comfortable. But yeah, game number 1 will be on your screens very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We are just waiting for the players to get ready and to get panning to that one. The AFDL upper semi-final round 1 will commence in about, I want to say 2 minutes time.
Yeah, 2 minutes sounds reasonable. But yeah, this is, it's not like we're in some other league where, people tell time, like, hey, game starts at, 7:30. Okay, game starts at 8. That's just not how it works. We're working with military personnel here, and it's just so good. But if you guys actually didn't know about the AFDL, and this is your first time tuning in, we welcome you. So the AFDL provides military personnel around the world with a fun, competitive, family-friendly way to interact and celebrate, just the service members and their families, regardless of branch or nationality. So we have teams from all across the world here competing just in a game they love. So it's so good to have. We actually do have volunteer positions available here at the Armed Forces Dungeon League. If you type in !volunteer down in the chat, follow the link. We're always looking for new team members to help this league grow and offer this opportunity to even more service men and women around the world. So we thank you all. Just said !volunteer. Feel free to come join the team, and it's just going to be it's a well experience working here.
Yeah, exactly. And the more people that come around, the better it is for us. The higher the production quality, and obviously it's quite high as it is. In fact, this is probably one of the nicest studios I've been in these 4 walls here. But yeah, it's quite nice to be here, and quite nice to have the luxury to commentate these types of matches, you know, obviously being military myself. However, we will be getting underway rather shortly. There you have it then, the Royal Canadian Air Force up against the British Army Esports side. Kickoff number 1 will be underway here. And well, Sifri get into that one and Sil will take us underway.
Yeah, the Royal Canadian Air Force looking to start things super strong here. They get the ball early in the British Army area still, trying to get this ball over to the midfield to try to find a teammate. But so far, nothing has worked so good. The British Army fortifying their defense is super strong here. You can see a little bit some aerials coming out now. That's what the Royal Canadian Air Force like to do. They like to keep this ball in the air. They are the Air Force for the reason, so they should have some superior car control here going out, but no one back to the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force, and the British Army will take a 1-0 lead here, only not even 30 seconds into the game.
Well, yeah, definitely show the British Army coming out fighting then straight off the bat, and ignore the technical error we have on our screen at the moment. It is not game 3, do not worry about that. We are in game number 1, and the Army, they've taken this one immediately with immediate effect. The Canadian air pressure not coming to a lot as Sil will dribble this to his corner, and it is 50'd out, and Gray will touch that one back, but Benji getting demoed in the process will allow a bit more attacking pressure for the Canadians. Here it is, Sifri with a shot, 50 by Frazix, and out it goes.
Yeah, Frazix, good save there to keep this game 1-0, but the pressure is still on for the Royal Canadian Air Force. Gray, unfortunately, just missing that pass from Sil. The Royal Canadian Air Force trying to keep this ball super pressured, but the British Army now looking to get this ball into the offensive end here, trying to get some momentum going, but it's not looking too good right now. Air Force trying to get this ball somewhat into a striking position here. Good Bob still trying to find it. Ball's floating in front of the net. Squishy save by where my supper at. And now, British Army trying their best to get this ball out, but it's just shot after shot coming from the Air Force. Boost is running out for the British Army here, and it seems like they're struggling, man, to get this out. But the thing is, though, if the British Army are just gonna keep taking these like little sauce shots, you know, it's gonna be free savings all day. The Royal Canadian Air Force has to try to put some stronger shots on that to get things going here for them.
Yeah, definitely so, but the Army, they're holding off in defence at the moment, and Ishak managed to get that one clear. Frazix flailing about on the post there, trying to get himself into the rotation. Benji will launch his downfield. Gray has a controlling touch here, pops it up into the air. Will anyone get on the end field? It'll be Sifri off the ceiling, and Gray is there with a shot. Fantastic save there by Frazix. Vasil is there for the follow-up, and will tuck it away. It is one apiece. 2 minutes 40 seconds left to go, and the Canadians, they have the momentum here.
Yeah, great save by Frazix to get that initial shot deterred away from the net, but it did not matter. Still was waiting for that rebound to come out from Frazix. Just, you know, nice little tap in, nice little placement there in the lower right-hand corner of the net. But now the Royal Canadian Air Force trying to get things going right where they just left off. Just barely misses the flick. Where's my supper? Just getting that ball away. Still trying to win the 50 back to the midfield. Not going to be available for his teammates, so the double commit comes out from the Royal Canadian Air Force. British Army looking to try to punish this double commit they just had. Still, great car mechanics to almost get back to that ball to try to find Gray, which finally the ball does. But the British Army, nice little easy clear here, you know, to try to get some more momentum. Good 50 by Gray. Not a lot of attack pressure from the side of Royal Canadian here. And that's going to be an easy clear for the side of the British Army.
Indeed, Sifri managed to tap that one into the mid, though. Gray is there with a shot, and there it is, number 2 on the scoreboard. After a demo to open up the play, it is well coordinated there by the Canadians, and this is something we've seen throughout the coming weeks. Gray slamming that one into the centre of the net. The defence of the Army couldn't hold up there, and well, the Canadians now have the advantage in game number 1. It's whether or not now they can hold on to this. A minute 49 left to go. Kickoff number 4 on the way. Sifri has the boost, will drop it down. It's a good 50 there by Fraz, though, and Fraz has an opportunity to carry this downfield. Will get closed down by Gray. Gray gets a 50 with his teammate there, which pops the ball up for Sil off the sidewall. Will get a double tap, and it'll roll down sidewall there. Frazix tapping this across the net. Gray on the sidewall, sets himself up for a flip reset, immediately denied there by Fraz. Very well played there indeed. And what's going to happen here? Sifri whiffs the ball, but it causes Benji to be in all sorts of awkwardness here. Benji not getting the touch there, intercept by Gray. And that is a pass from Fraz. Fraz to Benji. Benji not getting it. Fraz back into the mid. Will the Army get something here? It's not going to come. It's going to bounce off the corner. And Gray with a counter-attack launches it downfield. There's no one back. And that is goal number 3 for the Canadians.
What a shot from Gray there. Nice little shot off of the wall. Just to float it and punish no one back from the side of British Army. And the Royal Canadian Air Force would go 3-1 here. So the British Army had to figure out something, man. Because, I don't know, if they don't get something going here, this may spell early doom for the side of the British Army here.
I mean, they started off relatively strong. Oh no, that is a redirect towards their own net. That is an own goal live on the AFDL channel there by the British Army. That is tragic for them. I couldn't quite see who it came off of. Gray taps that one and it comes off Benji's car. That is unfortunate for the Army there. Goal number 4, good to the Canadians. But yeah, as we were saying, the Army need to pull something off. That is not what they want to be pulling off.
Yeah, the British Army definitely not in the spot they want to be. You started off hot with the 1 goal up, then 4 unanswered now for the side of Royal Canadian Air Force. Yes, they did have a little help in that last goal, but still, what a read from Sill. Finding that ball out of the air that Shaq kind of just put up there. Then he had Where's My Super trying to get back up to that ball, but still has the dunk. Looking like Shaquille O'Neal over there, on the side of Royal Canadian Air Force. But let's see exactly how the Royal Canadians tend to try to take this lead they have here into the rest of the series here, because I hate to say it, but the British Army, this game's kind of done. You're down 4 goals and 30 seconds left. Honestly, I think they have to try to keep their heads up here, try to work on some new strategies, figure out what can they do to break this defense of the Royal Canadian Air Force, or maybe not even that, just try to find some more scoring opportunities here. But the Royal Canadians showing why they went 4-0 in the group stage here with a dominating, solid game 1 here in this best of 7.
Well, a consolidation goal would do here for the Army, just to bring their mental up after game number 1. This is a long series, but it's not going to come for them. Still tapping that one into the back corner, doesn't fall in, but there you have it then. Game number 1 going 5-1 to the Canadians, and just like that, a bit of an awkward start for the Army. They're struggling to figure themselves out here, and this is kind of what we expected to see. This is what I expected to see, to be honest. The Canadians coming out fighting, but the Army, they did score the opener, but after that, they just fell apart.
Yeah, fall apart indeed they did. Getting up a goal on a team like the Royal Canadian Air Force, you can't just ease up on the pressure. Yes, you may be able to get a goal or 2, but you have to stay perfect. You can't get sloppy, because if you get sloppy, things like that will happen. The Royal Canadian Air Force, 5 unanswered goals. That's normally what you don't really see that a lot. 5 unanswered. It's kind of hard to see, but the British Army, good game 1 though. They did have some really good mechanics to show, and yes, some of the goals were sloppy, right? Nobody back, an own goal. Put that aside, you're looking at a 3-1 game. That's pretty close against the number 1 seed, personally.
Yeah, definitely so. And well, it's difficult. I mean, I'd love to see the stats. We really don't have them provided on the screen at the moment. But the stats for that would have shown where the rotation and stuff is coming. But as we had the game number 2 in Forbidden Temple, then the Army, they're going to have to find something quick here, and they're going to have to try and shut down the Canadians pronto and stop their attacking momentum. Sill on the sidewall will get a pinch down with the help from Sifri, and Benji's going to carry this one. Gets a flick, doesn't quite work out for him. Gray shuts him down immediately. Fraz bumping their teammate. Bit of discoordination there from the Army. Sill has time. Not a lot of boost though. We'll get it past 1, and Sifri will tap that into the backboard. It is a pass mid. No one's going to be there for it. Fraz with the intercept. And for the first 30 seconds, well, it's been the Canadians on the attack, and again the Army on the back foot.
Yeah, the British Army picked kind of not where they want to be. They had this all of last game, being on the back foot. The Royal Canadian Air Force was able to take shot after shot as Sifri finds Sill, who tries to carry that ball the rest of the way. Gray not there for the second center from Sifri there. And the British Army now looking to try and get something going here. Good pinch out of the corner. Sill is there to meet it, try to air dribble that ball the rest of the way. Sifri trying to get the double tap out of the corner. Unfortunately, cannot get the read on it. Gray trying their best, maybe get an RLCS touch off that backboard there, but the British Army not allowing that to happen. Frazik's not able to find Super there. Now, the Royal Canadians try to tap it in, and they will. Sill finds the read off of the backboard and puts Royal Canadian Air Force up 1-0.
Again, it's an overcommit there by the British Army. They need to manage that third man a bit more. A lot of these goals are coming from long ball counter-attacks as well as high pressure in their own half. They're going to need to coordinate themselves a little bit better than this to try and take advantage of the Canadians' fast-paced approach. They want to slow the game down, play at their speed, but as it's looking, Gray goes for a double tap into the mid. Sill doesn't get a touch, and that would have been goal number 2 for definite if Sill got the slightest of touches. It doesn't work out though, and Sifri carrying this one back. Ishak waits patiently. And as I mentioned, patience. They are passing it about now, trying to find space, and this is what I mean. They need to play at their own speed, Yovan.
Yeah, definitely the British Army being out-collassed here by speed. They have to find something, to work for them. Maybe find a happy medium speed, find the ticky-tocks, back and forth across the field, which I think is what they need to do, because just keeping it on one side of the field here and having people clumped up is not the way they're going to get these scoring opportunities. Sifri, no boost to get back to the ball, looking for Sill, who is trying to pre-jump that ball off of the wall, just barely misses. Super trying to find Shaq. Unfortunately, Shaq goes wide. Sill on this left-hand side here. We've seen him all game. Gets the foot reset, looking for it. Decides to drop it down for his teammates. Gray, not the strongest touch. Should be an easy clear here, but Sifri says otherwise. Another foot, trying to get a foot reset, I should say, comes up empty-handed. And I think the Royal Canadian Air Force are just trying to have some fun with their food here by the looks of it, Dorman.
Yeah, definitely so. And just for the European fans back home, and just for a bit of copium for us British viewers as well, we are on NA East servers. So the British will be playing on 100+ ping with the Americans, kind of capitalizing on that. But however, I can only say so much for the performance of the players here and whether or not the ping will have any difference. But that will be coming into effect in all of these games. I am definitely not suffering at the moment as a British viewer, I can tell you that now. Venom, but the Canadians, they still have this 1-goal advantage. Can the Army try and formulate an attack? No, they cannot. Sifri goes for a flip reset, doesn't quite work out, doesn't make the cleanest of connections. It allows the Ishak to go up, intercept by Sill. Sill goes for a double tap, but Fraz is there for the clear and will get another 50. It falls to Sifri. Sifri taps this up. Benji in an awkward spot, allows Ishak to get to that one. Ishak missing the second touch as well though, so that wouldn't be a clear and some sort of an attacking advantage again. They're trying to rotate in defence, and that's all we've seen so far from the British Army. It's just trying to be stonewall defence. It's really difficult to do so when your opponents are playing like this. That is a pass into the mid, a bit too hard there by Benji, and Gray will get a controlling touch.
Yeah, the British Army trying to become David De Gea as best as they can here, but it's so you can only save so many shots, Like, with all of these shots that the Royal Canadian Air Force have put on, they've at least doubled, if not tripled, the amount of shots the British Army have as Sills trying to get that ball to a teammate. Unfortunately, not going to be able to follow. Good demo from Gray, and Sifri finds the shot just under the bar. And Royal Canadian Air Force has finally broken the defense of the British Army after almost a 4-minute long onslaught of shots.
Yeah, the Army, they're struggling, and it's been a common occurrence throughout this series already. My 4-2 prediction, if they don't buck up their ideas, the Army, it could very well be a 4-0, and the Canadians, they're just walking all over this one so far. 30 seconds left to go. Sill with a flip reset, gets a pass mid. Sifri is there, off the backboard. Will it go? No, it'll just fall down off the crossbar. And that could have been goal number 3 if Sifri took that one away. Still going for a shot by himself. Great save by Fraz. And Shaq will get that clear. Sifri misreading this, and this could be a chance here for the Army if they can push themselves forward. And that is a pinch of Ishak and Sifri. They'll be passed off the backboard. Fraz is up. It's going to be a 50. Is anyone going to be on the end of it? Not quite. And as that clock hits 0, game number 2 will go to the Canadians, and they're just going to keep this up. Toy with their foot a little bit, and the ball will eventually drop. The Royal Canadian Air Force taking game number 2.
Yeah, the British Army having that opportunity at the end that you can see they have the mechanics to possibly upset this Royal Canadian team, but the shots just aren't coming through. Frazek with a good attempt there at the end there, finding that ball out of the air, but just unable to put it on net. The British Army had some good chances, but the Canadian Air Force is just looking super dominant right now.
Yeah, it's painful for me. It's painful for me watching back here. But look, I know the Army could pull something off, and they've done it. They've done it to us in the past. They've done it to the Storm Showers in the past, and we just need to see. We just need to see that bit of flair from them here. Just something, anything. Ishak, we know is quite a mechanical player back home, and we just need to see them come out a little bit more, take on a couple of players, and don't be scared. But as we get to game number 3 here, I think it's at Manfield. This one, Ishak getting a 50 to start us underway. Fraz gets faked out by Sil. Sil on low boost will hit this towards the backboard. Benji will get this one clear. Beats out one, but Gray is there, and that will just fall straight in.
Yeah, Gray just barely finding that angle there to just put it under the British Army. Just at such a tight angle. What a shot there from Gray to put Royal Canadian Air Force up 1-0. And I'm not gonna lie to you, Daramas, I don't know how you remember the map names of Rocket League. There's just so many of them. But what a save from Shaq to get that ball away from the net for just a couple seconds. The initial shot from Gray was beautiful. But still, I had to put a little bit of friendship at the end of it just to tap it in to finish the job. But now the Royal Canadian Air Force are up 2-0 in the first 20 seconds.
You say it's a great save. I feel like Shaq would be a bit disappointed with that one. You kind of wanted that one to bounce out of the net and not around it. However, Sifri going for a double tap off the backboard. He's going to get it. It's going to hit the backboard. It's not going to fall through. And Benji's going to have to try and push this one forward. Goes for a demo Gray. It fails. Gray has time now and space to get this one. But again, it is saved by Shaq off the backboard. Again, the Army, they need to get this one out of their own half. Benji tapping that one into the mid. 2 Canadian players are forward. This allows Benji to just launch his forward. Doesn't get the best touch in the world. That's going to leave Frazix vulnerable. And Gray's going to be there. It's these small little touches that you're seeing from the British Army that need to be refined. And that pass could have definitely come towards a goal. However, the Army in the Canadian Air Force is half for the first time in this game. But it doesn't amount to a lot. Sifri countering that one. Sil will be there off the sidewall. Fraz gets a good 50 off the sidewall. It goes off the backboard then with a 50, and Gray's going to be there, drops it down. Benji is there to get the clear. 3 minutes 40 left to go, and the Canadians, they are fighting again to push for a 3rd goal here.
Yeah, Canadians looking super strong, and
way.
they do find the 3rd goal. Sifri finding the 3rd goal for the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force here. Just a nice little bouncer. Sometimes it's simple shots all you need. You don't have to go for, the foot reset double tap musty every time. You can just take it nice and show, put a nice little bouncer in front of the net and let the ball do the work. As Sil trying to add on here, but with being so far forward, simply not able to get back in time. Frazix will finally put a score on the board for the British Army here, and they finally answered the Royal Canadian Air Force. What is that, 4? No, I'm sorry. Almost 8 goals unanswered they had?
Yeah, it's something ridiculous like that. But however, the Army trying to give us a little bit of hope here back in the UK. Sil will get this pass to Gray. Gray will drop that down, and Benji gets a catch on his Sil immediately with the intercept. Fraz will catch this one. No, he won't. It'll bounce awkwardly off the corner, but does well to recover to get that 50. Will he get a touch here? No. Gray with a shot off the crossbar. Sil will get a flip reset off the backboard. Tries to go for a double. Doesn't quite work out. Fraz launches that towards net. I thought the net was open for a second. Gray was back for the rotation. And that just tells you how refined this Canadian team is. They're such a strong side. They're such a fearsome side as well. The way they're rotating, everything is so clean at the moment. Benji getting demo for good measure. Fraz is there. Will get a shot on. That is a double 50 commit there by the Army just to try and push that ball through. It's not going to come anywhere near for them. And we're halfway through game number 3, and the Canadians still have that 2-goal advantage.
Yeah, you can see the Royal Canadian Air Force was getting a little cocky, going for some things that, not normal players would like to go for, especially being such close here. But it shows how confident this Air Force team is. They're looking super strong. You see, finding the pass to Sifri, trying to get the second touch out of the corner, not able to find it, but still is there anyhow to find the shot and put the ball top bins in the right-hand corner.
I dread to say, but the Brazilian scoreline is well and truly on. 2 minutes 10 left to go, and the Army, they need to get something on the scoreboard, otherwise that could be humiliating on stream. 4-1 then to the good for the Canadians. 2 minutes 10 left to go. Benji fakes this one out. A bit of a kickoff strategy there. Doesn't pay off for them. Sifri rapid to that one. Manages to read the touch. Oh, Fraz will go for a shot by himself. And it'll just fall into the back of the net. The defense of the British Army in shambles.
Yeah, Where's My Super got lost in the sauce there, had to dodge the bump from Gray. Maybe it was a ping issue there, with them being over in Britain, not the greatest latency like you were saying, Daramus. So let's maybe hope it doesn't affect at long term for the British Army here, because just another goal conceded. The Brazilian scoreline is definitely on the table, and we need one more goal for the Air Force to, make that dream a reality here.
Yeah, this is painful. This is painful. But a minute 55 left to go. The Canadians just absolutely charging here. Gray off the ceiling will get a pass towards teammate, but Benji's there to get that one. Ishak tries to get a double tap off the sidewall. That ball rolled to Fraz. No major threat there for once, but Sifri get that touch. Silver drop it down. Gray is there with a shot. What a passing play by the Canadians to make it 7-1. And if there's one way to make a Brazilian scoreline, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, what amazing passes here from the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Looking like prime NRG over from the pro scene of Rocket, if you guys don't know who that team is, to go highly, go watch that team. But they were amazing to see. But the Royal Canadian Air Force are not letting down the pressure. Finding the demos. Gray, good save to keep the Brazil scoreline happen. Still not being able to get that touch out of the air. Sifri trying to 50 this ball to try to keep it in the side of the British Army's zone, but not going to happen. Where's My Super? Trying to find the touch. Good save from Sil, who was the last man back. The Royal Canadian Air Force able to save that ball. Sil, who we've seen so dominant in this best of 7 so far, trying to add to the scoreline, but not going to be due just yet. Still trying to make me eat my words here. Finds the double, the nice bump, and Sifri will easily find that ball that was just floating there.
Yeah, this game was done and dusted after the 2-minute mark came round, when it was 5-1 to the Canadians, and well, it is now 8-1 to the Canadians with 48 seconds left, and well, we are very much in dead time. Gray getting that one to the sidewall, will beat out on the kickoff. Ishak is there to get the clear though, and down it'll go, and we kind of just want to see something from the British Army here, something to keep us entertained, something to keep us on our toes, because right now it is absolute Canadian dominance. Sil tapping this one to the mid there, and we'll try and go for a shot on his own. Sifri is there to tuck it away. 9-1, and we could very well see double figures.
Yeah, double figures is definitely a possibility here for the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force, just how dominant they look. But let's take a side from the Royal Canadian Air Force for a second. Daramus, what do you think the British Army have to change up here? Because these last 2 maps for them haven't looked the greatest. So what do you think, what's one thing they have to do to change things up, to try to crawl their way back in this best of 7?
Exactly that. What we've just seen right there. Just capitalizing on Canadians' mistakes. I know there's not a lot of them. Sifri not getting the touch, and well, Benji just disrespecting that completely. We'll tuck that one away. 9-2. You're gonna have to see. I keep saying you're gonna have to see aggression. It's the only way you're gonna beat this Canadian side, as that redirect heads towards net. Benji managed to get that save, but it's not a matter of, oh, what can we do to beat these guys. It's more of like they just simply outclassed on the pitch. I feel like it's just a completely different game that they're playing. As the ball drops down, double figures will not be on the scoreboard. 9-2 to the Canadians there, game number 3, and yeah, the Army, I honestly don't know. I couldn't tell you what they need to do to get this one through. 9-2, what was it, 7? It was like they've all been ridiculously high score lines.
Yeah, definitely such high score lines. Excuse me. And honestly, like you said, aggression is what the British Army need to do. They're playing so passive, always on the back foot, which, after you take so many shots, a couple of them are going to go in. As a goalkeeper myself, you can only do so much in net, right? you have to have the counter attack, just to break things up. As you can see towards the end there, excuse me, oh my, the Royal Canadian Air Force, made a mistake in the midfield and easily punished there from British Army. As long as they're able to consistently keep doing that and finding the mistakes the Air Force do, it may have a different turn of offense, but they have to now win 4 straight to complete a reverse sweep, or they're dropping down to the first match of the lower bracket. So hopefully they're able to do that here.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, as much as a man can dream, I don't think that's going to be happening anytime soon. It would be an absolute pipe dream for the Army to come for a reverse sweep. Frazix taps this to Benji. Benji with a shot. Sifri is there with the save. And the defensive clear there by Gray will work out. Ishak tapping that one around, and around it goes Sifri on the backboard. Fraz is there though with a read, double tap coming in off the backboard. Ishak is up, will get a shot on. This is the first time we've seen pressure from the Army. This is good looking. Now this is better. This is better. However, how can they fare against the counter attack? Gray fakes out Fraz, will go for a shot on his own, and Benji manages to get that save on the sidewall. 5 boost, not a lot to work with, and well, a minute already played here, and still 0-0 at the moment. Fraz trying to beat his way through, doesn't work out. Ishak getting the 50 in the corner, but it is cleared well by Gray, and Benji will tap this back off the sidewall. Gray with a shot towards net. Fraz is off his line, but it will not find the net as of right now. Sil will tap this into the mid. It is an interesting defensive rotation there by the Army, but it'll just about work out for them. 90 seconds played, 0-0.
Yeah, the British Army looking so much more stronger than what we've seen the past 3 games here. And that is what we like to see. We love to see the new side coming out here, The Royal Canadian Air Force still putting these shots on, but the British Army are now finally starting to match their energy, which is what we like to see here. And now, the Royal Canadian Air Force trying to get things going here. A couple whiffs here and there. Not what you like to see. Now the British Army on the counterattack, trying their best to do something here. Try to open up the scoreline here. We are almost halfway through game number 4 here, and still 0-0 on the board.
Yeah, well, while we mentioned the suffering of the British Army, it's credit where credit's due. The Canadians, they've been playing absolutely fantastically at the moment, just capitalizing on everything that the Army have made mistake-wise. And, well, the Army now, they're going to have to fight through what's going to be a pretty difficult lower bracket, to be fair. Like, no matter at what point you start winning these games, because there's only 4 teams, you're going to come up against difficulties. But the Canadians, they're looking to make their way through to the upper final, and Sifri leaves that one for Gray, but Sil cuts in rotation, will send that past mid. Will anyone be there? Fraz waiting, low on boost, will get a flick up towards the Canadian half, but immediately intercepted by Sifri. Sifri will tap this off the corner wall, will go for a shot himself. Doesn't quite work out. Gray, though, off the backboard, goes for a double tap, doesn't pay off for him there, and it'll roll up the sidewall. But yeah, the Army, they've got a lot to work through now tonight after this potential. I say potential because it's still 0-0. This is the best the Army have fared tonight against the Canadians. They've got a potential long night ahead of them.
Yeah, most definitely. The long night ahead is definitely on the table here for the side of British Army. Look, it's still 0-0, like you were saying. 1:35 left on the clock, and just like that, the Royal Canadian Air Force finds a little tapper, just falls down from the ceiling. Great touch by Gray. What an angle. The British Army not quite ready for that beautiful touch that Gray had. And now the Royal Canadian Air Force finding a similar position they've been in throughout the series. But like I said, with the British Army looking super strong right now, finding these passing plays as Frazix trying to go for the double tap here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find it. A weird bounce off of the ceiling will not allow the British Army to collect on that ball. But Shaq trying to find Super in the midfield, not unfortunately going to be able to do it. Still tries to find a teammate here with this pass off of the wall. And will find the counterpart. We'll find the British Army as what a touch. Just fortunately goes wide from Shaq. Now the Royal Canadian Air Force looking to try to punish on this open net, and they will. And so many chances for the side of the British Army, just not able to get any of them to fall, as the Royal Canadian Air Force would just take an easy tap in to go 2-0 on the scorecard.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 to the Canadian Air Force. We've seen comebacks with this little time on the clock before. However, it's up to the Army now to try and figure something out here. Something rapid, in fact, as it comes to 45 seconds left to go. Fraz is up, will tip it past Sifri. Who's going to get at the end of this one? It'll be Ishak off the corner wall there. Sil will control this one, just killing the clock, running it down the field, and Benji getting a touch. And up it'll go. Sil taps this one down to Gray. Gray gets demoed by Benji. Opens up a little bit of space there for Fraz. Just get that one clear. And we'll have to leave it for Ishak. Ishak managing to get a 50. 25 seconds left. And unfortunately, the Army, again, just struggling to get out their half. And the Canadians, they've been capitalizing on everything tonight so far. Sifri with a shot off the corner. It'll go. And, well, Venom takes away these final 10 seconds.
Yeah, the British Army, the 5 seconds left on the clock. Unfortunately, not the outcome they were hoping for, but their night is not done yet. Super just barely not able to get that ball from the corner into the net. But the British Army fans, don't worry. You still have another chance. You have the lower bracket, so it's a double E-win, the style tournament here tonight. So you may have lost against the number 1 seed. Boo-hoo, it happens. Right? Not everyone can pull off the Mighty Ducks story. So, taking a loss, it's okay. Because you have another chance still, the lower bracket. And with the way they played, especially against the number 1 seed, I feel like the British Army are going to make a heck of a run. And I'm going to call it now. We're going to see a rematch. We're going to see the Royal Canadian Air Force and the British Army back in the grand finals. Calling it. I'm just going to call it. I'm putting it out there. Maybe a bit ambitious, but I'm going to call it there.
That's very ambitious, we've got a side like this ready to go. I feel like you may be thinking, we may see a rematch. No, I don't think so. I feel like the Army were outclassed there, and they've got either the RAF Storm Shadows or the US Navy to combat in the lower semi-final. It all comes down to this next matchup here, and I feel like, if I'm going to slap a prediction on it, I can probably tell you how this entire bracket's going to go. And, well, I've got, personally, the RAF Storm Shadows to beat the US Navy, the British Army to beat the US Navy, and then it'll be the Canadian Air Force will probably beat the RAF, and then it'll be the RAF versus the Army. The RAF will knock out the Army, and then the grand finals, the RAF Storm Shadows will take a double bracket and win the grand finals. No bias whatsoever.
No bias whatsoever.
No bias, none at all. Bias. No bias whatsoever. Absolutely.
Yeah, like I said, we got to see exactly how the rest of the games come out here. Because with you being an RAF, right, you got to have some. You got to have some fun. But you got to give credit where credit's due, right? Granted, we haven't seen the Navy play yet, but have you seen RAF, the Rocket team, play at all? Like throughout the entire season? Or
the Royal Air Force side? The Royal Air Force Storm Shadows? Yes.
Correct, yes.
So I know the players. I know them personally. And they are quality. You've got a Grand Champ 3 in there. You've got 3 Grand Champ 3s in there, I think, at the minute. They're all fighting relatively hard, and it's quite a strong team to come up against. Not as strong as the Canadians, but however, they have managed to take a game off the Canadians in the Swiss stage. So I'm ambitious. I'm very ambitious, and I'm putting all my eggs in the basket. If that was for a prediction poll, I'll be slapping on the RAF Storm Shadows the entire way. But jokes aside, the Army, they did struggle there. If we're going to be completely honest, it was an absolute nightmare for them. However, maybe they can redeem themselves up against the US Navy or the RAF Storm Shadows in that lower semi-final. However, this upper semi-final at the moment, the RAF Storm Shadows up against the US Navy could be an interesting one. And, well, credit to the Canadians for getting that 4-0 sweep.
Yeah, 4-0 sweep. That's, if you were the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force, that's what you want, right? You want to pick up where you left off from the Swiss stage. I forget how long the break has been from the Swiss stage in playoffs, but, even with some downtime, even if, you're not scrimmaging or, just continuously playing the game, you're going to get rusty a little bit. I've seen it in pro play. I've seen it in collegiate levels. You have a break in between games, like maybe a week or so, and you scrimmage maybe once, right? That scrimmaging once is so key versus a team that doesn't scrimmage at all. Like just having the play, having the communication between your teammates. Yes, these guys may know each other in real life, which does help out, but it can only translate so much if you're not constantly practicing. As you can see, the Royal Canadian Air Force, super dominant, super. You can tell they've practiced a lot, but with all that being said, though, you have to keep things rolling. You can't just ease off the gas. And Royal Canadian Air Force seemed like they did a little bit towards the end there, going from 8 goals, almost 9 to, just 2 goals. Don't get me wrong. The British Air Force played up, the British Army played such a big turnaround in game number 4. If we would have saw it through them the whole series, I feel we have a different series scoreline personally. But,
Right,
it's just so insane to see.
Yeah, I mean, we could talk about it all day. The fact that you can just fall off after about a week. However, we do have game number 2 coming your way. It'll be the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows up against the United States Navy, and well, we get game number 1 underway almost immediately here. Envy, G-Wood, and Cedric, all fellow mates of mine, up against Flux, Sparrow, and Topside, and hopefully, for myself, we see a good result from the RAF. However, yourself, you're very much a Navy-sided commentator, right?
Yeah, you gotta represent the boys at home. We always gotta have some home crowd favorites, but the Navy so far not looking too good. They're getting us a couple shots here, but the Royal Air Forces are doing so well keeping this ball out of their zone here as the Navy trying to get things going here topside, taking this ball down the field. Such a clean card design, by the way. But Envy, nice little dribble out of the end. Cedric just barely misses the open net there. Saying whoops in chat. Love to see it. No, it's a little bit of a misplay, but you gotta have fun, right? As Flux tries to continue this ball for the U.S. Navy into the attacking zone of RAF here. And Sparrow trying his best to do it, but Cedric keeping the aggression on here for RAF. G-Wood not able to get it. Envy gets demoed. Oh no, open net. Can Cedric save it? Finds the touch originally. Envy hits the second to get the clear. And RAF here, not the strongest start, if I'd say.
No, definitely not. I mean, Ed missing that opening shot. We've seen some issues in terms of scoring for the Storm Shadows as of late, but Ed going for a cheeky one there, saved by Flux. No pressure there on him. Flux up off the sidewall, intercepted by Envy. Envy will back out of that one. Ed missing the ball there. G-Wood getting a touch on. It'll fall off the corner wall. Ed with a shot. Ed will tuck it away. And the RAF Storm Shadows will take the first goal of the series after 1 minute 40 seconds.
Yeah, placement shot there from Cedric. Just able to put it past Flux from the U.S. Navy. And the Royal Air Forces will go up 1-0 here in 3 minutes 20 seconds off the clock. And this is such a good back and forth game here. And I feel like we're going to be seeing more of these two teams coming into the series.
Topside managing to get that intercept, leaves Envy in a bit of a dangerous spot there, and there's a cut there by Sparrow. However, G-Wood is back for that one. Up off the backboard it'll go. Envy carries this downfield, gets a demo for good measure. That'll loop around, head towards net. Flux in a bit of a pickle there, and G-Wood will take his time, be a bit more patient there. And Ed getting the 50 off the backboard. Who's going to be there for it? It'll be Flux to get rid, and Topside is downfield. Envy does well to recover. Topside still there, a threat off the crossbar, and Ed will get the clear. Sparrow now has to take his time here.
Yeah, Sparrow taking his time, allowing his teammate Flux to get that initial touch there, but is immediately put down the other end of the field. Sparrow tries to get some more things going here for the U.S. Navy, trying to find the ball across, but unfortunately no follow there from the Navy, the goods and glory this time around. And G-Wood trying to find that redirect touch there. Drops it perfectly down for Cedric, has the foot reset, chooses to use it, trying to find that Mustio. Unfortunately, comes up empty-handed. Envy, little to no boost, trying to get that 50 over topside. Unfortunately, cannot get back to that ball as Cedric tries to keep things going here for the Royal Air Force. And they're trying their best here. They have the aggression here from the side of Royal Air Force, but with only 1 goal, you have to add more on top of this here.
Yeah, definitely so, especially as the ball dangerous there. Envy managed to get that one touched out. 50 comes out strong. Sparrow has a touch here, and this could be a potential shot on goal. G-Wood with a save. It's not going to be enough. Topside will equalise for the US Navy. It's one apiece with a minute 35 left to go. And I just want to say, Ed, when he's in form, you will see some mechanics that are just insane, to be fair. And to be fair, Envy as well. G-Wood, he demos everyone. G-Wood is a scary player to come up against once he's in your back line. You will blink and you'll be off the map entirely. However, 50 comes out and the US Navy, they start to formulate an attack here. 90 seconds left to go. Flux will send this high. And G-Wood, low on boost, has to avoid a demo himself, and topside will send this towards the backboard. Sparrow is there, gets a flip reset, potential double tap shot, and that is absolutely majestic there from the US Navy as I cower in fear after what I've just witnessed.
What a masterclass of mechanics coming out from Sparrow there. Just to touch that ball off of the backboard to get the flip reset and able to bury it over the heads of the RAF here. And now Envy trying to answer right back. Envy, what an air dribble from the right hand wall, gets the flip reset and will immediately nullify that goal that US Navy did. And it also shows that they're not the only ones that can do air dribbles here.
The man that lives down the road from me has pulled off something majestic there to bring the Storm Shadows an equalizer. It'll hit the backboard of the Storm Shadows. They'll be pushing for a third here almost immediately, just to try and nullify anything the US Navy have. However, Sparrow managed to get that one off the backboard. Double tap on net. Topside will tuck it away to make it 3-2. 56 seconds left to go. And oh my goodness, this is back and forth completely. Absolutely different to what we've seen from the first semi-final.
Oh my, what a pass from Sparrow, finding the double touch out of the corner to find his teammate that was sitting in front of the net. G-Wood almost got back to that ball there, which would have been huge for the Royal Air Forces as G-Wood tries to get a quick answer once again like they did last time around, but not able to come up this time with it as topside. Is keeping pressure now on the Royal Air Forces as Flux tries to get up to this ball to meet Cedric. Ball goes in favor of the Royal Air Forces, but not for long as the US Navy get the easy clear here. And Cedric not in the best position, forced to turn on this ball early as topside gets there before him. And there's no pitch there to help out the side of the US Navy. Good touch from G-Wood. Unfortunately, it's an easy save for Sparrow here. And 10 seconds left on the clock here. RAF trying to find something, have to force the double touch.
Yes!
Come out of the Navy, and G-Wood answers with 2 seconds left on the clock. And the game is tied.
Envy getting that shot in such an awkward spot. It was a triple commit by the US Navy. 2 seconds left to go here. And it's all tied up. We could see our first overtime of the night. Ed will pinch that off the corner wall, and Sparrow will send this downfield. Will G-Wood keep this up? He will. Respects the rule 1 here. Will try and keep it up. Will indeed. And Flux will launch us down to the ground. And it will be our first overtime of the night. The RAF Storm Shadows 3. The US Navy 3. G-Wood will have control of this one. We'll pop it up. Doesn't get the beat on Sparrow. It'll drop down off the sidewalk. Cedric tapping this one up. G-Wood tries to go for a redirect. It won't need it. Ed will just slot it away. The distraction from G-Wood will allow the RAF Storm Shadows to get the 4th goal, and they will take game number 1.
Yeah, topside just barely missing that ball there, and the shot just drifts in, kind of like a fadeaway, just barely gets in. But what a game to start off the second semifinal. The Royal Air Force looking super strong here, as well as the US Navy. And I think we may see our first best of 7 go all 7 matches personally. What about you? What are you thinking there?
I think so. To heart, I probably don't want that to happen, but it may very well happen. 4-3 to the RAF Storm Shadows in game number 1, but it didn't come easy for them. They ended up taking a goal advantage and then losing that advantage and then going behind as well, only to come back and score in the final couple of seconds and take that overtime and manage to get that game. And that is the resilience you like to see from the RAF. It's something they've had for ages. This team's only been formed for about 2 months. This team is 2 months old. They've been trialing. They've been trying to figure each other out over the past couple of weeks, and this has been a great way for them to learn each other's play styles. And I think they're not even playing their main team tonight. I think Pierce or P was going to be their third player, but isn't available tonight. So G Wood is filling in for their space. So again, very, very interesting stuff here for the Storm Shadows and see how they develop through tonight. However, the US Navy, they're not going to back down here.
Yeah, most definitely. You can see with a team being only together for a solid 2 months, having that much composure to stay cool, calm, and collected to, say, even though we may be down, but we can easily fight this back. And as they did, they took game number 1. Game number 2 now. The U.S. Navy trying to get things going nice and early here, but the Royal Air Force was picking up right where they left off as Envy finds a shot from the corner. And this game number 2 is looking so much different than game number 1 as we get a goal in the first 22 seconds here.
Envy tucking that one away. If I could, I'd run to his block right now and give him a massive hug. This is what you love to see. The RF Storm Shadows, the US Navy now, they need to fight back almost immediately here. And what can this kickoff provide for them? Top side. Not get into that one. It'll be Envy again. There he is. Musty flick. Double tap. Doesn't have enough boost for it. Leaves it for Ed. And it ricochets off everything. G Wood getting bumped by Envy there. Throws him out of rotation. So Flux will send this downfield. Envy tries to return the favor, but Sparrow closes them down. G Wood playing patient. Gets the 50. And downfield it'll go. Flux off the sidewall. What are they doing this Dominus? It's very rare you see the Dominus in professional play. Ed tucking that one into the mid. It is a bump. Sparrow's out of position. G Wood will tuck that one away. And it is 2-0 to the Storm Shadows.
Yeah, Storm Shadows looking super strong right now. Finding these pass plays. Sparrow had the initial save in that last shot attempt the Royal Air Forces had. Unfortunately, he is not able to be back this time to keep the ball out of the net. And the U.S. Navy have gone down 2-0 in the first minute here. But with the way we've seen them play, especially in game number 1, we know that you cannot count out this U.S. Navy as Flux tries to get the air dribble topside. Just hits the bar. Unfortunately, Sparrow not enough boost to get over the heads of the Royal Air Force. And now the Royal Air Force coming back on the counterattack topside. Touches that ball to the wall. Unfortunately, it's not going to be too good though. Cedric is trying to chase this ball down. Good touch from the Navy. Oh, unfortunate miss there from Envious. But luckily enough, Cedric is there to keep things going here. Good touches. Unfortunately, not able to come up with anything with it as Flux hits Envy with the shot. Topside hits Cedric. Good saves here from the side of the Royal Air Force as Cedric tries to get the pinch in to send the ball out of their zone. But the U.S. Navy are just keeping this aggressive attention here. And that's what you want to see, but not for long as Cedric tries to find the double. Envy there to follow. And the Royal Air Force have finally found their way through the U.S. Navy and have gone up 3-0.
Well, it took them a game to warm up. The captain there, Cedric, getting the pass to the Starlet Envy, tugging that away into the bottom left corner. The US Navy unresponsive after the first 2 minutes of this game. The RAF Storm Shadows completely all over them at this moment in time. Envy will top this and will set himself up. Will pinch it into the mid. It is a bit too high there, but Ed will try and work something for it. Taps it into the midfield. G Wood getting that 50. Allows his teammates to rotate back round. Tap this off the backboard is Ed. Off the backboard again. Triple tap. Indeed, won't come to a lot though as Flux will get that clear. Envy taps this one down. Topside is there to get a touch. Nice and controlled there by Topside. What can they provide here? Not a lot. It is 50 there, and Ed has boost. Pops this one up. Has 20 boost to work with. Will not get a touch on that ball. He'll drop down. And G Wood will have to rotate out here. Does so accordingly. Envy gets a touch. Sparrow 50 in that one, and Sparrow's a chance at net here. But Ed with the block. Topside is there. Gets a weak touch, and Ed will get the clear. Oh, and the net's wide open. Can Sparrow get back in time? Yes, they can. So, well, the US Navy, they are pushing forward. They are trying to find something here. And here comes Sparrow. What can Sparrow provide? It is a flip reset, but G Wood is there.
Yeah, the flip reset just not being able to come out there from the side of the U.S. Navy as they try to put a ball in to make this goal deficit 2 and not the 3 as Flux tries to get into the corner, has to face 2 members of RAF there. So good start there from the side of RAF. Unfortunately, able to get the clear there for the side of RAF, but Flux coming with the dominance, trying to find Topside. Back to Flux, not needed. The Topside has made a goal for the side of the U.S. Navy, and you will see only 2 goal deficit now as Envy just not able to get to that ball as long as Cedric. And now the U.S. Navy looking to try and continue this pressure. They have the momentum. The question is that we've seen how well the RAF can answer these quick goals that the Navy have had. The question is, can they do it, or will we see another shot come in from the Navy?
Whoa.
We will, and this time Sparrow finds the empty net. Finds the net of the RAF. What a touch there, just to put it behind Cedric, and we have a whole new ball game here.
Right, Storm Shadows, calm down here, boys. Okay, you're throwing a bit too much at it. You're on a 3-0 advantage. You're now staring at only a 1-goal advantage here with a minute 25 left to go. On the US Navy, they have the forward momentum. It's whether or not the RAF could shut them down. Cedric tapping that one off the sidewall. It'll pop up. Envy with a shot. Envy with a goal. And just as I say, they want to neutralize the US Navy. They've done so accordingly. 4-2.
Yeah, great shot there from Envy, putting it close post, not allowing the side of the US Navy to get a good read on it. And that's the answer the RAF has been looking for. You know, they had 2 unanswered goals that were relatively quick. You know, so the US Navy had a lot of high pressure, and just like that, Envy adds another one, nullifying those 2 goals the Navy had, and has now made the goal deficit 3 goals once again.
That is what you want to see as a Storm Shadows fan. 5-2 now. The comfort is back. However, you don't want to throw that away again. G-Wood will pop that one up into the air, and that will be topside, getting a touch here off the sidewall. It'll drop down. Envy taps this one up into the corner. Cedric tapping a pass into the mid. G-Wood is there for the shot, but it's saved by Sparrow. Ed will try and reset himself with this one. Does get a free touch off that miss there by the Navy player topside. Getting to that one is a 50. Envy's going to have to recover back here, and will get a controlling touch. Will beat out Sparrow as well, but there is a demo. Flux with a shot. Sparrow's there. Doesn't get the finish. Ed will close them down. 30 seconds left to go, and I can probably comfortably say here that the Storm Shadows have taken game number 2. I don't know why the graphic says game number 1 here, Venom.
Yeah, you know, we love some NA production. It's okay now. You know, everything happens. Everybody makes mistakes. But yes, RAF, the Royal Air Forces will go up 2-0 here in this best of 7 as Cedric tries to add another goal to the scorecard, but unfortunately not going to do a good defense from the side of the US Navy here. And both these teams looking really good here. The US Navy have to try to figure out something, not really figure out something, they're playing really well, but they just have to finish on some of these open nets, you know, some of these mistakes that the RAF have been leaving, and I feel like we have a really good looking game here. A really good series, I should say. What do you think, Daramus?
Well, you take a look at the stats there. 4 goals for Envy. Envy just absolutely popping off in that game. And well, game number 1, an absolute stark contrast to game number 2 there. We had a game going to overtime in game number 1. Game number 2, a bit more comfortable for the RAF. I say a bit more comfortable. It got a bit squeaky after about a minute 30 left on the clock, where the Navy was starting to claw it back 3-2, and I was getting a bit nervous there. But they managed to claw through and find 2 pretty quick goals to try and to just shut down any US Navy opportunity. However, the Navy, they like I said, they're not going to back down. They're not going to back down. They know they can score against this Storm Shadow side, and it's whether or not they can pull it off here.
Yeah, Navy, like you said, as they were down 3-0, were able to get 2 goals very, very quick. Like I said, as you're being part of the Storm Shadow organization, you were scared a little bit. You know, like once RAF did finally score that 4th goal, I heard the yes come out. You know, you heard the excitement. So that's what you like to see as we get straight into game number 3 here. And Cedric putting a score immediately on the board for the Storm Shadow fans. That's what you would like to see, a quick goal once again here in game number 3. And the US Navy have to do an answer as fast as the RAF can score.
Well, up it goes then. Envy will get on the end of this one. Sparrow getting that touch into the mid-top side. Past the Sparrow. Sparrow will drop it down. Ed managing to get to that one, but it's not going to come out. Flux charging forward for that one. G-Wood getting a touch. G-Wood will get a clear as well. Cedric taps that one downfield. G-Wood not getting the touch there. Envy now has some time on this one. He'll roll up the wall. Sparrow will tap it down to his teammate here. This camera angle's a bit awkward to try and figure it out. G1 though will get a demo. Envy taps it down, will control this one. It is 50'd by Sparrow, and that'll just roll around into the arms of Flux. Flux will get a touch off the backboard, goes for a double tap, and it will not pay off. However, the Navy, they're charging forward here. Will the goal come through? No, it will not. G1 will get the clear.
Topside, just barely, not putting enough miles per hour on that ball. Good save there from RAF to keep it at 1 goal. Oh, just barely could not find the touch. There's G-Wood tries to get off the ball. Flux in this dominance, trying his best to do something here for the side of the U.S. Navy. Sparrow has the foot reset, finds the ground pinch. Unfortunately for the U.S. Navy, Cedric is there to get the clear. Nice little bump to, move out my way, as Envy's saying to Cedric, and it works perfectly. He put Cedric in the right position. Envy said, I don't want you here. I want you in that corner, as G-Wood finds the pass to Cedric. And the Royal Air Forces have gone up 2-0 in this game.
Well, it is game 21 here in this best of 7 series. The RAF taking a 2-0 advantage. Ed will get a flip reset, and well, not quite getting a touch there. Sparrow will maintain possession and will maintain the attacking threat. Will intercept Envy's touch. He'll hit the backboard. Will Flux get on the end of it? Not quite topside, hitting that off the backboard. Ed tapping that one to the sidewall. Will maintain the possession and will charge downfield, and Flux getting there, will drop it down, pinches it, and it'll bounce up here. Flux not getting another 150 there by Sparrow, and Ed will pop this up off the sidewall. These sidewall reads have been deadly for the RAF Storm Shadows. Not quite come to anything there. Flux will send it downfield. Sparrow with a shot, but it's blocked by Envy.
Yeah, and now we see RAF trying their best to get this ball out of their zone, as Sparrow finds the demo on the Envy, sending up back to the respawn here. Sparrow not able to get back to that ball, but Flux is. G-Wood, a beautiful shot, but a great, even better save from the U.S. Navy, as G-Wood tries to find the touch, trying to find Cedric in the middle, but not going to be able to do it. Envy hits the ball off of the dribble that the U.S. Navy was trying to create, as Flux trying to get that ball centered once again for his teammates, as topside now trying to do what Sparrow couldn't do, but it's not going to matter. Same outcome happens twice in a row, but now the U.S. Navy trying to get a shot here. G-Wood able to meet it. Topside. Nice little touch to stall it, but the RAF is there to immediately get ball back into the possession, but Flux had something else to say, which I thought he did. The RAF finds the pass, and Cedric will slot that ball bottom left-hand corner, and the Royal Air Forces now go up 3-0.
Well, every goal the RAF have scored so far in this game has been a passing play. It was G-Wood to Cedric, Cedric to G-Wood, and now it's Envy to Cedric. So they're all passing it about here, and it's all coming to fruition. Cedric managed to get a demo here and will get a 50, but it'll fall to Flux. Flux with a shot, saved by G-Wood there just about. G-Wood will continue with this one, pops it up into the mid. Ed is there. A bit of an interesting touch, and well, they tried something a little bit cheeky between Ed and G-Wood again, but Envy not getting to that one. Sparrow taps this one up, will carry this one downfield, gets a pitch towards the net, but G-Wood is there to block it. And G-Wood gets intercepted off the backboard. It'll go. Can the US Navy respond with a goal here? Just something on the scoreboard. It would be nice for them. Sparrow gets a double tap off the sidewall. It'll bounce out into the mid here after Flux's 50 there. G-Wood launching that one downfield, will maintain possession, gets a 50, and that'll fall to whoever it is. A double commit by the RAF Storm Shadows. It doesn't quite matter though, as the ball will just float about in the US Navy's half. G-Wood with a shot. G-Wood will tuck it away, and that is goal number 4 for the RAF Storm Shadows.
Yeah, Storm Shadows, what good pass, really good punish there. Able to find that ball that the US Navy just left on the sidewall. Nice little finish there. Good placement from side Storm Shadows here. And with that 4th goal, yes, we know the US Navy can score very fast, but it's not looking good as G-Wood adds a 5th to the total. And game number 3 here is going to go to the Royal Air Force.
Well, it's all smiles all round back here in the UK. The RAF Storm Shadows kind of taking revenge after the initial game 1 where the Army dropped 4 games. We could potentially see Another sweep here if the US Navy don't manage to find anything in game number 4. Ed tries something mechanical again, leaves with G-Wood after that bump, but Flux is there to get a save on it. 25 seconds left to go here. A demo comes out. Can the Navy get a goal? Finally, it will come through. G-Wood not getting the save. Flux will tap that one in, and it will be 5-1. So the duck there in game number 3 will not come through. That is a goal for the US Navy.
Yeah, U.S. Navy, you know, you may be down 5-1, right? But in my eyes, if you're right now, you take a mental reset, right? You got a goal, which is really good because it brings up the mental, you know, brings up the morale of the team, which is what you need, especially going into game number 4 here as Cedric just barely gets back to that ball topside, finds the goal once again, and a very unfortunate from the RAF there. As you know, Cedric trying to get back across, unfortunately misjudged the shot, thinking it was going to go top left corner, but topside, you know, finding some goals here for the U.S. Navy. And like I said, these are the mistakes that the U.S. Navy have to punish on from the Royal Air Force, right? These last 2 goals, they had some beautiful, and I mean beautiful, punishes from the U.S. Navy. As long as they can keep that up, I feel like we can definitely see this game, especially this series, go at least 5 games.
Well, yeah, maybe. Very well so. And I just want to mention Ed's interesting play there. If you've ever played Rocket League at any level, you know the post can be a very nasty bit of kid. You ever jump off a post and backflip like that? It's horrendous. But yeah, it happens to the best of us, and that's what's caused the Navy's second goal there. Again, it was going to be difficult for a save anyway. But like the Navy, they're trying. They're trying. They're trying to get an advantage here out of the Storm Shadows, and it's whether or not they can find more mistakes from the Storm Shadows. There's definitely been some. There's been double commits. I could say that now. I've witnessed a few misjudged plays. Then, shall we say, from the Storm Shadows? It's whether or not the U.S. Navy can capitalize on that now.
Yeah, definitely. U.S. Navy have to, like I said, they found the last capitalizations the past couple opportunities, but I don't think I've ever backflipped off of a post. I don't think I can do a backflip. I don't know if you can almost do a backflip, but I'm lucky if I can maybe do a kip up. You know, I maybe land that instead of like Blue Moon. So, but let alone the U.S. Navy have to punish these mistakes from the Royal Air Force as the U.S. Navy start on their back foot again, topside, not having the greatest boost and be able to get that ball out of the midfield, you know, touch it over to the wall. You see a double commit coming out from the U.S. Navy now. You know, maybe trying to change things up as G-Wood, unfortunately, has a pass back to Envy. I don't think it was intentional, but Envy is able to read it as Flux is able to get into the air to get that touch away from the net, but who knows for how long as Cedric tries to find the shot. G-Wood, the sub, who we would not think is a sub by the way they're playing for this Air Force team, is looking super dominant topside. Just barely wins that 50 over Cedric in the midfield. G-Wood with a miss. That's not what you want to see from the Air Force. A nice little touch, forcing it to the wall now. Flux not in the ideal position. Topside, just barely cannot find the left-hand corner there. Good save from G-Wood to keep things at 0-0 here.
Well, this is what I meant by capitalizing on the mistakes of the RAF Storm Shadows, and they are doing just that. It's whether or not they can actually convert it to a goal now as they'll head towards the backboard. Envy will get a long, booming clear. Flux getting the touch here. Will have time and space. G-Wood will shut that down, but it's a great 50 there by Flux. Ed will be there to follow, though, and get rid of that one. Sparrow taps it on into the mid, top side, left in a bit of an awkward spot there. Back to Sparrow, but Ed is there to close it down. Where's this going to go? Ed taps this up off the sidewall. It'll pop up, and G-Wood hits that off the backboard. Envy with a shot. It'll be just too high, and Flux will send that one to the sidewall. Ed has a full tanker boost. Will get bumped by Flux, which will allow topside to get that touch. Envy, well, playing a bit of just beating up the cars on the back line there as Sparrow goes for a cheeky little shot off the sidewall. Ed pinching that one back to his corner as well to get rid of that one. We are halfway through this game. It's 0-0. It's looking better from the US Navy now, and the goals are not flying in left, right, and center.
Yeah, both teams trying to find something here that works. Great defense and great offense ability from both these teams throughout this game number 4 here. And now, Flux trying to do something, trying to, boot the Royal Air Force off of this ball for his teammates as G-Wood looking to try to do the best to double commit as well from the U.S. Navy. Good pinch. But unfortunately, it's not strong enough as the Air Force are able to get a nice little touch to those Storm Shadows, trying to capitalize. Cedric not be able to get the first touch, but Envy is. And the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows have finally broken this 0-0 scoreline.
Ed probably looking to score that touch, however it falls quite nicely to Envy, and just like that, bit of an awkward bounce there for the Navy to try and deal with. They pinched off their car and it'll just fall into the top left corner. The RAF Storm Shadows have advantage here, and 2 minutes left now for the Navy to try and assign something for themselves. It'll be a solo play by Topside. It doesn't work out for them. Ed will switch his play around, catching the Navy off guard a little bit, but Flux is there to get a read here. Off the corner wall it'll go. Ed up on the backboard, manages to get a 50 with Sparrow, but Sparrow has the advantage here. Bit of a misplay there, but it'll work out for him. G-Wood awkwardly there, manages to get a flick off the corner wall and it'll pop up. Ed, full tanker boost. We know what he can do in these situations. Flux isn't there. He'll be past mid. Sparrow does get the clear, and Envy playing patient here, just waiting out for this topside touch. It doesn't come. Envy just closes it down immediately. Gets a beat on Flux. G-Wood is up, but it's a bit awkward. He's jumped on an awkward time there. Throws himself off. So Ed, up off the backboard. Drops this one down, will go for a shot himself, doesn't have the boost to do so. Flux, a little awkward on the defense, but does manage to get it clear. G-Wood on the 50, pops up onto the backboard. Ed is there, will get a drop down, but it's cut out by Sparrow, and Sparrow will knock this downfield. They have a minute left here just to score one and take it to overtime.
Yeah, overtime is definitely a possible play here for the side of the U.S. Navy. They're looking to try to get the 2 goals here instead of the 1. Because what we've seen the Royal Air Force do in overtime is we've seen how well they can strive. Good demo there from Sparrow. They're trying to get an advantage going here for the U.S. Navy, but it's not going to matter. Cedric finds the shot. What a save from Flux. The desperate diving save. You love to see it. It's so hard to hit. And Topside, another good save here to keep things at 1-0 for the side of the U.S. Navy to have their best chance here as Flux trying to get back to that ball. Envy, a good read to stop that quick attack the U.S. Navy had. And in a little awkward position there as the Royal Air Forces are trying their best to capitalize. 10 seconds left on the clock. The U.S. Navy need a clear here as Flux is trying to do it, but Envy making it super hard as G-Wood with the fake. Forces the U.S. Navy to put the ball to the ground. And the Royal Air Forces are moving on to the winners bracket finals.
Well, no, I wouldn't be surprised if this would be a rematch in the future because, well, the RAF Storm Shadows now have the Canadians to face in the upper final, and in the lower semi-final you've got, there it is on your screen, we have the Army Esports, the British Army Esports up against the US Navy there in the lower bracket. It's up to what happens there between that game, and well, we've got, again, the games are just all going to be cracking tonight. I feel like the lower bracket game will definitely not be a 4-0. It can't be a 4-0. Surely all these games can't be sweeps. I'm praying there's close enough games, but well, taking a look at that, we've got a cracking upper final. We've got a crack a lower bracket semi-final for you coming up as well, but we will be taking a quick break here just so we can, strengthen our voices again for 2 best of 7s. This is it's always fun doing these commentary, but we do need our breaks sometimes, don't we, Venom?
Yeah.
Well. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after two cracking series, all going to a 4-0 sweep for both sides. Then, you know, you've got two more games coming up that are pretty entertaining as well. You know, the night's just gonna keep on ticking here, Venom.
Oh, yes, most definitely. Well, welcome back, everybody. The next match we have on our hands is the upper bracket finals. We have the Royal Canadian Air Force going up against the Royal Air Force. The Battle of the Air. We will see who will come out on top. And if I had to take a guess, you know, no favoritisms here. But Daramus, I have a feeling you're going to go with the Royal Air Force. But by the way, the Royal Canadian Air Force, I think they're going to win.
That's where you're wrong. This is where I pull a switcheroonie on you and go, no, I'm going to choose the Royal Canadian Air Force, get in their heads a little bit, you know? Which, say the Canadians are going to win and then pull the old switcheroo and hope the RAF come out on top. That's reverse psychology 101 right there for you, baby. And hopefully, I am deep down praying the Storm Shadows pull something off here tonight. And if they do, it's going to be glorious, I can tell you that.
Yeah, most definitely. If the Storm Shadows are able to pull up an upset, in my eyes, what I would call it, over the Royal Canadian Air Force, I feel like it's going to be a crazy grand finals because we have the British Army and we also have the U.S. Navy in the lower bracket, which we have yet to see. We will see right after this game, that match, but we have to get through the Battle of the Air first, right? So I get the reverse psychology thing. I get it. So, you know, let's see exactly what's going to happen here. What do you think scoreline's going to be?
Scorelines. I said this yesterday. Actually, I was like, yeah, I think 4-2 to the Canadians. That's what I'm going for. Again, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a safe bet. I feel like the Storm Shadows can take a couple of games off the Canadians. But I also said this about the Army earlier. Look how that panned out. But yeah, I'm hoping that there will be a fight from the Storm Shadows. The lobby is up and running, and we are ready to go relatively shortly. And I like the way you've coined this, the Battle of the Air, as we have the Royal Canadian Air Force up against the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. Let's get game number 1 going.
Yes, we were hopping right into action. No kickoff needed. And we will see the Royal Air Force Cedric, G Wood, and Envy back on our screen once again. And we will also see Gray, Sifri, and Sil from the Canadian Air Force as they look to try to get things going immediately. But Cedric, on the other hand, trying to get to a front reset, unfortunately unable to do it as Sil is able to come and meet the ball out of midair there. And Gray trying to get things going here for the side of the Canadian Air Force, as they like to do. You know, they like to bring the pressure early, as you can see. So a lot of shots coming in so far, but none have quite hit the target. So finally putting the first shot on target here for the Royal Canadian Air Forces, but it's easily knocked away from the Storm Shadows.
Well, you know the Canadians like to play. They play super aggressive. They will push up the pitch, and this is an example of that as Gray tucks it away to make it 1-0 to the Canadians. The RAF Storm Shadows falling short here in the first minute as Ed, not getting the best of touches off the backboard there, will allow Gray to tap down into the top left corner. The Canadians have advantage here in game number 1.
Yeah, with being the Royal Canadian Air Force, right? You're Canadian, right? So you go to your national sports hockey, because I'm pretty sure it is. So, and you know, in hockey, they like to play aggressive, and that's the play style that the Canadian Air Force is choosing to bring here. They're bringing the heat early, which if they're able to do that throughout this whole series, I feel like the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows are going to have a bit trouble keeping up with the play. But it seems like they're adapting to it pretty fast there as G Wood finds the demo in the safer. Gray, ball to the ceiling, trying to get back to it. Cedric is there to get the touch away, but not for long. As Sil has the first reset, not choosing to use it, passes it to Sifri, which puts the ball wide of the net. And now the Royal Air Force trying to get things going out of the way. G Wood unable to get the clear with Sifri sitting right in front of him as Envy gets a nice touch off of the backboard, puts it over Gray, cannot put it over Sifri though. And the Royal Air Force is here, looking for new signs of life here, and it seems like it's coming out pretty good. Oh, good touch there from Sil to knock it away.
G-Wood with the shot. It was saved by Silver, and the RAF, they are knocking on the Canadians' door. It'll be a pass mid, though, and Envy. Bit of a mistake there as Sifri capitalised on that one. Sil getting a demo, and G-Wood. Gray manages to get a 50-year tap into the corner, buys the Canadians some time to rotate back round into offense. That's going to drop down. It's going to be awkward. A demo again. Sil being that annoyance there as the ball is dropped down. Gray playing that passive role will allow himself to get back into the swing of things. Envy will have to get back to get a touch to that one. Gray, low on boost, plays the 50, and G-Wood does well to get rid of it and out the way of any Canadian players, which will allow Envy to get his 50. G-Wood not getting the touch. If he managed to get a power shot on that, there was a guaranteed goal. Not quite getting to it though, and with 2 minutes left to go, it's still only 1-0 here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of miscommunication there from the Royal Canadian Air Force. They had 2 people over in the corner, both facing opposite directions. So it's not quite what you want to see. You want to have someone towards the midfield in order to, to tap a ball in, and just like that, Cedric just barely not be able to tap that one in. As Sil was forced to make a no boost save here. Envy knocking Gray out of the way to try to create an opening here for the Storm Shadows, but really good defense here from the Canadian Air Force, and it's looking super strong as Sil tries to get a touch in the middle. No foul is there, but G-Wood is, and G-Wood capitalizing on the touch that Sil had, that passed it directly in the middle. I don't think that was the intention there, and Gray just not being able to get up fast enough, and the RAF have evened this game.
I'm not celebrating yet. I never count all my chickens before they hatch. It's 1 apiece here, and Gray will get the intercept in touch. We'll put G-Wood on the back foot, gets a touch on the backboard, even on Gray. We'll tap this one up. Sifri getting a flip reset. He's out of the play though. We'll leave it for Sil, and Ed on that backboard managing to cover that ground. It will launch us downfield. Gray will have a free touch here, sends it up and sends it high. G-Wood isn't going to get to that one, so it is a beat. Sil didn't get the touch. It'll work out though, but Envy managed to rotate back relatively quickly. Will play for a 50 here and does so well. Gets it out into the corner. G-Wood is back. G-Wood's there for the shot. Sil is there to get the save. And that could have been a very clear-cut chance for the Storm Shadows indeed. However, the counter-attack is on. How do the Storm Shadows fare here? G-Wood going for the fake. The demo comes out, and Ed does well to tuck that one behind. The demo playing a crucial part of the Canadians as they'll apply more attack and pressure. That is a great touch by Sil. Where's it going to go? G-Wood with a save. Can he get another challenge here? He does indeed. And with 30 seconds left, the Canadians, they are on the front foot. Can they get a goal here? It's coming down to fine margins here, Venom.
Yeah, fine margins indeed, as both teams are struggling to find the back of the net here. Really good defense as G-Wood finds the demo, but so far it's not going to be enough. Envy trying to get this ball to the corner. 10 seconds off. The Canadian Air Force have taken control. Can they capitalize though is the big question. So far it's not looking good. 3 seconds still. Puts the ball into the air. Sifri is up. The touch just wide. And we have overtime of game number 1 here of the upper bracket finals.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, overtime is underway. Envy is up. He gets the beat. Does he get the goal? He gets the goal. And the RAF Storm Shadows, they take game number 1 after Envy carries that ball from his own half, gets a touch, tips it past Sifri, and there you have it. The Storm Shadows take a second overtime win of the night.
Really good composure there from the Storm Shadows. What a play from Envy to just get it up high enough over the Sifri to put the ball and just dribble it to the end of the net. It's just beautiful, beautiful shot from Envy, and the Storm Shadows have done what not a lot of teams have. They have taken a round off of the Canadian Air Force. And, going through Swiss stage, we didn't really see it a lot. The Royal Canadian Air Force had such really good dominant performances. And for them to lose a map here, it may bring up some questions of how good are they really? Because the Royal Canadian Air Force, had a good game, but, the Storm Shadows looking so much better. But let's see if the Storm Shadows can keep up this momentum into game number 2.
It's a great 50 there by G-Wood, allows Envy to get up to it, but Gray is there to get the reaction quickly. Ed pops this one up, Sil is there to get the read, and Gray will tap this onto the backboard. G-Wood is there for it, will tap this round, bit of a wasteful touch. Sifri though, not there to read. Envy getting on that one, rapid time, and Sil, mistake coming out there again as G-Wood doesn't get the 50. Gray has an open net here and tucks it away. Just about gets that into the bottom left corner, and the Canadians have advantage again here.
Yeah, really good initial touch from Sil to get the ball out off the backboard of the Canadian Air Force side. Then Gray just barely squeezing that ball to that tight angle. And the Royal Canadian Air Force have done with the last game. They went up early 1-0. Question is now, can they add more to it? As Sifri just barely misses the double touch there, gets off of the post. And question with a Royal Air Force, right? We've seen what they can do. Like, they've seen the dominant performance. You've seen their pass plays. Cedric looking really, really strong right now, at least on the defensive side. Question is, will they move Cedric over to the offensive side, which we've seen them do? Right, we've seen the Storm Shadows. We've seen them play everywhere. And Cedric once again and G-Wood able, with the clear, of force the double commit there. So Royal Canadian Air Force looking to punish on this, and they will, as Sifri finds the pass from Sil, and the Canadian Air Force have gone up 2-0 in game number 2.
Sil with a perfect pass dropped down to Sifri, and there was a bit of awkwardness there from the RAF Storm Shadows, and well, we could very well see our first Game 5, let alone anything else after this, as Sil will get up for this one. 3 minutes 40 left on the clock, still plenty of time for the Storm Shadows to try and formulate a comeback here. NB drops this down to G-Wood. G-Wood will pop this up. Gray is going to get a read onto this, but it falls backwards. He's pinched it backwards. That's going to cause a bit of awkwardness for Sifri. Does well. Cool, calm, and collected to get to that one. And NB gets a pass to is that Ed? I think it is Ed. It is Ed indeed, and we'll get a 50, and that'll be a shot on. Sifri managing to get a save. G-Wood up off the sidewall here, and Sil launching that one downfield, just clearing it out, allowing the Canadians time to recover themselves, get the boost they need, and formulate an attack. Envy gets 50, but Gray does well, strong through. Envy tapping that one out. Sil is there. G-Wood tries to get the read, doesn't quite pay off. Ed's left in an awkward spot here, and it'll fall in after a powerful double commit there by the Canadians. It'll just fly straight in after it pinches and touches the nose of Envy's car. 3 minutes left to go, and that is an interesting bit of Rocket League right there.
Yeah, definitely not the cleanest Rocket League. Good pinch, though, from the Royal Canadian Air Force, finding RAF off of their line and just able to squeeze it past two members of the Storm Shadows, just ever so slightly, you know. And now the Canadian Air Force looking to try to get a better goal. Cedric not getting the cleanest redirect touch there as he was hoping for. It's Sifri with a nice clear now. Envy putting the ball directly back into the Canadian Air Force's territory as G-Wood tries to use this one of the advantage, trying to get something going here. Cedric misreads the ball ever so slightly, and Envy trying their best to get a shot off here, but really good defense here as Sifri does get bumped, just barely manages to get a touch on that ball there. And it will send the ball into the side of the Royal Air Force, but not for long as Cedric looks to make a play in the midfield, still easily there to get the read on it. This ball fell right back into Cedric's lap, and unfortunately he gets demoed by Gray. The Canadian Air Force trying to find something as Gray tries to find the slight little touch, but nothing has come up. Good musty flick there from Cedric. Unfortunately cannot get the height they've been looking for. And G-Wood for the side of the Storm Shadows trying their best to get something going. An unfortunate pinch back the Storm Shadows way, and the Canadian Air Force aren't looking too hot right now.
Gray not getting the touch here, and well, you say the Canadian Air Force aren't looking too hot. I'm not gonna lie, they're 3-0 up. They don't need to look hot. As Gray, as you say, you know, they're still on form. You cannot write anything off from anybody here on this pitch. And Sifri passes it to Gray, still getting a demo there, and it's 4-0 to the Canadians now. And game number 2 very much going the way of the Royal Canadian Air Force. Is so difficult having two Air Force sides up against each other. I'm just going to call them the Canadians from now on in, as G-Wood gets a 50 here. A minute 20 left to go. That ball's going to fall straight into the corner. G-Wood Bit of a wasted touch. It's going to fall to Gray, but Ed managing to come back to that one. It'll bounce up off the sidewall, and it'll be 50'd by Sill. That'll fall down. G-Wood getting this one, controls it, launches it downfield. I would like to have seen him gone for a bit of an aerial play himself there, just to buy his teammates some time, because Ed was downfield, but he didn't have a lot of boost to work with. And these are the little things that the RAF need to try and figure out here. The Storm Shadows lacking in quality in game number 2. However, do not let that scare the British viewers. The RAF, you know, they'll see this as like a, oh no, we're a couple of goals down. We'll probably get a consolation here or there. But we know we can get a game off the Canadians, and that's something that nobody's been able to do really throughout the entirety of this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. And the Royal Air Force now looking to try and get some goals going their way. You know, they had the momentum coming out of game number 1, but you know, they got a little bit, I wouldn't say got ahead of themselves, but definitely, by the looks of it here, game number 2 have let in the momentum go away, as Gray will just easily take that ball away from the side of the Storm Shadows. That's going to easily just dribble it into the net, make this 5-0 with 14 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 5-0 to look at this game. Very much done and dusted. G-Wood going just for a solo, I guess, on the kickoff. None of the Canadians going for it. Bit of what do we call it? Bad sportsmanship, maybe? I know, but a bit of bad manners from the Canadians, just toying around with their food a little bit here. As G-Wood will tap this one up off the sidewall. Sill manages to tap this one downfield and just keeping that 0-second time alive. Envy will tap this to the corner. Ed missing that one, and it will hit the ground for the Canadians to take game number 2. It is one apiece. We are now in a best-of-5 scenario here, Venom.
Yeah, most definitely. Both teams now only need 3 games to win, right? It's the first back-and-forth match we've seen throughout the entire tournament here, right? It's the first match we see. It's not been a landslide, right? Both teams looking really strong. There's a reason why both these teams won their early semifinal match 4-0, right? We knew this was going to be a good match going into this. Question is now, what team is going to prevail? Because the Royal Canadian Air Force looks super dominant in game number 2. However, you can't cut out the Storm Shadows because you've seen they were down early in game number 1 and they came back and won in overtime. So looking really, really strong here for the side of Storm Shadows, but you have to keep up the momentum though, because if you let what happened game 2 happen every single time, it's not going to look good.
No, definitely not. Like a 5-0 defeat in game number 2 can potentially be a bit of a write-off here for the RAF Storm Shadows. However, it could be the rise in form of the Canadian Air Force. We'll just have to wait and see here as game number 3 gets underway. In fact, we are 20 seconds in to game number 3, and G-Wood managing to control that one. Sill getting a touch, though. We'll intercept it immediately, and we'll go for a solo play. He'll hit the crossbar. It is a 50 save by Envy. That allows the RAF some time to just try and get themselves coordinated here. Ed low and boost. Bit of an interesting touch there as G-Wood spawns back right perfectly for them, but it's cleared back the other way. Sill does well to get rid. However, Envy tries a solo play of his own. It's not going to pay off for him. Ed taps that one up. It'll drop down, and Sill carries this. Full tanker boost. Will play the 50. He'll fall to Sifri. Envy doesn't want to get wrapped up in this one. He gets wrapped up a bit too much, and Sill will tuck that one away to get goal number 1 for the Canadians in game number 3.
What a pass from Sifri. Oh my, a brilliant pass to find Sill that had no boost, really. And just able to put enough power on it to put it on that right-hand side here. Like, and the Royal Air Force is now not where they've been originally. You know, they were like this in game number 1. Question is, can they recreate it? Oh no, an unfortunate touch there from Envy. Sent the ball all the way back into their own half, which is not what you want to see from side of Storm Shadows. The Royal Canadian Air Force trying to capitalize on this mistake. Gray not able to quite do it. Cedric gets the touch. Will it be enough? It will not quite yet. Still trying to find the ball that has lurked back door, but unfortunately unable to find it as Gray trying to find Sill, not able to find the pass. And now Royal Canadian Air Force are on the back pressure, but not for long. Sill puts a good pinch under Envy here, trying to get something going. Cedric trying their best to stay with this ball to get it out of the side of the Storm Shadows, and another double commit for the side of Storm Shadows. They have to be careful of that, because they can't double commit too much, because you will leave the open chances like that where the Canadian Air Force are going to capitalize, and Sifri makes it 2-0 here in game number 3.
It's getting a bit painful to watch for the RAF Storm Shadows. These double commits are very simple communication errors for them. The Canadians just capitalizing on everything that they have. Again, just a slight break of rotation, and just like that, they're 2-0 down. The Storm Shadows. Envy trying to make something form here is a pinch from the Canadians. G-Wood cutting across, tries to go for a solo play himself, doesn't quite pay off for him. Sill taps out into the corner, Sill taps out towards net. It's going to be a little bit too high, and there was no second man to come in to scoop that one into the back of the net. Envy getting an intercept, a double commit again for the Storm Shadows, and that is a fantastic save by Sifri. How has he managed to keep that one out? It should be 2-1 to the Storm Shadows, but Gray with the counter-attack, and that is a save by Envy just to keep them in it just a little bit longer. And Envy with a clear, bit of breath of fresh air. Can he get a goal here? Tips it back round, but Gray with a save.
Yeah, a masterclass saves coming out from both teams here. G-Wood now trying to put the advantage in for the Storm Shadows, but so far he's not able to do it quite yet. Cedric gets bumped from Sifri that has no boost. RAF trying their best to get some offense going here late into the second half of game number 3 here, as Envy found the flick over one, but unfortunately not able to get enough as Gray finds the touch. Easy save from G-Wood here. Envy finds the flip, trying to find Cedric midair. They do, hits the board. Unfortunately not able to finish as Sill touches it wide. G-Wood unfortunately does not able to contest that ball, backflips instead. Envy forcing it a good clear here. Still puts the ball just not hitting the ceiling that they were hoping for. And the Canadian Air Force trying their best to get things going here, but with little to no boost from a couple of the teammates here. May spell doom as Cedric trying to capitalize on it, finds the touch into the midfield, almost a shot on net. Good save from Sill there. And the Canadian Air Force are not letting down the pressure.
Oh my goodness, how many saves can these Canadians keep pulling off? It's getting outrageous here as they're coming forward with another counter-attack. And you take a look at Envy's shot earlier, which could have guaranteed a 2-1 and a bit more of a comeback potential for the RAF. All it needed was a bit more power on the nose, and it kind of killed itself. But 40 seconds left to go here. At the RAF, they're struggling in game number 3 to get anything on the scoreboard. Sill will get intercepted by Ed. Envy not getting the touch that he wants, and Sifri will just take that downfield. Will kill the clock even further. And with 25 seconds left, the RAF, they've got nothing to go for here. They're in the wrong side of the pitch. But Envy trying to carry this one down. Will get a beat out on one, but Gray is up and will get the intercept on the flip reset. G-Wood will tap this into the mid. Sifri sends it downfield. Ed will tap this up. We're coming to the final 5 seconds here, and if a goal was needed, it would have been at least 15 seconds ago for the RAF. It's not going to come for them, and well, game at number 3 will go to the Canadians, and they have a game advantage, and they're only 2 games away now from going to the grand final. The RAF, they're going to need to try and figure something out here as they went goalless in game number 3.
Yeah, not what you want to see from the Storm Shadows, right? You had a really good game 1, looked super strong, but now you have to put your heads back on your head, right? The last couple games have been a little rough. Question is now, will they be able to bring it back? I have a good feeling they can, right? Because they've been double committing, especially a lot towards the end of that game and just in general, right? If they can limit how many times the Storm Shadows can double commit, I feel like there's a lot more chances for them to have a member back to stop these easy shots that the Canadian Air Force has been, just shooting on net, and should be able to get an easy counterattack as Cedric trying to start things off early here for the side of Storm Shadows. Envy up in the air is going to get met by Gray immediately. But G-Wood is there to collect that ball, trying to force it under, trying to beat 2 members of Canadian Air Force there. Unfortunately, it's hard to beat 2 when you can't, can't even beat 1. Envy now in this corner, a little awkward still, trying to get things out for the side of the Canadian Air Force as Cedric tries to work on it as well, but it's not looking good. Envy finds the flick over one. Sifri is there immediately to deny any more forward progression that the Storm Shadows were hoping to get there. Good intercept there from the side of the Storm Shadows, trying to get things going here early in the late first minute here. But it's not the greatest start as they try to, Cedric tries to get that ball across the midfield, but easily cleared away from the Canadians.
I mean, I'd say it's a better start than the last game. They've been on the offense a little bit more. That is a missed touch from Ed. I think he's lagged out. A bit of a disconnect moment there. That was interesting. However, he's back on the pitch. He's got control. What can he do here? Flip reset. It'll fall straight to the nose of Sill, but it's intercepted by G-Wood, and Gray pops this one up, allows Sifri to get the clear, and Sill is up for this one, potentially go for a pinch play, does so in fact, but G-Wood is ready for it, up off the sidewall. Does Ed get a touch here? He does, he gets a beat on one, doesn't have the momentum to get a beat on two, surely, but he bumps out Sifri, there's a double bump, but there's no second man. G-Wood is too far into the corner, and this is what I'm talking about, the RAF Storm Shadows. They have the opportunities, they're just not able to take them at the moment. It drops down. Envy's past Ed. Ed's a bit too close to the play. G-Wood's going to go up for this one, and Sill fakes it out, drops it down, gets a touch, but Ed is there to get a touch round. G-Wood gets a 50 down. Who's going to be there for it? No one. Again, they're both parting like the Red Sea here. They're going to need to call who's going first and who's in what position of the pitch.
Yeah, Gray trying to keep this ball in the offensive side here. Not able to do it quite yet. Does take it himself. The double commit coming out from Canadian Air Force. Hits the bar of the shot. Still trying their best to find the follow, unfortunately not able to do it. Envy fits the ball over to Cedric, but still has the touch. G-Wood smartly not choosing to play that ball there. Gray finds a demo in the Envy, and that will spell doom for the Storm Shadows. And Gray will finally open the scoreline here in game number 4 with half of the time gone on the clock.
I can't. Cedric was down in the opponent's half. I don't know exactly what he was doing up there, but that is not helping in any sort of defensive rotation as Envy drops that down. Can Ed get a touchdown? No, it does not work out. Sill with the block. Envy goes for it again. And I said this about the Army. The RAF Storm Shadows need to play a little bit slower here. Just control the ball a bit more. But that goes over Sifri. Gray is back there to recover it, and Envy goes for a rush play again. Taps this to the sidewall, but who does that benefit? No one for the Storm Shadows. G-Wood managing to get this touch. He'll hit off the backboard. Can Ed get a finish here? It'll bounce awkwardly. It's going to fall down. Can G-Wood get a finish? No, he's a bit too far wide for that one. Will play a 50. He's low on boost, and he's just causing significant aggression here, just causing a little bit of bumps. And I haven't seen the traditional G-Wood tonight enough as much as I want to. And for the fans that don't know, G-Wood is very much a demo-heavy player. He will open up the plays, and Ed taps that one to the backboard. But I want to see G-Wood open up the space, play with those demos in mind, get back into that mentality, and just play with that aggression. This is something I want to see, because right now, nothing is working out for them. They're not getting the passes across, and they're not getting the shots clean neither.
Yeah, maybe you may not be able to win a 3v3, but you can definitely win a 3v2, I have a feeling, for the side of the Storm Shadows. As like you said, if G-Wood is able to get a couple like key demos, kind of like what the Canadian Air Force are doing, they've had a couple really good bumps, right? And make it a 3v2. It's definitely looking a lot better as G-Wood tries to get it down for his teammate. Cedric, unfortunately, gets met with a player from the Canadian Air Force. So not able to quite do it yet. 50 seconds off on the clock. Only one goal is all need Storm Shadow to send it to overtime. It just hits the bar. Not able to find it again. The Royal Air Force had to ease up on the ball speed just a bit, and a couple of these shots are going to go in a Sill. Touch the ball wide. Storm Shadows looking to do something here. Cedric just barely cannot find it as the good defense from the the Canadian Air Force here. Looking so good. 15 seconds. Canadian Air Force trying to pull it out. Good musty flick and Envy. Unfortunate turn of events. Presses the wrong bind. And the Royal Canadian Air Force has sealed the deal here in game number 4.
Yeah, just taking a look at the quick chat there, and you kind of see Envy just stop stationary, having a bit of a lag moment, I guess. You know, I can't really say what's going on the screen as the Canadians will tuck this on away to make it 3-0 and 3-1 on the scoreboard in this best of 7. They have 3 match points, in fact, to work with here. And the RAF Storm Shadows, they're going to have to try and claw their way through this series. They're going to have to win basically a best of 5 by themselves. They're going to have to try and reverse sweep a best of 5. And, well, it's difficult. It's very difficult for the RAF Storm Shadows. Is that a siren going on in the background?
Yeah, someone decided, I don't know what is quite going on, but we love being in a city, Being in a city, you have a lot of things going by, especially just having a train yet, because I live like right next to the train station. That's where our apartment is on campus. So, you love to hear the sounds of the city. But as you can see, the lag, a big part of the Royal Air Force at the end, you see him complaining a little bit. And I have a feeling that if we don't have a latency issue here between the two teams, I feel like the Royal Air Force, the Storm Shadows, are easily tying that last game up.
Yeah, definitely so. And this has been the debate throughout the entirety of this league. The whole ping issue, I suppose, as Envy is struggling a little bit more now. It is Sunday night in one of the busiest bases of the UK, I'd say. And the lag gets more and more worse as time goes on. But however, we will just have to compliment the style of the Canadians at the moment as they are tucking away goal after goal. And it's now up to the RAF Storm Shadows to try and figure something out, as there's a great pass from Sill and it'll fall to Gray. Gray with enough power to just send it through. Ed again complaining, it's gone through me, and it's always going to be one of these issues that we're going to have, especially when it's cross continents like this. NA East servers are being played, and we do have 3 European players, 3 British players of the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows, but they're just going to have to suck it up for now. Unfortunately, they're going to have to try and figure something out here while playing through a difficult lag scenario.
Yeah, most definitely. We all know, especially as gamers, how annoying lag can be. I think it's the latency between EU and NA East servers, I believe, is 120 milliseconds, which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have players over here, like the Canadian team, maybe at most playing on, I'll call it 60 ping, right? 60 ping compared to 120. That's a big difference. Granted, this is Rocket League, right? It's still really big. But still able to find the dribble off of the wall. They're taking it himself. Good catch originally. And we unfortunately cannot get back to a G1. Made an attempt, but with 12 boost in net, you can only do so much. But what a carry there from Silva.
Yeah, still just absolutely smacking it into G-Wood. G-Wood had no chance in the way he was positioned on defense. Gray not getting the touch there with the fall to Sill. That demo coming out allows Envy to knock this downfield, but Gray is back. Again, the rotation for the Canadians is so fast. They're so quick at recovering. That ball is passed mid by Ed, but it's not going to come to much. Sill launches downfield. Envy's off his line, but does manage to get the save, but it's not going to be enough as the Canadians take it away to make it 3-0. 3 minutes 17 left to go. I'm quite an ambitious lad when it comes to things like this. However, I think we might be seeing the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows drop to the lower finals here. They can try and pull off a comeback of miracles here, but I haven't seen a scoreline of, over 2 goals for the RAF in this series, has there?
No, there has not. All of the games the only game they have won was a goal differential of 1. Right, but I believe in the underdog story. Being a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles, we love the underdog story. So I believe that if the Royal Air Force can pull past this lag issues they're having and find these ideal passes, I feel like they will easily be able to come back in this series. But they have to take it 1 goal at a time. Cedric, trying to make that happen. A little miscommunication there from the Canadian Air Force. A double commit, but seems like Gray showing that it did not matter. A nice little touch there. Still able to meet that ball that was knocked up to the ceiling by the Storm Shadows. And it's easily, I would say easily, but it's not really, as the Canadian Air Force keeps the ball in the offensive side. here as the Storm Shadows are low on boost. Envy trying to make something happen. Cedric with the pass, unfortunately, just too strong. And Envy is not able to read it. Now, them on the Envy, the Canadian Air Force, looking to try to get a counterattack going. Sifri takes the ball into the air, gets past one, trying to find the 50-50 ball to maybe knock it to the midfield, but unfortunately unable to do it. Still trying to do what his teammate couldn't. And so far, has the same outcome. Cedric with a nice pass. Gray almost put it into his own net here. But now you have 1:25 minutes left on the clock. And the Royal Air Forces are not looking in the greatest position here.
It started so comfortable for the Storm Shadows in game number one. I say comfortable, they managed to take a win, and that allows them a bit of that comfort, but Envy tries to solo play of his own, Gray with a save. It's all kind of, it changed completely after the second game. They went 5-0 down, and I feel like a mentality shift occurred as the Canadians take a fourth here in game number 5. It's it's upsetting to see for the viewers back in the UK. It's not pleasurable, but we just got to put up with this. You know, the latency is always going to be an issue, but the Storm Shadows, they're trying at the moment, and some of these weak touches that you're seeing, if we were on standard ping, they probably wouldn't be as weak as you'd think. You know, that 60 mil difference is enough to change the power of your shot, as Ed will launch it downfield, catches Gray off guard, but Gray manages to get the save. Can Ed get the read? Not quite. Just a goal or something for the Storm Shadows will make me happy at this point, but it's not going to come for them, and all of the Storm Shadows players have charged forward. Still will leave this for Gray, and Gray will tuck that one away to make it 5-0 for the Canadian Air Force.
Yeah, Canadian Air Force showing why they are the #1 seed, right? You started off rough with the series, right? You lost it overtime, it happens, right? But to have the mentality of, okay, GG, go next, right? That's such a key factor, especially in Rocket League, right? Because, yes, you put it up against any other major esports, like League of Legends, right? League of Legends games happen so, like, they're so long in a time bank, right? Most games last half hour, maybe 25 minutes, if not longer, right? But Rocket League, with games being 5 minutes apiece, right? There's not a lot of time that if you were to make a mistake, right, you can't easily change that like other games. And that's still, we'll try to keep the ball up, but it's not going to matter. The Royal Canadian Air Force will be the first team in grand finals here, and the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows will be moved down to the lower bracket grand finals.
Yeah, indeed. The Canadians playing with exceptional performance there. They dropped one game, which we know is very rare for them anyway. The level of play that they have is obscene. They have the RLCS Challenger tags, which meant they topped 128 in NA during that competition. You know, they are a very strong side, so any result against the Canadians would be good. But the RAF Storm Shadows will fall, as you said, to the lower finals. But now it's up to the Army or the Navy to fight against each other to compete against the Storm Shadows side, who could be a little bit deflated here.
Yeah, the British Army and the U.S. Navy, both teams who have lost first round of semifinals, are now facing the elimination game. The British Army, who didn't have the greatest start, you know, going up against the #1 team was a little rough, but against this U.S. Navy, right? You saw how good the U.S. Navy put up a fight against the Royal Air Forces, right? Yes, the scoreline 4-0 does not show how well these two teams played, but honestly, I feel as if the British Army are able to keep their head on their shoulders, right? Not let the first game of the day, you know, affect them. I feel like they can come out on top, even though I am, you know, rooting for the U.S. Navy here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel, yeah. So the Army side are quite strong, but I was surprised at the U.S. Navy's performance. I feel like we might see a repeat of the second semi-final heading into this lower final, where it'll be a repeat of the RAF Storm Shadows up against the U.S. Navy, because I feel like they may have an edge over the Army, the British Army, because just on the basis of the way they play, and we'll be getting that lobby up shortly, but It's again, it's trying to figure out. They've had such a long break since the semi final. It's been a while. We're talking what, an hour and a half for these two teams. So they could be a little bit cold, and it depends on what they've been doing over this past time. Training, warming up. They might be a bit tired. After all that training as well. So we could be seeing a very different style of play from these two sides. But we know these teams are evenly matched. We know they're very evenly matched. Look at their results in the group table: 2-2, 2-2. They're very, very, it's going to be close. I can say this will probably be the best series of the night in terms of how close it'll be.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you there. And with that being said, we're just waiting for the lobby to get ready. But what do you think the scoreline for this elimination game is going to be? Right? I have a feeling, hear me out. I'm going to call 4-3 Navy.
That that's something I was going for, actually. Now you've said it, and now it feels like I'm just copying you. But no, I wanted this to go best of seven, and I think it will be 4-3 Navy. However, of course, the British in me wants the Army to progress through, and we'll see an all British lower final.
Yeah, and with both teams, right? Like we said, they had like an hour and a half break. So with the last two games they had only being, 20-minute long matches, you have the time to go back and look over, say, hey, what did we do wrong? Right? What can we change? Like, how can I, make things better here? And with, like I said, with that time that both teams just had, we might see two completely different teams here in this elimination game.
Yeah, definitely so. And well, if the Army do go through, can we have the lower final on EU Ping? Can you imagine that? That'd be quite nice. Where the all British
Yeah.
sides. Well, I've just had a voice in my ear, and that will be confirmed. If two EU teams are playing against each other, it will be on European servers. So there'll be no complaints for anybody about ping if that were to be the case. However, we have to get to that point, and now it's whether the British Army could triumph over the US Navy or whether the US Navy will clatter the hopes of the British Army. Well, we're just waiting for this lobby now, aren't we, Venom?
Yeah, waiting for the lobby indeed. But you gotta admit, like these two teams that we're going up against tonight, right? Like I don't know how many times I'm gonna say it. It's gonna be such a close game. It's gonna be really, really cool to see both of these teams go back. So we are just got the ready for the okay to go into this event game number 3 or sorry 4 here tonight, and it's our first elimination game. We have the British Army going up against the U.S. Navy. Go to glory. So we're waiting to
Well,
get sent over, and there we go.
shout out to Mariello who gave me a heart attack there, screaming down my ear saying the lobby is ready. But we are getting game number 1 underway. The British Army trying to take this kickoff, almost immediately trying to take this one underway, but the US Navy top side trying to get a shot again. So already a shot traded for the two teams in the first 10 seconds. Benji managed to get a demo out straight away, and Flux getting that one not quite coming through, but Flux will send this downfield. Where's my super, aka Benji, getting the 50 there. Will be shot towards the backboard. Well, carrying this one downfield, top side, tapping that one to Sparrow. Sparrow has control. Will try and get a beat out, but Ishak managing to get a touch here. Flux sending that one to the backboard. It's going to be awkward for the Army to deal with, but Ishak does well to get rid. Top side in the Lightning McQueen car. I respect it, You've got to respect it. The car choices are down to personal preference as well as hitboxes, and we can see some insane flicks in the Lightning McQueen car right now.
Yeah, top side getting a little bit bumped around there. You might be named Lightning McQueen, right? But you gotta stay exactly. You gotta stay on the ground because sometimes that's all you need to keep it nice, short, and simple. And the U.S. Navy now looking to try to get things going. Flux, who we saw originally in the Dynamis, will be switching over to the Fennec here. So, a little bit of car difference, like you said, again. But we will see the U.S. Navy bring the attack now. Frazix from the side of the British Army, able to get the ball cleared topside. They're to meet it only for the time being, as Frazix doing more harm than help there, puts that ball over the bar. And now Super in this right-hand corner for the U.S. Navy. Not what you want to see, as Frazek's not able to get back quite in time yet. Is there for this side, not for long now, as topside puts it under him. Flux not able to get back to that ball for the second touch. Now, the British Army trying to get things going here, get it out of their zone. Super. Nice short touch, puts it directly into Flux's hands here, but unfortunately no follow for the side of the U.S. Navy topside. Touches it, trying to give it to Sparrow, but Shaq is there to keep it away from the U.S. Navy. And the U.S. Navy now looking to try to get a counterattack going, and Sparrow dribbles it off of his own backboard and is able to find the secondary touch to get a nice roll to put it just out of the reach of Frazek's.
I mean, he was just completely uncontested in the air. There was no one challenging there. He had all the free reign in the world, and he just tucked it away by himself. Very well played by Sparrow. But then again, the Army, they need to be challenging that type of ball. As Fraz goes up, beats out one. Topside will drop this down, and Ishak can get a touch off the sidewall there. It'll bounce up. Flux will get to it. Super manages to tap that one up. Then Sparrow getting on the end of this one. Flip reset coming inbound. Will get it through. Will pass it to Topside. Topside goes for a shot, but Frazek's is there for the intercept. 50 coming out by Flux. It'll end up in the Army corner. Super carrying this one. Intercepted again by Sparrow though, and they are all over this. They are loving this pressure, the Navy. They're trying to take this one through. Passes across the top side, but no one's going to be there. Super sending this downfield. Intercepted again by Sparrow. They're keeping this ball in the Army's half. However, the counter-attack was on potentially. It's not going to come through though. Immediately neutralized by Sparrow, and Sparrow will continue going down on this one. I will knock this to the sidewall. Frazek though will get the clear, and with a minute 40 left to go, it's 1-0 to the US Navy, and well, the Army, they need to get something on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, they definitely need to get something going, Sparrow. A good read, but unfortunately Frazek is there to deny the touch that was going to come out maybe to a player in the midfield here. Super trying to do their best. 30, just got the 100 pad, so was able to make a play in the corner if need to be, but so far it's not needed yet. His team is there to save him out. Super trying to find the flick over topside. Unfortunately, was not able to do so topside. Gets the pass from Flux. The ball's gonna drop straight down off of the ceiling, and Flux is gonna find the tap in, and the U.S. Navy are gonna go up 2-0 with a minute left.
Flux with a great pass there to Topside. Topside managing to get that 50, and it fell right back onto Flux's car quite nicely for them. 2-0 to the good for the US Navy, and this will head towards the backboard of the British Army. A Shaq low on boost. Sparrow up off the sidewall. Will get a touch and will beat out Super there, but Frazek's getting the carry. Will get a 50, and just like that, he's got time and space. Leaves it though, goes for a demo, and Flux misses, so it'll allow Flux to carry this one forward. It doesn't matter though. Ishak closing that one down. It'll hit the backboard. It'll hit the backboard again. Is Fraz up for this one? We know he can score from there, and it doesn't quite pay out. Topside managing to get the save on that one. It'll hit the post. Now it goes. Flux popping this one into the air. Ishak, up he goes. Not the best touch from him. Wanted to power that to the backboard. It just fell straight onto Sparrow's nose. 20 seconds left. 2-0 to the US Navy in game number 1.
Yeah, Flux trying to find Sparrow here in the corner, which they do. Flux not able to get a high enough bounce on that ball to put it over the last two remaining members of the British Army. But now, 5 seconds left. The US Navy have secured game number 1 here in this best of 7. And let's see if the British Army can bounce back, right? They have to keep their heads high, right? They had a really good game, a couple of mistakes, not a whole bunch. And I feel like if the British Army can just fix those little mistakes, this game could be easily keep going right now.
Yeah, definitely so. And like the Army, of course, they were held goalless for this first game, but don't let that fool you. They were on the attack for some time in that game. You know, the possession there was split pretty evenly, I feel, back and forth. And the Army, they can come through, and we're just waiting on that now. I'm just waiting on this big moment where the Army decide to play spectacular rugby league. I know Frazek's is quite mechanical as well. He knows how to play around with that wall, and whether or not he can get something done is to be decided as we head into game number 2 then. The US Navy have that game advantage, as whether or not they can just continue that going forward and take this to 2-0, or if the Army can equalize the series.
Yeah, the Navy. Starting off on the back foot, on the attacking foot, that's what you would like to see. But the British Army easily getting cleared here. Shaq trying to take it the distance, and he will! Topside, not able to get under that ball ever so slightly, and Shaq, you can see little BM calling the fake. And the British Army have found a fighting hope here in game number 2.
Definitely so. They have the advantage now as whether or not they can hold it. They did something different to what they couldn't do in game number 1, and that is put the ball in the back of the net. Frazix gets bumped in the air, but Ishak is up. Ishak taps it down, and Ishak will tuck this one away. It'll be 2-0 to the British Army. The US Navy, well, a complete stark contrast to game number 1. They've let their defense fall through.
Yeah, British Army doing what US Navy did last game, right? Finding these pass plays that are needed. And 2 goals in 30 seconds. We've already topped the amount of goals we've seen throughout this entire series. Don't get me wrong, we're in game 2, right? But it took a whole 5 minutes to score 2 goals, and British Army almost making it look like 3 goals here in the first minute of play. And this is a brand new side of the British Army that we've seen.
Oh my goodness.
And Ishak with a hat trick already. 55 seconds in the game number 2. What has the British Army just switched on?
Well, this is what I'm saying. They do have that flair, and so whether or not they can pull it out on the pitch, and just like that, after probably a bit of a pep talk by Fraz, it's managed to come through, and just like that, Ishak will send this one to the corner. A minute played, 3-0 is a comfortable advantage. But we saw the Storm Shadows have a 3-0 advantage, and then they almost threw that one away completely earlier on, if you remember, against this very side. So it's whether or not the US Navy could try and bring this back to potentially 3-2 and then take it at 3-3 in the allocated time that they have. And right now, the ball's in the wrong side of the pitch for that, and the Army, they're playing much more comfortable Rocket League now. They're not wasting time, and they're challenging quick. Frazix gets a tap on that one. It's a bit of an awkward one. Ishak waits for the challenge, doesn't come, so he'll just take his time, leave it for Fraz. Fraz will pop this up, get a beat on 1. We'll go for a flip reset. Gets it past Sparrow, but Flux is there. Super, getting that touch. We'll pass this into the mid. Who's going to get on the end of it? It'll be top side to get the clear. And Ishak, up it goes. Cleared again by top side, that was. And Flux managed to get to that one, and Super managed to get the save. So, again, the US Navy, they are trying to get forward, but it's not quite paying off like it was in game number 1. The Army, they've definitely switched something on here.
Yeah, definitely they have switched something up, and it's proving to be super dominant right now. Sparrow tries to get back for that ball for the US Navy as the shots are coming through from the British Army. Frazix trying to put it back into the middle, trying to find Super, but Flux is there to stop the pass from going through. Shaq, nice little touch to the side. There's 2 members in the corner from the US Navy, but an unfortunate touch. And the side of the British Army trying to make it 4 goals. Not what you want to see from the US Navy, all being clumped together. Super in the corner, trying to find Frazix. That's lurking in the midfield, faking the flip reset. And topside, nice easy clear there. Good demo from Sparrow. But Frazix is still up in the air to maybe put a scoring opportunity again for the side of the British Army. But the US Navy are not letting that happen. Super easy as topside finds the redirect from the pass for himself. I'm sorry, from Sparrow. It wasn't from himself. Wait, what?
This is looking very similar. It was a pass to himself, but Sparrow just had enough time to get a touch there, I'm pretty sure. However, this is a very similar scenario to what the RAF Storm Shadows were in, as whether or not the Army can hold on now, because we know a quick counter goal can change the dynamic of this game, and the ball's on the backboard. Top side is up for it. Ishak misses that one. Is a bump from, I want to say that Sparrow was Sparrow, but it doesn't come to a lot here, and Sparrow taps this one to topside, sending that with so much ferocity. It'll come into the mid, and Sparrow tucks it away. We are seeing a carbon copy to what happened to the Storm Shadows. But what happened with the Storm Shadows there was that they were able to score a kickoff goal and just revert back to normality. The Army, it's whether or not they can do the exact same now. Otherwise, the Navy, they can come back here.
Yeah, unfortunate touch from the British Army there. Just leaving Shadow in the midfield to find the nice little touchdown. It was Sparrow showing off that titanium white fennec a little bit, you know, just to love to see it. Flux finds the angle, finds the shot, and the U.S. Navy have tied this game up. 3 apiece. If this game goes into overtime, we've seen what the U.S. Navy can do in overtime. Question is now, will they be able to keep the pressure going and maybe not even let us get to an overtime, trying to find a 4th goal here? But Super trying to find Shaq in the midfield. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do it quite yet. Shaq still able to stay with this ball, but his teammate Frazix calls him off, says, you know what, I got this. Sparrow doesn't get the cleanest touch in the corner. The British Army trying to clear this ball out. Frazix meets his teammate in the air, tries to go under topside, but topside has it read perfectly. Sparrow in the right-hand corner of the British Army, not being able to do it. Now the ball comes out. Sparrow trying to find the touch yet again, but again, it comes up swinging and missing here. Not what you want to see from the side of the British Army. You want to have these touches come in as Flux tries to maybe do a solo play there, not able to quite do it. Ishak trying to dribble this ball. The line of solo plays coming out from the British Army have worked for them in the past, but it's not working now. And the U.S. Navy putting up a display of defense here. Maybe finds a floater in, but super nice little touch away. Flux trying to make it, so it goes not into overtime, but 2 seconds off the clock. Sparrow trying to keep the ball up, gets the flick, topside, not find a teammate. Flux!
Oh my
finds
goodness!
The shot, and the U.S. Navy have taken game number 2, 4-3.
That's going to put a sting in the British Army's tail right there. That is a fantastic shot on the US Navy. 2-0 up now. And, well, 3-0. 3-0 the British Army had. They had a 3-0 advantage. And just like that, within the span of 3 minutes 20, well, not even that, 2 minutes. There was a minute 58 left to go when they scored the first goal, the Navy. And just like that, in the span of 2 minutes, the Army lost their advantage and lost the game. And it came down to the final second. We were in zero time. And just like that, the Navy have pulled off a spectacular comeback here to give themselves a 2-game advantage and 2 games away from heading to the lower finals.
Yeah, Navy shows exactly why you can never count them out. With down being 3-0, they stayed cool, calm, and collected. Were able to pull out 4 unanswered. Right? If I were the side of the U.S. Navy, I'd be thrilled right now because we have just gone from possibly our back to the wall, no hope left, to now we have an even series. We have it at 2 apiece. Right. So, I'm sorry, 2-0 U.S. Navy. I'm sorry. I don't know why I was thinking 2 apiece. But the U.S. Navy now looking to try and add a 3rd game here to their 2 they already have. But they can't do it like they just did last time because it was too scary for U.S. Navy fans personally.
Yeah, exactly. And, well, they're coming out fighting already immediately in this game. Number 3, and topside drops it down for himself. However, a teammate was coming charging in. You feel like that call should have been made. It could have been a goal. Certainly there, but Sparrow intercepts. I think it was Frazix. And just like that, Super tries to carry us downfield. Demo comes out by Sparrow there. Flux managed to get a touch. It's a 50 there, and Ishak, bit awkward. Sparrow will get control of this one. He'll tap into the mid. There's going to be no one there for it, though. It's a race to the ball between Frazix and topside. Topside managed to get the better of it, but Ishak is back for it. Flux will get time on this one, will get a touch, but Super manages to beat out 1 and 2 players. Gets chased down, though. And topside getting a touch there will prevent Ishak from getting a comfortable touch into the mid, so he'll try something spectacular instead, but Sparrow gets the close down. Frazix not getting to that one, and Flux tapping this one up into the mid. But that demo comes through. Super's got a shot. Super's going to get it saved by Sparrow. And just like that, the attack has changed. Army do not get the goal that they need. Ishak tapping that just a little bit too much to the left.
Oh, you hate to see it. It was such a good opportunity for the British Army, and they just put it the ball ever so slightly wide to the post, and you just hate to see it. Now the U.S. Navy trying to capitalize on this opportunity. You can see the demos coming out from Flux, finding two members of the British Army, but not able to finish it for the U.S. Navy. Now Frezix for the British Army trying to get things going, trying to find Super in the midfield. Shaq puts the ball to the corner. Not ideal position for the British Army here. Frezix forced to come out from this defensive position to stop the push that the Navy was trying to onslaught here. And Frezix just not able to get it past Flux, as Flux does get the 100 boost from mid, trying to find the ground pitch to maybe force a mistake here from the British Army, but they're playing super well here. Top side, not able to find the double tap there to redirect that ball to this middle. Sparrow, oh no, unfortunate. Flux hits the post. Super not able to follow the top side with a great save, and this ball game stays at 0-0.
Topside coming in clutch there, just managing to get that one. It was just a little bit too wide, that pinch in the process. I mean, Topside definitely man of the match so far in this best of 7 series, I feel. But then again, the US Navy, they've been so exquisite with their plays so far. Fraz getting a beat out on one. There's going to be a pass into the mid. Ishak a bit too far forward to really get anything powerful on it, anything meaningful with that. So Topside will send this down the sidewall. A 50 comes out, beats out 2 players. Gets a bump as well, but Frezix carrying that over his net. That is a risky play, but knows that Super is behind. Gets a beat on one, gets a 50 on the other, and that's going to be dangerous. Can the Army get this into the back of the net? Frezix overcommits, puts himself out of position, but will cut round the net. Open for a brief time. It will be tapped into the mid by Fraz. Sparrow will get the clear, and the scoreline still 0-0 here.
Yeah, 1:10, lots on the clock now. Both teams with really good scoring opportunities. No one has been able to follow the pitch. Mid-air almost coming out from the side of the U.S. Navy. The British Army, though, able to just barely deny that pitch to Sparrow. A little awkward in the corner. Shaq finds the touch. Will it be enough? It will not. Flux gets the clear. Trying to center this ball for his teammates here, but Shaq and Fraz, the double commit from the British Army. That might be all the U.S. Navy need. A one counterattack or punish from the double commit of the British Army. The U.S. Navy just barely misses the shot and hits the bar. Cannot find it to fall down. Super trying to put just enough power on it to put it over the heads of the U.S. Navy here, but not able to do it. Super and Flux, too many people in the corner for the side of the U.S. Navy. British Army looking to capitalize on this. They will. Shaq puts it towards the back post and makes a U.S. Navy player own goal. And that's all you need sometimes. The British Army have gone up 1-0 in 13 seconds off the clock.
Topside not managing to get that save there, left himself in a bit of an awkward spot, having to explain to his teammates why that one went in. It seemed like a relatively easy save. He may make up for it here as he tries to dribble it past 2. Doesn't work out. It's a bit of an awkward touch in the corner there as well, though, and Sparrow will end up not getting anything onto it as Fraz kills that ball. And the Army, they have taken a game off the US Navy. And could this be a sign of a change of a momentum here? Could we see the Army take a couple more games, or was that just a one-off, do you think?
No, 100%. You could definitely see the British Army taking a lot more games here. Game number 2, they start off with 3 goals, right? And just unfortunate that the U.S. Navy had such an amazing comeback, putting, like I said, 4 unanswered to give them the 2-0 series lead, right? But they fixed their mistakes. They scored with a little later than they wanted to, 13 seconds left on the clock. But 1 goal is all they needed, and that's what they did. They've made this series a bit more winnable, making it 2-1. But I definitely think we could see a lot more of action between these two teams here.
Absolutely, we were straight back into it. No waiting around from the players. They wanted to get this game underway, and I do not blame them whatsoever. This series has everything coming for it. Sparrow getting a pass into the mid to no one. Fraz is there. He's rushed it a little bit though. It's gone wide. That was an open net. But we won't talk about that, British fans. Absolutely not. Definitely not wide open whatsoever. Topside carrying this one downfield. Will get a 50 and that'll fall to Sparrow. And that open net will come to haunt the British Army as the Navy tuck that one away to make it 1-0 with 40 seconds played.
Yeah, Sparrow, a nice shot. Fraz unfortunately not able to react fast enough. He had the read, but just not fast enough. Really good power there from the side of the U.S. Navy to put it, to blow it right past Frazix there. And now the U.S. Navy trying to add more to their score like we've seen them do before. But the British Army are not going to let that to go easy. Super and Frazix trying their best. Shaq just barely putting that ball wide of the post. Now topside with the flick, trying their best to do something here as Super takes nice little redirect. Two members of the British Army up. Ishak not being able to follow that just barely. A little bit of lag there. But unfortunately, we are still good. We are still talking for Ishak. Nice little clue here, not allowing Flux to get the easy tap in, but Sparrow not able to get it around Frazix to find the double tap. Now Super trying to get this ball out of the British Army zone. Finally will, but Sparrow is not allowing that to happen. The long Frazix with the Ishak with a squishy save. And the British Army have kept this game at only 1 goal.
Spectacular bit of saving there from the Army, but will it come to anything as that ball drops down? Super managing to get that 50 out. He'll get another touch as well. Who's going to be up for this one? Goes to Ishak, up off the ceiling. Can he do anything more with it? Double tap potential. He's just a bit too high for it. Doesn't manage to tuck it away at all. In fact, it'll just fall to the corner now as Fraz plays a 50, beaten by Topside. Topside goes for another 50, doesn't quite work out for them. Flux, low and boost will keep going just to be that little bit of a scare factor here for Ishak. And makes Ishak waste his touch, but Super is up. Super will keep going. Topside with the 50 just to get the threat neutralized. And Ishak not getting to that one. It'll be cleared by Topside, and Sparrow tries to go for the read. Bit of an ambitious play there as Fraz gets the beat on one, but Flux playing patiently, getting chased by Fraz in the process. Demo comes out by Sparrow, allows time, and Sparrow gets a double demo. In fact, the net perfectly wide open. Ishak left like a sitting duck, and it allowed Sparrow to just charge towards him. That ball rolling ever so slowly towards the Army's net, and the Navy take a 2-goal advantage here.
Yeah, 2 key demos there from Sparrow, making this game of soccer, making it look like some curling with the demos, you know, just clearing the way, and the British Army just barely miss an open net wide there. Now, Ishak trying to get this ball out of the zone, away out of the box, and they finally will, as Super is going to carry this ball, but not on unfortunate miscommunication there, and Flux is able to come up with this ball in front of the net. The Navy trying their best to capitalize, and they will, but I lied for Essex. Key save on 0 boost. Will it be enough though? The British Army trying their best to get some momentum going. Frazix not getting the ceiling touch he was hoping for. Now Super moves it to the ceiling, trying to get back to this ball. Flux puts it directly on the ground, not allowing the side of the British Army to get the foul on it. Flux had the boot for the help there to try to get back to that ball, but unfortunately was not able to. Frazix in this corner, trying to find a demo here, finds the bump!
Great bump.
Good bump! And Ishak is gonna find that ball that just drifted out of the corner.
Just to change topic a little bit here, the Army Esports managing to get one back. It's whether or not they can get anything after this kickoff here, but it's taken 3.5 hours, but I finally heard you say the word soccer. I just want to point out, you know, it's always so weird to me as Flux tries to tuck that one away. It doesn't quite work out. Ishak tap that one into the mid. Will the Army manage to get a second here? It will not happen as of yet. Frazix gets a 50 with, I think that was Flux and Sparrow carrying this one down into the sidewall. Backboard even, and Topside will tuck it away. The Navy managing to get a 3rd goal, and will keep that 2-goal advantage with 46 seconds left to go. They could very well be taking game number 4 here.
Yeah, with 2 goal differential, that's not what you want to see for the side of the British Army. 1 goal is doable, but 2, that's not looking good. Especially it took them over 3 minutes to get just 1 here in game number 4 with only 40 seconds left on the clock. You have to not only double that, but do it in half of the time that so more than half the time that it took you the first one, and that's the good start where you need to be. Where my super making that goal differential 1 again, but there's 30 seconds left on the clock. If they could score within another 15 seconds like they just did, I feel like the British Army here have a shot at taking game number 4.
Yeah, definitely so, and so not it'll happen. The final 30 seconds on the clock then. Flux managing to get the win on the kickoff, but Super is there for it. Super will continue up. Ishak is up, but Sparrow is there. Sparrow gets the intercept. It's Frazik's back. Frazik is just about back in time. 15 seconds then on the Army. They need to get something upfield, and they do so in fact off the back. Will go. Sparrow with a controlled touch will just maintain it. Ishak pops this one up. What will come of it? It's overly thrown about on the backboard. I don't think anything will come of this one. Flux will just leave that to hit the ground, and the US Navy will take game number 4, and they are staring at match point here and knocking out the British Army from this tournament.
Yeah, the British Army on the face of elimination, only 1 game. If they were able to get goals going faster, kind of like they had that second goal, only 15 seconds, were able to find the passing plays, find the punish. If they can do that throughout the rest of the series here, I feel like the British Army can make a comeback. But as we currently speak, it is 3-1 to the U.S. Navy.
3-1, and well, the Army, they need to figure something out here, and I keep saying this every time because all the series at the moment have just been so uncomfortably short. For the teams that are losing, it's all been losing comfortably, and I want to see this series go a bit further. I know the Army have something in their back pocket. It's whether or not they can provide that for us now, and well, I think they've taken a bit of a moment. They're taking a bit longer here to get into game number 5, that is, and yes, I can see why. I understand why they're just biding their time, trying to figure out strategies here. Now I can tell Frazix is probably telling his players to get a grip a bit. As I know these guys. I know these guys personally as well. So yeah, it'll definitely be. Let's try and shake things up a little bit here.
Most definitely, but here we go. Game number 5. The U.S. Navy looking to try to send the British Army back across the country, back to the homeland. But they have to do it right here, right now, trying their best to get things going. They have their early attack. Top side, with the Lightning McQueen car still rocking it, we love to see it. But it seems like they haven't gotten too much going quite yet. A lot of back and forth right now in this first 30 seconds. Not a lot of teams getting a lot of chances early. As I say that, Flux almost finding the nice little touch that Sparrow had. Even though I'm pretty sure that pass was intended for Sparrow to be a shot on net. However, it didn't seem to pan out that way as Flux puts the ball across the net, and Sparrow this time doesn't go for the pass, finds the shot, and puts that ball right under the bar, and it'll go 1-0 to the U.S. Navy.
Sparrow just tuck it that way in the ever so fine margins between the car of Frazix and the post of the British Army's net. They have the advantage now, and the Army, they need to fight. They definitely need to fight. This is their last chance, their last life, their last potential sign of redemption, but it's not going to come. Sparrow tucking that away to make it 2-0 after a kickoff going perfectly their way, and Fraz looking very awkward there on his backboard, and a pump coming out as well from the US Navy provides them that comfortable advantage of 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 indeed. The British Army, it's only been a minute in the game, right? We've seen the British Army score super fast. So, 2 goals right now. They have time to, rebound and get things going here. But it's the way the U.S. Navy has been playing, like this defense by them. It's been looking pretty good as Ishak. If he puts that ball wide, if he puts that ball on net, like in that right corner where he was hoping to shoot that ball. I think it looked super good. And Sparrow, what a shot! What a pass from Flux off of the wall, directly down to his teammate. And Sparrow finds a what a fast shot there, 85 miles an hour. I don't know what that is in kilometers. I'm not that smart, but a really fast shot there from the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, we're talking about 130 kilometers there, roughly, give or take. And yeah, pretty rapid indeed, as Super trying to formulate something here for the Army. Frazek's not getting to that one, but it'll drop down for Super. Sparrow with the intercept. Sparrow playing like a man possessed at the moment, just taking every advantage he can and scoring with it. Sparrow taps out and passes it to topside, rolling it up off the backboard. I think that was a shot, but it allows Flux to get a touch, and it'll be goal number 4 for the US Navy. And with 3 minutes left to go, the Army, they're going to need to find a comeback that the US Navy managed to pull off in game number 2. So again, it's that shifted mentality, it's that shifted mindset, and just like that, it's all falling apart for the Army. They need to figure something out. They don't have a lot of time to do so, and with 3 minutes left to go, they need a goal almost immediately just to shift the tides a little bit here.
Yeah, they need more than a goal. I think maybe a couple bombs, to throw off the mental of the U.S. Navy, because guess what the U.S. Navy is doing really well right now? They're hitting the bumps, topside. Found the ball on that last goal off of the backboard, and Flux was able to get a nice little tap there, and now Ishak trying their best to do a solo play. And it seems like the British Army, that's what they're kind of referring to now. The solo plays, but there's the demo I was talking about with Shaq. Right, but unfortunately Sparrow is there to get the ball away topside. Giving the favor right back to the British Army. Finding a demo of their own topside. Nice little bump there. Unfortunate miss there from the British Army. It's going to find the open net. Ishak giving the British Army fans some hope here. And honestly, the comeback is possible. Still only 2 minutes and 3 seconds left on the clock. And I definitely see this going the whole distance.
Frazek's definitely calling a fake there. Whether you like it or not, I'm going to say that now. Definitely a fake, 100%. Allows the British Army to get a goal on the scoreboard. It's whether or not they can find time now, basically, to just try and tuck 3 more goals away. However, US Navy playing exceptional Rocket League at the minute, getting that 4-0 advantage anyway, and it becomes a 5-1 scoreline, meaning the 4-goal advantage is back. And Sparrow, again, getting another one to his name in this lower final.
A great touch from Sparrow there. Looking like to have our second Brazil of the tournament here. US Navy looking to try and do it. Flux with a good save to get that ball off of the goal line here. Ishak with a little mess up the recovery. Flux not able to continue that ball there. Super has the touch, is just enough to put it over the head of topside. And the British Army, a quick response to this goal from the Navy, but will it be enough? And will it be fast enough for them to make a comeback here?
Well, I very much hope so. We will just have to see, as this is the 8th kickoff in this game, number 5 here. Super manages to get that 50, and it will be advantageous as Ishak is on the right side of the pitch for that one. Will get a pass into the mid. Fraz is too high, though. The pre-jump, bit interesting. I know you need a bit of flair, but you don't need that much flair to try and score a goal. I feel like that was a bit stupid, if I'm going to be honest, from the British Army. They need to take their time a bit more. I know there's only a minute left, but they can still formulate attacks here. Frazek pops this one up. Will try and get a beat on top side. Does so accordingly. Will get a 100 boost as well. Up he goes. There's that 1 minute remaining warning. Will beat out Sparrow, and it'll roll just wide of the net here. Super popping out into the mid. Ishak is up, but Sparrow will get the beat. And I feel like this is last resort territory for the Army. It is kitchen sink time now, because any goal here will do for them just to get any sort of momentum, but it's looking like it's going to be closed down. A shot comes from Sparrow, and Sparrow is him indeed. US Navy get a 6th, and I think, what is that? That has to be like his 5th goal of this game.
It's something along those lines. Sparrow with a beautiful shot puts Navy 6-2, and the nail on the coffin, the U.S. Navy will move to the lower bracket finals and will go up against the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows. Now, the U.S. Navy, with how dominant they're looking right now in this performance, right? Are you scared as a Storm Shadow fan? What do you think there?
That's great. You always love asking difficult questions. No, I don't think we're scared. I feel like, personally, I feel we should be a bit more comfortable against this side. However, I don't know at the moment. The way that their mentality has gone against the Canadians there with the ping. But what matters now is that the British Army have lost their second life and they are out of the tournament. The first team to get eliminated in this double bracket tournament. And well, just like that, well, I say the first team to be eliminated. First team to be eliminated tonight in this tournament. And well, the US Navy do advance through into the lower finals, and it's up to them now to try and face up against a little bit of a struggling RAF Storm Shadows side, and it will be a rematch to what we saw in semi-final number 1.
Yeah, the Navy looking super, super strong, going up. Like you said, rematching the second semi-final we had, right? So there's a lot to see here, right? With the Navy having 2 games under their belt now, right? They've definitely have improved. Question is now, how much have they improved? Will we see the same scoreline of a 4-0, or will we see something along the lines of a 4-2, or maybe possibly a 4-3? So
That's a question. I mean, the US. I don't know. I'm sat here. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I am nervous, but that's the fun of it. You know, when you're supporting a team as a caster, you've got to be careful with what you say, and you don't want to jinx your team. You don't want to jinx your team at all. But you're a US Navy fan anyway, so we kind of counteract each other in this sense. So thankfully, anything I say could be countered by yourself with your potential words of encouragement. Then, but yeah, the US Navy coming off a high. The RAF Storm Shadows getting knocked the lower bracket. It's all a matter of time and whether or not we get this lobby underway. I'm not sure if we have another break here, Venom.
I'm not sure, but we are going to say this real quick that AFDL is doing a charity incentive for the rest of 2024. Donations will support the pediatric cancer program at Monroe Correll Junior Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. So we thank you all for just to come out. Exclamation point, donate in the chat. You will see a link there. Anything you can give helps tremendously. We thank you all for your gratitude. It means a lot from myself, from everyone around the world. We thank you for your donation. It definitely helps out because it sucks, man. Kitchen blows.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's not great. And was it 1 in 2 people now? 1 in 2 people suffer with cancer. It's terrible. It is terrible. And thankfully there is this amount of research going, because that's how critical it's become. And we are just now just trying to, it blows. It does blow. And on that note, just to bring some positivity back into the thing, we will be getting a lower final underway relatively shortly. We're just getting the lobby set up. Obviously, they've just come from a win, the US Navy, so they're going to be celebrating that and then taking a minute just to recooperate themselves and get into a lobby up against a very dangerous RAF Storm Shadow side. And it's whether or not the Navy can now come back fighting in this lower final. Very different dynamic now to what we saw in semi-final number 2. So it's whether or not the Navy now can produce some sort of results, or the Storm Shadows will come out on top.
Yeah, I think with the way the Navy just looked, right, this series here is definitely going to go, I want to say, at least 5 games here. But we are getting right into it. You will see Flux trying their best to carry the momentum from the British Air Force game, so the British Army game, into this game versus the Storm Shadows. And we will see Cedric back on the side of RAF doing what they know how to do best. These teams have met before, and what's the side of the US Navy are not trying to have the same outcome. They have their heads high right now. They have come out of the last two swinging and fighting. They have momentum. Question is, will they be able to keep the momentum? And it seems like they are, as Flux scores the first game in the rematch here in the lower bracket grand final.
Well, the RAF Storm Shadows struggling for boost during the entirety of that phase. They're going to get a defense sorted out for themselves. The US Navy taking a goal here with 41 seconds played. Envy now played really well up against this side earlier on. We'll try. Why didn't he go for a second? He should have gone for a second there. That was clear. That was a clear-cut chance. He could have got that double into the back of the net. He decided to back out of it, and whether or not he did back out of it is up to interpretation. We could say, no, I'm not going to bring that up. We will just say he left it for the time being. I don't want to cause any arguments as Envy leaves it for Ed. This will hit the backboard. Ed with the shot. It runs wide, so far wide in fact, that it heads towards the corner wall. Sparrow getting a demo on Ed. It'll take the wind out of the sails of the Storm Shadows attack at the moment as topside. Catching that one, but Ed is back with 100 boost. Gets 50 up Flux. Flux managing to get that one to the corner. Ed, though, will tip this back round. The US Navy retreating for that ball. Flux tapping that one to the corner then. And Envy getting a 50. G-Wood is there. G-Wood is up. G-Wood will tap this into the mid. But Sparrow will control this one. Cedric getting a 50 and Envy 50 in that one. The pressure is on for the US Navy to try and get this defense out of the way. G-Wood with a shot. They'll head towards the backboard. Ed is up. Backboard again. Envy's there. Envy will score. It is one apiece. The RAF Storm Shadows equalizing after a minute 12 of play.
Two times that ball went off of the backboard. Which, I don't know. I think if that ball goes off the backboard a third time, you know, it might be some luck as the U.S. Navy. You win the kickoff here, really trying to nullify that goal that the Storm Shadows have made early, and we know the Navy for doing that, right? They're good at capitalizing on quick opportunities that their opponent makes. Now Envy trying their best now to get RAF back rolling. They do have momentum with that goal. Flux not getting the perfect read on the top side. The last man back, unfortunately, misses the challenge. And like I said, Envy, this time, finding the punish that the Navy found on them. And that makes the score 2-1 to Storm Shadows.
It's good stuff from the Storm Shadows there. Envy managed to get enough power on the nose of that car to send it towards the net. Flux not able to get the touch that he wanted, and Ed will tap this off the backboard. Doesn't have it free though, so Sparrow will get the clear here, but Envy up again, tries to play out. That ball doesn't get the beat, but G-Wood is there with a shot on top side with the save. Ed will tuck this into the corner, will play it out. Probably a pass to Envy here. Envy is up, gets a 50 with Sparrow, and this will pop back up. Ed will tap this down into the mid. Is G-Wood going to be there? Not quite top side. Sends this one back towards Flux. Flux to top side. Top side doesn't have enough boost to go for the follow. Ed will get the clear off the backboard and will get the double tap a good measure. But Flux sends this towards the way of the net, and it will fall in. And the US Navy equalise with 2 minutes 5 left to go.
Yeah, really big goal there from the US Navy. Good shot from Flux just to get it over Envy. And like you said, the US Navy have tied this game with 2:05 left on the clock here. And this is what we were expecting to see going into this series. We knew that both teams had a feel for each other in their play styles. And, you know, Navy, the first time these two teams met were cold, right? Not the greatest look from them. However, going into game number 1 here in the rematch, you know, they had a lot more momentum going for them, but it doesn't matter. As Storm Shadows, Envy, able to beat Flux to that ball and are able to take the lead back in the favor of the Storm Shadows.
Well, do you remember what happened in game number 1 in this exact matchup approximately 2.5 hours ago? You had the RAF Storm Shadows that were 3-2 down at this moment in time. Now they are 3-2 up. Will it be a flip reverse here? And could we see the US Navy come back, get a third, and maybe take it to overtime and win the overtime? It might just be a flip reverse of what we saw earlier on. However, the ball in the wrong side of the pitch. Excuse me as my tongue gets tied a little bit there. Top side. Managed to get a touch. Sparrow gets a 50. G-Wood getting demoed by Flux there. And Envy launches this one into the mid. It leaves it up for interpretation. Ed managing to get that one clear. And G-Wood gets a touch Oh, it's a mistake by the Navy player there of Flux. Ed will have a chance at net. Envy is there. Envy gets a shot. It's a weak one. Flux almost having that one into the right corner, but it doesn't matter. G1's there to finish. And then I see a terrible blunder from the US Navy there.
Yeah, very terrible blunder indeed. Flux with no boost trying to put that ball away, but unfortunately just sent it off of the post in front of the net, where a member of the Storm Shadows was there just sitting waiting for it. But that's the quickest response we have seen all tournament from the US Navy. Flux immediately putting this game back to only one goal, and now the Navy are back on fighting legs here. They're not going down without a fight here in game number 1.
Flux managing to redeem himself after that mistake for goal number 4 for the RAF Storm Shadows, scoring that one to allow the US Navy a bit of light here in game number 1. 40 seconds left to go here. Sparrow gets a 50 out. Flux managing to send that one downfield, but Envy is there. Sends it to the corner. Will play himself. Oh my goodness, that is a pre-flip and a half. If that was on target, that would have been something spectacular. But however, it was cleared away. Ed gets bumped in the process of trying to do a play of his own. G-Wood will send this towards the backboard. Is Ed going to get a touch? Not quite. Top side, manages to get it clear. The net's wide open. What's happened here? Where's the Storm Shadows defense? There isn't going to be any. It is 4-4, and the US Navy have managed to equalize with 16 seconds left to go.
What a good read from topside there. Realizing that no one was back from the side of the Storm Shadows, looked to his right, saw the two members scrambling back, and was just able to find the nice little touch over the defender that was coming his way. And this game is tied. 10 seconds left. Cedric just barely saving the Royal Air Force there. The ball will hit the ground, and we are going to overtime. Game number 1, just like we did last time these two teams met. We will see a different kickoff coming out from the Storm Shadows here with a nice little fake. Almost punished on it. Cedric, no boost in the air, just going to touch it. But unfortunately, the US Navy have come up with this ball. Sparrow finding the ball, but it's not going to be enough. G-Wood just barely gets back to get the save. Topside. It has the clear, hits the ceiling. A nice recover touch to it. And Envy in the wrong spot. Just barely is able to flip back to that ball and touch it wide. Cedric touches it into the US Navy zone. Now, trying to do even more damage to this ball, just more to clear it. But Envy not allowing that to happen, keeping it in the side of the Storm Shadow zone here as Flux looking for the long shot. Not going to come up with it. And the US Navy are trying to get some offense going here. The bumps are coming out. Oh, miscommunication there. And the Storm Shadows have to try to do something here.
Yeah, definitely so. Envy managing to tuck that one into his own corner by his team time. That's a mistake though. Topside almost capitalizing. G-Wood was there for it though. We were a minute into this overtime, and G-Wood carrying this one downfield. Doesn't get the pass mid that he wanted to Ed, so Envy will go up for this one. The third man response, but Topside is up. We'll get a read off the ceiling. Ed now missing the ball. That is a mistake from him there. It'll pop up. Envy managing to get to that one. Clears it away, but Sparrow getting the intercept. Topside sends it into the mid. Who's going to be on it? It'll be Flux. Saved by Envy. It's floating about, but G-Wood manages to get that one clear. Flux catching that one onto his car. Buys himself some time. Grabs the boost. Beats out Cedric, and Envy will have to get to that one and does so accordingly. Topside gets a 50. Envy managing to beat him out though, and Sparrow will have control of this one, gets the touch. In fact, it'll fall to Ed, it'll pop out mid. Will Envy get to it? Yes, he will. Two of the Navy have come forward, but that is a great demo from Topside. And G-Wood charges forward. Envy left in an awkward spot, and the US Navy take game number 1 after 2 minutes 5 of overtime.
Oh, unfortunate for Envy there, gets caught with no boost. What a touch from the US Navy. And they have taken game number 1 in overtime. Kind of like what the Storm Shadows did to them the last time these two teams met. And you can definitely tell the US Navy have a different fighting chance in them than what we see the first time around.
well, they've done what they couldn't do in the first series that they played against the RF Storm Shadows. That's take a game off them, and that's mega. That's mega for the US Navy right here, and it's whether or not they can continue that momentum forward. However, the Storm Shadows didn't make it easy for them. Not gonna lie, 4-4. But again, it's just slight mistakes, slight communication errors, and that's all this has come down to. This game has been played on such tight margins the entire time, and just like that, the Storm Shadows have a disadvantage, and the US Navy, they're looking to charge forward and potentially cause a major upset here.
Oh, 100%. The U.S. Navy definitely have the power to create the upset that you were just talking about, right? We've seen how dominant they've looked the past series they were in against the British Army, right? They have their backs to the wall, life on the line, and they're able to prevail, come out 4-1 in the series. Like, coming down from a 4-0 and winning 4-1, you wouldn't think that would happen. You'd say maybe, back and forth between the two teams, which we saw a little bit, but the U.S. Navy looks super strong. And as you can see here in this game, right, they were down a couple goals, and it did not stop them, right? They came a crawling back, were able to win in overtime. So we are going to have a little delay here between the games. You don't know we have this. We have one of the members of one of the teams having some big issues, which, this is what happens when you're playing cross continent. But what are you seeing here, Daramas? Like, what are you seeing that the Royal Air Force can do to, maybe switch things up a little bit?
Well, they just got to keep playing with their game plan at the moment. I could tell you that's probably Envy suffering with the ping at the moment. He's had some issues in the past, especially in this league. Being at where I'm at, I've had the same ping issues for the for certain tournaments and stuff. And then around this time on a Sunday, it decides to spike to about 150, 200 ping, even in the EU. So I get what he's suffering with at the moment. So, it's trying to play around that now. The Storm Shadows have to play around the fact that this ping issue is going to be a bit of a liability for them, and whether or not they can just keep playing their game plan and allowing Envy to probably charge forward and forget about his ping. It sounds a bit weird, but let him be the first man towards the ball, and as soon as he gets that 50 or not get that 50, it allows the time for the Storm Shadows to get themselves back around. So hopefully he's not suffering anymore, and we can continue game number 2 after, a really, really close game number 1 there.
Oh yeah, definitely. This, like I said before the series even started, it's a rematch, right? So we knew that we're going to see these teams go swing for swing, blow for blow, go for goal, right? And I could have scripted even better. You saw game number 1, a couple of teams went up early, immediately met U.S. Navy with the fastest answer we've seen all tournament to a goal, scoring in 5 seconds. Right, it's the stuff you like to see from U.S. Navy fans. And don't get me wrong, the Storm Shadows, heck of a performance in game number 1, right? They had some time to cool off, right? And even though they may have won the first game of their series here, they went up against the Canadian Air Force, right? So they saw some of their mistakes they did there, and now you kind of see they're making similar mistakes against the U.S. Navy here. If they face those mistakes, I feel like they're easily beating Navy here.
Yeah, definitely. And as soon as they were able to resolve that, and it's been an issue now because they're a fresh team, it happens. You see it happen across field. They'll get that chemistry over time, and you're hoping for a strong performance later on down the line. However, we are finally getting game number 2 underway as Royal Air Force Storm Shadows try and get a game back from the US Navy, as Ed will tap this towards the backboard. Then G-Wood sends it to the backboard himself as well. Flux rotating back, managing to get to that one. Envy with a pass mid. Ed is there. Ed's with the shot. It is saved by Sparrow. Sparrow will continue going forward with this one. Very ambitious effort there to get that one clear, and does well. But Cedric gets passed by G-Wood, and demos are coming out left, right, and center as well. Bit of chaos in this first opening minute.
Yeah, like I was saying, blow for blow, both teams hitting demos. that, maybe trying to get in the head of their opponent as Flux tries to find the double. Unfortunately, unable to, but Sparrow is there. Right place, right time, and puts that ball in the bottom left-hand corner, and the U.S. Navy are taking an early 1-0 lead here.
My oh my. I'm fearing a little bit now in the commentary box. 1-0 to the US Navy, 40 seconds played. Still plenty of time left to go. We did see 9 goals in the last game. Ed will tuck this one away after a bit of a mistake there by the US Navy. It'll allow the RAF Storm Shadows to come back again 5 seconds after. So again, matching for the quickest response we've seen from these two sides tonight. And it just shows you the level these guys are playing at, the difficulty, and how quick they want to get these sides in the most uncomfortable territories.
Normally, you don't see these fast goals a lot in 3v3. You see it a lot in like 2v2, 1v1s. But the fact that these two teams have made it 5 seconds to respond to a goal, it's not going to matter because Sparrow, that 5 seconds, maybe double or triple the time there, 15 seconds it took. But the US Navy have now gone up 2-1 again in this series.
G-Wood getting an unfortunate backflip pass to the US Navy player there. Ed will get a flip reset off the backboard, beats out one. Will there be a follow-up? Not quite. Envy will take him back. Bit of an awkward spot, does play the 50. Will continue going forward, but Sparrow charging him down almost immediately. G-Wood playing it low, does get a great 50 there. Ed not getting the best touch. Wanted that to pop up, but it didn't quite work out. Envy with a chance of a shot on net here. Sparrow on the goal line managed to get that save, and will continue sending this downfield. The Storm Shadows left lacking in defense once more. Envy will be there though to get rid. G-Wood off the sideball will get a beat on top side. Where's the final man? There he is. Flux managing to get that one clear. Top side low on boost. We'll try and get this downfield. Leaves it for Flux. Flux with the shot, and G-Wood with the save. So back and forth stuff here in this little period that we have. Envy tapping that off the corner wall. We'll get a double tap. Oh my goodness, just a little too high, and it will glaze past the crossbar, and G-Wood will not be able to get much more out of that one. However, he's up for this. Taps that off the corner. Sparrow is up, doesn't get the touch, but it throws off Cedric, and Cedric doesn't get the shot on. Again, one of those scenarios. Any other day, it could have easily been 2-2 for the Storm Shadows, and Envy just managing to get a save there.
Oh, so many shots are coming in here for the side of the U.S. Navy. The Royal Air Force, though, coming up even bigger than the shots, coming up with the huge saves to keep this ball game only at 1 goal differential. But the little miscommunication there from the U.S. Navy, Royal Air Force looking to try and punish on this, but not quite happening quite yet. Sparrow nice to clear. Cedric pops right to him, but Flux is there to knock it away. G-Wood, no boost, not able to follow. Topside, choosing to go to the wall there instead of the bar. Sparrow's in an awkward position here. Envy, not the ideal 50. G-Wood is out of the play right now, and it matters so much as G-Wood not able to help his team out, and the topside will punish on the demo, and the U.S. Navy will go up 3-1 here in Game 2.
The number 3 seed currently giving the number 2 seed the fight of their lives at the moment. US Navy 3-1 to the good with 1:50 left to go here top side. Will not get to that one. It'll be intercepted by G-Wood. Envy taps this off the backboard. Ed is up. What can Ed do here? It's 50 by Flux. That should be awkward. Envy is back. There's not a lot of boost. We'll pop that to the backboard. Will Ed drop that down? Not getting the touch he wanted. It didn't drop straight down. Left awkwardly to the sidewall. Envy pops this up. What can G-Wood do here? Intercept by Flux. Sparrow is upfield, but Envy managed to get that touch. That was crucial there by him. Sparrow leaves it for topside, leaves Envy in a bit of an awkward spot. Topside with a free shot, and G-Wood managed to get back with a save. So again, the US Navy, they're just taking advantage of the stress that the Storm Shadows are feeling at the moment. Envy tapping this one up, pinch into the mid. Sparrow low on boost, will drop that one down. Ed carries this one, and we'll continue with it. 54 boost in the tank to go for flip reset 1, flip reset 2. Gets a beat out on 1. We'll tap to the corner, but nothing much will come out of that one. Sparrow tapping this downfield. G-Wood getting the 50. Will there be anything much from it? No, Flux will tap this up, and unfortunately, the RAF Storm Shadows haven't provided any major threats in the past minute and a half. And the US Navy, they are charging forward here to potentially take game number 2.
Yeah, game number 2 definitely on the line. But the Storm Shadows, like you said, they didn't have a lot of good chances. They finally do make a chance for themselves, and Cedric punishes on the opportunity that the US Navy has given up. Now 40 seconds left on the clock. Storm Shadows definitely have what it takes to maybe send this back into overtime, but the US Navy win the kickoff. Cedric has the nice demo, but it won't be enough for the time being. The clear comes out from the US Navy. Envy back for the Storm Shadows, able to get a temporary clear on it, but not for long. G-Wood dead once again. US Navy bringing the heat with the demos. Right, this is what you like to see, because a demo in your favor, and especially at a random moment, may be enough to throw off rotation, which is seem what the US Navy are trying to do, throw off the rotation of the Storm Shadows. And it seems like the US Navy shine under pressure here, because the past 2 times that we've seen, when the game is on the line, they are a brand new team. They are going up 2-0 in this best of 7 series already, and are looking to punch their way through the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm feeling a bit more nervous now than what I did in semi-final number 2. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's looking a bit more comfortable. They've taken 2 games off the Storm Shadows now, and this is scary stuff. The Storm Shadows need to figure something out real quick. They need to get something. They need to get a game on the scoreboard. They need to get something. Any sort of momentum would be great for them. But the US Navy playing exceptionally well at the moment. They've just warmed up throughout the entirety of this bracket. They lost to the RAF straight away, and then they managed to gain momentum against the British Army. And just like that, they are carrying that momentum towards and through the Royal Air Force at the moment. So I hope the RAF Storm Shadows can pull off something here. 5 minutes left to go. 5 minutes left to go. 5 minutes in this game number 3 to be played, and we just have to wait and see where the first goal goes.
Yeah, US Navy trying to pull off what the San Francisco Shock did in near 2019 of the Overwatch League, running through this lower bracket into grand finals, and it seems like they are starting off strong yet again. G-Wood not able to find the touch. Cedric saying that it is lag on the side of the Storm Shadows, and 7 seconds now. That's all it's been. And the Royal Air Forces have to try to pull through here.
They do indeed, as the ball in the corner of the US Navy. Ed getting a touch to it, top side, gets a 50 with Ed. G-Wood not getting the challenge through. Envy will tap this, pass it mid, but oh, it's going to be a shot by Ed. It's not going to come through. And we're talking just a slight adjustment, and that'll be rolling in. I think the player there on top side managing to throw off Ed just enough to not get the shot on target. Well played there by him. Ed will tap this into the middle, carry it forward by himself. G-Wood on the corner will play a 50. Where is Envy? Envy is dead. Envy's been removed from the map as of right now. Sparrow going for a redirect, not quite cutting through. It'll just pop up high. Envy will get it clear here. Will continue this ball downfield. 14 boosts. What can he do with it? Not a lot. Flux managed to get that clear to perfection, and G-Wood gets challenged almost immediately. The pressure that the US Navy are playing with as of right now is absolutely treacherous for the RAF. And that one almost going away to becoming a 2-0 advantage, but just about holding on to the RAF, and they need to get this ball down the opposite end of the pitch right now.
Yeah, Envy earlier on, a couple of seconds ago, just missed an opportunity to have to maybe slot the ball bottom right hand corner, just not barely having enough boost to get to it. And this is where you kind of see a common occurrence here that we see from the side of Storm Shadows. They're struggling for boost here, right? That's why all these shots are going on target, and just like that, the boost advantage coming in for the US Navy, and Sparrow will make it 2-0 here for the US Navy. And for Storm Shadow fans, it's not looking too hot.
Nope. Not at all. We're going to persevere here tonight. 3 minutes left to go in this game, and Ed will carry this one downfield. Sparrow getting the intercept, though. He's just playing way too quick. The Storm Shadows liking at the moment. Playing like a completely different player to what we saw in semi-final number 2. We'll go for a shot. Does Flux, leaves it for Sparrow, and Sparrow will tuck it away. It is 3-0 now to the US Navy, and I've got my hands in my head. I'm panicking. I've got nothing left.
Yeah, panicking indeed. You know, going down 3 goals is not what you want to see, especially in a dire situation, right? 3 goals is a lot, but if it's any team that I would have more faith in it with a comeback, it would be the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows, right? Because yes, they beat this team 4-0 first time around. They had a rough outcome in the upper bracket finals against the Canadian Air Force, but we've seen this team come back from bigger. Like game number 1, it went 3-4 the U.S. Navy, right? So we know the Royal Air Force has the ability to score 3 goals. Question is though, can they find the 4th though? You know, only 2 minutes and almost 5 seconds left on the clock. You have not a whole lot of time working in your favor here, as Envy being the last man back, forced to go for a 50 there. Sparrow trying to find a teammate, but unfortunately not going to be able to do it. Cedric and Topside up for this ball. Topside comes out with it, able to touch it wide. No boost for the Lightning McQueen car. Envy is trying to get things going here and trying to maybe throw off the US Navy with a couple of these random touches. But US Navy have not been shaken one bit, as Flux is able to read that pass from his teammate. Not the greatest touches. Envy is able to get back to it, but as Flux almost carries it over both remaining defenders of the Storm Shadows here. But the US Navy, the Goats in Glory, are trying to become glorious here and by taking game number 3, but we have 1:10, but Flux makes the goal differential to 4, and the US Navy looking super dominant now here in the series.
Yeah, completely all over the field and just taking territory away from the RAF Storm Shadows. 4-0 flicker now, US Navy. It's whether or not, again, it's gonna go the way of the US Navy this game. There's not enough time for the Storm Shadows to make a significant comeback here. 1 minute left to go, 4 goals is pretty much impossible the way they're playing at the moment. Envy will send this downfield. It's gonna be just wide of the goal though, and Flux will get to this one. 45 seconds left to go. That one will roll. Not in. Ed manages to get to that, but it's popped up. It's floating about, and Sparrow will tuck this one away. And my feed is getting a bit choppy now.
Yeah, US Navy are absolutely taking advantage of this ping differential here. As you can see, Envy saying they can't even flip without breakdancing, you know. It's what you don't like to see, right? This is the only issue about playing cross-continental, right? We mentioned this before. This 120 milliseconds to 60 milliseconds is a really, really big difference. And depending on where the US Navy is stationed for this game, like out of they're playing it, you know, the 16 may be even cheaper. And I thought we had a Rule 1 in the corner, but I guess I was wrong on that one. But 10 seconds left. US Navy are going to go up 3-0 here in this best of 7 and are 1 match away, possibly 5 minutes, to punching their way through the grand finals to force the Royal Canadian Air Force.
My oh my, this is becoming painful for myself, but you know, we gotta push through it, lads. You know, we get the ping is difficult for you guys, but you've got to just drop that mentality a little bit. You know, I know it's difficult to do so. You know, you've seen them complain in the chat quite a bit, and we get the point. However, you just need to just focus on your game. I know it's difficult to do so. However, credit where it's due. You know, credit where it's due completely. The US Navy are taking this one to comfortable lengths of victory. It's not like it was a close game like in game number 1. this one was a 5-0 victory, and the last game wasn't close at all as well. So it's difficult for the RAF Storm Shadows. We've even got our manager in the chat mentioning about it as well. But it is what it is. Game number 4 will be underway shortly, and I can probably hedge my bets that the Navy will take this one.
Yeah, by the looks of it, I think the Navy is going to take it. And the way that, yes, the Storm Shadows are complaining about ping, right? You can't, there's not much you can control there, right? It's kind of like if you get fouled while trying to do a sprint up the right hand side with the soccer ball, right? Or football, I'm sorry. And the ref doesn't call the foul. Like, you can't just complain to the ref. You have to keep playing the whistle and try your best no matter what. And it seems like if the Storm Shadows are able to do that, right, and put the ping beside them and are able to get some momentum going, kind of like the first game, I feel like they can easily come back and maybe reverse sweep, but they have to take one game at a time first, though.
So if you don't understand how Rocket League lag works back at home for whatever reason, it's not a simple case of, oh, you're just late to the ball. No, the ball just jitters all over the place sometimes. I don't know if you've ever experienced significant lag venom when you're playing cross continental yourself. You see the ball start doing weird stuff, and it's trying to read what it's gonna do. There'll be delayed touches and stuff, but like it's difficult to read. However, like I said, you've got to just try and push through it. No matter how many times you bring it up, we can't do anything about it. We agreed on NA East servers, and this is what we're dealing with now. It's only fair. This is an American organized tournament, isn't it? So it's going to be on American servers. But yeah, the Navy will very much. I feel like that there won't be a reverse sweep. There won't be a reverse sweep tonight. However, you put these guys in a LAN environment. You put these guys on the same ping. I feel like it's a very different story completely.
Yeah, 100%. I couldn't agree with you more. But enough about ping and everything. We're going to cut to a quick little short break to figure out, what's going on with the servers, things like that. So we will be right back.
And we are back after some minor controversy. However, we are back and we will still be remaining on NA East servers, as European servers are causing a bit more ping difficulties for the North Americans. So just to clear that up, they were about the North American players were running at about 210 ping, or like there or thereabouts. However, the North American East, everyone was running within about 50, 60 ping of each other. So this series will continue on North American East servers. There will be no more dramas about that, any more complaints. We will just politely ignore them, and we will continue our cast like it's any other day. Isn't that right, Venom?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. So, like I said, difference between the servers, we were experimenting with others, but unfortunately, NA East is still the best comparison, even though how doo-doo they might be. But like I said, it's past us now, it's in the back. We're going to all take all the construction criticism politely. So we're just waiting for the lobby to get remade. It will be heading into game number 4 here. And if you guys are just tuning in, welcome. We are in the lower bracket grand final. We have the US Navy, who are up 3-0 against the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows, who last time these two teams met was just recently in the upper bracket semifinal, where the story was completely flipped. The Royal Air Force won 4-0, but the US Navy have pulled something together and are now one game away from punching their way to grand finals. And, you know, as Daramus is a Storm Shadow fan, you know, not the greatest look. But do you have faith in your team, buddy?
I do, yeah, and just like I'm hoping for something to come through here, and whatever happens on the pitch happens. Again, this isn't the RLCS, is it? This is a tournament, and the main thing about this tournament is that we are raising money for charity, and it's all about that. It's all about how we get that across as well. So yeah, ! Donate if you're looking to get these donations in, especially is for a very good cause, children's cancer as well. So, you know, make sure you're donating on that front. But yeah, it's been a brilliant night so far, and let's not let anything else really get in the way of what's been a great night.
Yeah, most definitely. It has definitely been a great night so far of matches. And if you guys do want to join the Armed Forces League and the team itself, do !volunteer in the chat and follow the link. We're always looking for new team members to help us grow. So if you guys do want to be a part of this amazing organization and the mission behind it, please do !volunteer, and we will be more than likely to, you know, join in. And Sparrow, you know, a little delayed on the intro into game number 4 here, but picks right back off where the US Navy left and has put them up 1-0 already in this best of game number 4.
Yeah, I wish we could see how that panned out there. However, the advantage goes the way of the US Navy here. Envy getting a 50 to get this kickoff underway. Flux managing to get bumped in the process will allow the Storm Shadows some time to get that ball forward. Top side, missing that one. Envy will pass this into the midfield, and G would not get into that one. Flux will be on the back roll. It'll drop down. Ed will get a shot, saved by top side. Envy with another shot, and it will roll in. The RAF have finally got themselves on the scoreboard after 6, maybe even 8 minutes of gameplay here.
Yeah, it's what you'd like to see from the side of Storm Shadows, right? Not being able to find the goal in, you know, more than a game and a half now. It's just like to finally, you know, break through the defense the Navy have put on is such a great fear.
Oh my goodness!
Oh no!
Oh no!
You hate to see it. You hate to see it, but what a fake from Sparrow, sending G-Wood and Cedric flying. Oh, you hate to see it from the side of Storm Shadows. But what a play from the US Navy.
Yeah, the ankles of Cedric and Gino there have just been completely stolen. I can't back up anyone for that one. That was just a fantastic little bit of play there by Sparrow. Ed tapping that one downfield, trying to redeem himself after that little outplay there. Sparrow on the backboard will get that one clear. It'll drop down, and Sparrow not getting the touch there. Envy with a 50 up off the side wall. Flux managed to get that one downfield. Sparrow dropped this one, but G-Wood is there to get that save. Flux leaves it for Topside, and Topside will tuck that away, and it is 3-1 to the US Navy. 3 minutes 20 left to go. The RAF are looking at now a 2-goal deficit.
Yeah, 2 goals, it may not seem a lot, but Envy, you know, if it was prior games, maybe game, like last game, right? They were down 3 goals, 2 minutes left on the clock, right? It's so doable, right? And now that the Royal Air Force have found the goal this time in game number 4, I feel like this is a lot more winnable, and Sparrow putting on some more moves for people at home to see, dribbling past Cedric, the last member back from the Storm Shadows, and that goal differential has now gone to 3.
Well, I feel like their head's gone a little bit here. 4-1 down, 4-1 down on the RF Storm Shadows. US Navy playing exceptional Rocket League at the moment, just adding that flair. Envy will tap this off the backboard, he'll tap up high past mid. Ed is there for it. G-Wood though, cutting across there. Again, miscommunication from the Storm Shadows. I feel like that was Ed's ball to go for. Double tap coming out. Flux will get the beat. Topside is upfield. Envy has to play this one to the sidewall and does so quite well. Sparrow will tap this onto his own net. It just about misses the own goal there as Ed puts a shot towards there. Envy will be there to clean up. 2-4 now. The RAF Storm Shadows have some chance, have some fighting chance here. 2 minutes 30 left to go. We are halfway through this game.
Yeah, definitely a big fighting chance, especially with that goal from Envy, right? You know, Sparrow not having the most ideal touch, like you said, almost own goal in it, so almost doing the work for RAF for them, right? But it seems like they did find the way to put it back in, and just like that, Envy again with a hat trick now, all 3 goals for the side of Storm Shadows, has single-handedly brought this team back into game number 4 here. You know, 2 minutes and 19 seconds left on the clock here in game number 4, and this game is more than over with.
More than over with? I think it's far from over. I think you want to say there's Envy.
Oh, sorry,
tries to
yeah.
go for a shot. It's an overcommit. It's an overcommit from the Storm Shadows, though. Cedric is going to be back for it. Neither is Envy. That'll be tucked away for the US Navy. And they have that 2-goal advantage again. 2 minutes left to go. Sparrow just causing chaos there as the front man tucks that one away.
Yeah, far from over was definitely what I meant to say. Not more than over. But the US Navy are now back on the attack here. Sparrow tries to move that ball even deeper into the side of the Storm Shadows, but you know, a nice little clear came out from the boys in blue as they're trying now to get it again out again. But Topside is not letting that go easy as that ball drifts towards the front of the net there. Easy clear, a double commit from the Navy. Can the Royal Air Force punish? But it seems like they're not able to yet. A good touch to squeeze it by both defenders of the US Navy there. But, you know, you can't squeeze it past 2 if you can't squeeze it past the 3rd. Now, the US Navy trying to get a ball to the center. They're not able to do it. No foul available. Good clear from the side of the Royal Air Force here. G-Wood not able to get a 3rd touch on that. Maybe gets the demo, but will be enough, and it will. Envy, 4 goals now to his name. 1:10 left on the clock. Royal Air Force have some momentum once again.
That is the G-Wood I know. That is the G-Wood I've been waiting to see all evening. The demo coming out on the last man, causing all sorts of difficulty for the second man there for the US Navy. It's whether or not now they could try and get another one here. Sparrow kicks that one towards the side wall, and G-Wood not getting to that top side with a great intercept there. Allows the US Navy to get something to rotate back. It leaves it for G-Wood though, does Ed, and that'll tip into the top right corner of the top side with a great save to keep that one out. Ed will 50 it with Flux there. G-Wood into the corner, taps it up, will continue tapping it up, will beat out Sparrow there. Flux gets the clear, and Envy applying more pressure, tries a solo play of his own. It's up. Ed taps this off the backboard, leaves it for G-Wood, and the game is all tied up with 32 seconds left to go.
Yeah, G-Wood able to find that ball that Cedric just left super high. I think Cedric was trying to put that ball in himself. He had the foot reset off of that touch he put to the backboard. But, you know, rather leave it for G-Wood, who had the guaranteed shot on it. Like you said, we are tied at 5 apiece. This is the Royal Air Force that we want to see. And just like that, from what you thought was a lost game super early on, has turned it around, and the Royal Air Force have taken the lead for the first time this entire series.
I do not want to say anything. If I say anything, I will be in deep trouble. But the RAF Storm Shadows have that goal advantage. 18 seconds left to go here. Envy catching this one. I feel like the main aim here for the Storm Shadows is just to kill that clock. Do not let any sort of counter come towards you. G-Wood has to get a good touch here. It's not the best in the world. Flux taps this off the backboard. It'll keep rolling around. Flux will keep this ball up. 1 second left to go. It is pinched into the mid. It is saved. It is up. Top side, keeping this one alive. Flux not getting to that one. The ball will hit the ground. And the RAF Storm Shadows will take game number 4 after 11 goals being scored.
Holy, 11 goals. That's the most we've seen all day. 11 goals. That's insane. Like, that match alone has blown the total goals for the series out of the water. Like, 11 goals in 5 minutes. That's some, like, RLCS gameplay that you normally see, but this is some wild, like, 11 goals. That's a goal per, like, more than 30 seconds. Wait, no, I don't know how to do math.
Less than
Wait, is that right?
So,
Yeah.
can we do the math here? Yeah, so 30 seconds. What are you looking at? Every 27 seconds or so, roughly.
Something like that.
But yeah, 11 goals. It's not the first time we've seen that this series. Game number 1 was, I think that was like what, nine goals as well. So goals have been plentiful throughout the entirety of this one. But the Storm Shadows now have that game, and well, reverse sweep could potentially be on. But again, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to be the guy that jinxes it. Sparrow has control of the ball here. Will get a 50 for this game at number 2 to be kicked off underway. G would manage to get that one clear. Ed doesn't get the touch, so Sparrow will be there to capitalise. Envy taps us up off the corner. Sparrow again, though, causing havoc, being that one-man team at the moment, just causing chaos, providing awkwardness as Envy tips that one away. Ed is up, will tap it to the sidewall, will maintain possession. Good 50 there by him. Envy is up, tries to get a drop down, doesn't work out for him, ends up going higher than he intended to do so. Ed off the backboard here. Where can it go? Keeps it maintained on the US Navy pressure side. Envy pops that one up, it'll roll down the wall, and G-Wood get to that one, will tap it to the corner, top side, gets a 50 and a demo for good measure, will allow the US Navy to knock this one clear. They have time and they have space. Sparrow sends us towards net. Ed is there with the save. It's popped up off the sidewall, will continue for a solo play of his own. Flux misses that one. Ed is there with the shot, tucks it into the top right corner, but is saved well by Sparrow. Envy with the follow-up, doesn't get the best touch in the world, and Sparrow will keep going forward here. A minute played, still 0-0, but just about.
Yeah, the U.S. Navy trying their best. They're not where they want to be. This is not the Navy we're used to seeing throughout this series, right? We've seen how fast they've scored. The past 2 games, they've opened up scoring within the first 10 seconds of the game. And this time, the Royal Air Force have other plans to say here. 3 minutes and 23 seconds off the clock. A complete dead ball from both teams there does go in favor for the Royal Air Force, but not for long. U.S. Navy able to get a clear on at Flux, putting it right under Cedric there. So, this is what you'd like to see, right? Some really good back and forth gameplay. But the boost is in favor right now of the Royal Air Force, right? You can see how much they have as Cedric goes for a flip reset there, trying to take it himself. But so far, not going to happen. Miscommunication here from the Navy topside, was going back towards his way here. Has to get a little pull shot from his teammate to try to move this ball away from their net as topside tries to get the save on it from G-Wood that jumped super early on it, forced to use a lot of boost to get back to that ball. And it's Demo City out there. You're in a wasteland, and why not make the pitch a wasteland? Now, both teams trying their best. Envy not able to find that pass. The double tap looking to try to come in from the U.S. Navy here is not going to come through as Cedric in the corner with this ball. So many shots are trying to come through, but nothing has gone through yet, either defense.
Definitely not. Envy getting that 50 there, crucial for the Storm Shadows rotation. Ed getting demoed though, and here comes the difficulty. We know they hate being demoed on defense. Sparrow is up, leaves it for the top side, but Envy managing to get that one clear. Will continue downfield, gets a pogo, doesn't get the pass, leaves it for Ed and G-Wood. The last line of the Storm Shadows attack there, managing to keep that one firmly in play and not leave any counter-attack threats. However, that is a pass mid, bit of a mistake there. Flux has a chance, the shot on net goes a bit too high. Envy with a good clear to save the Storm Shadows there. A minute 30 left to go. This scoreline cannot be any closer. And as a Storm Shadows player, as a Shadows player, subsidiary of this team, I am holding on here. I want to go over the Storm Shadows right now just to put my mind at ease, but it's not going to come just yet.
Yeah, definitely not going to come just yet. Only one goal you're looking at could be the difference between these two teams. Like, good clear. Cedric trying their best to keep this ball in the attacking half here of the U.S. Navy. That's such an unfortunate play from Envy. Misses the touch, but is able to get the clear otherwise. Now, Envy, the man of the hour, trying their best to put the ball in the back of the net of the U.S. Navy to force a game 6 here. But both teams playing impeccable defense. Good fake there from Cedric. Unfortunately, unable to stay with it. The bumps are coming out from both teams here. Top side. Oh, just G-Wood left. G-Wood just barely puts it over the bar. Not a lot of members back in net for the Royal Air Force. But they do what's need to be done. They're able to get it away, but not for long. U.S. Navy regain possession of this ball very fast. 10 seconds left on the clock now. Will either team find the goal in these last 5 seconds here? Roy F have the advantage, but it's not going to matter. 0-0. Tie ball game. We are in overtime.
How close could this honestly get? If you're a neutral watching this, you're having a field day. If you're me, you are not. Ed managing to get that 50 out quite comfortably. Allows G-Wood to get to touch, but it's fallen backwards. That shot heading straightward. Double commit there by the RAF Storm Shadows. Top side, passing that one mid. G-Wood getting the touch there. Envy gets a 50. That'll fall down. Flux left in an awkward spot. It'll be passed into the mid. Who will be there? It'll be Sparrow. Sparrow will keep charging forward, and the US Navy will win the series. And just like that, they are through to the grand final. That is an interesting bit of defending there from the RAF Storm Shadows. However, it doesn't matter. They are out of this tournament, and we will have an all-NA final.
Yeah, very unfortunate there for Cedric at the end. You know, the shot came off of the defender of RAF and just happened to land right on Cedric's car, which put it back towards the front of the net. And then Sparrow, you know, just following through with the shot, able just to touch it in. And we will see the Royal Canadian Air Force going up against the U.S. Navy Goats in Glory in the grand finals here at the Armed Forces Dungeon League.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going to a quick break. And just like that, we will see you in about 5-10 minutes time. Stick around for the final. I'm sure it will be an absolute cracker.
On October 28th, 2024, one of our own experienced an unimaginable loss: the passing of their child. In solidarity and support, the AFDL is implementing a special charity incentive dedicated to life-saving care at Monroe Carell Jr. Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt. Just as we honour Gold Star families and their sacrifices, there's a place in our mission for initiatives that extend compassion to veterans and active duty members facing personal tragedies. By supporting the Pediatric Cancer Program at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, we stand in support of the Jones family and all families affected by this devastating illness. Throughout the remainder of the year, we invite you to join us in making a meaningful impact. A link to the fundraiser can be found at afdl.webflow.io/support and will also be available in the YouTube description, via !donate in the chat on Twitch, and through our Twitter bio. Together, we can provide hope and support to families navigating these challenges. Thank you for standing with us to honour Daniel's memory and support this vital cause.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The donation to the children's charity there for cancer research, essentially. And, well, just want to congratulate you all on donating a whopping 4,000, was that pounds or dollars? I couldn't quite figure it out. Is it American currency? $4,000 for this charity, a wonderful charity as well. And we appreciate your support. And that's what today and the next future events are about. It's about raising money and raising awareness for cancer. But yeah, Venom, it's honestly fantastic what the fans have done.
100%. You know, $4,000. That's $4,000 that can go to paying someone's treatment, and that's, you know, it's really, really cool to see. We thank you all. Your generosity is greatly appreciated through myself, through the league, and through everybody out in the world. Your donation has helped so much with just everything, man. It means a lot. So we thank you all. But it is time that everybody's been waiting for. The grand finals. The Royal Canadian Air Force going up against the U.S. Navy, Goats and Glory. If the U.S. Navy do happen to win this best of 7 series, there will be a bracket reset. So there's a lot on the line here for the U.S. Navy. They will not only have to beat the Royal Canadian Air Force once, they would have to beat them twice in order to come out of this tournament here champions. So Sparrow, trying to make that happen, trying to split the defenders there of the Royal Canadian Air Force. 3 members committing to that save, not trying to concede super early, as like we've seen U.S. Navy do. They like to open the score lines up. But we'll see topside. Still running this Lightning McQueen. Yeah, we love to see it. Putting speed on the competition. Trying to find topside in the midfield. But Sifri is there to move the ball away from the midfield, only for a little bit there. We will see Gray, one of the couple members back here for the Canadian Air Force. And our Navy with a nice demo, trying their best to get things going here. Almost 1:30 killed off the clock here. Still 0-0 ball game.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is what the Canadians love. They love a close game, and they love to be super aggressive. And it's been a while since we've seen these players on the pitch. We're talking about 2 hours now since the last time we saw them up against the Storm Shadows in the upper final. But now it's their chance to warm up and get ready for this series, this game 1, just figuring each other out. It's the first time we've seen this matchup tonight, and my gosh, it better be spectacular. Sifri goes for a double tap, puts it just a tad too wide. Flux will send that one downfield, and Sill taps out up into the midfield. Gray managed to get the 50, and well, if I'm going to be honest, the Navy are playing a much closer game than I thought it would be. I thought the Canadians would already be a couple of goals up by now.
Yeah, U.S. Navy pulling a really dominant, well, I can't really say dominant, but a really good showing here against the Royal Canadian Air Force, who we thought was a powerhouse team going into this game. But so far, Both of these teams have been evenly matched. Good bump there to stall that attack there from Canadian Air Force. But Gray looking for the air dribble. Trying to take the solo play. Not going to be able to do it. Sifri not able to beat topside off the 50 mid-air Flux. Trying to find the touch, but Sparrow on the other hand. What an angle from Sparrow. Getting up in the air and putting that ball directly down. Holy, what a shot by Sparrow. And the U.S. Navy are the first team to take a lead over the Canadian Air Force.
My, the US Navy, they have come out fighting, and ever since they lost that first game, that first series, they have not looked back. And at the moment, they've got game advantage. Still, will try and get something here for the Canadians as Gray taps this to the sidewall. And on paper, this Canadian Air Force side should be a lot stronger than the US Navy, but right now, the US Navy are very much warmed up. They know the competition style, the best of 7. They are just on fire at the moment. Top side, faking out Sill as well. The slow plays catching off the Canadians completely, but Flux will get a 50 here. Sill gets beat out by Flux in the process. Sifri taps us onto the backboard. Sparrow goes for a cheeky shot. Sparrow, the man of the hour, the man of the night at the minute, just playing like a man possessed. I've said it once already, I'll say it again. Just absolutely all over this pitch so far. Great, getting that 50 wheel tap down. Sifri has a chance to just tap this forward. Great, tap that onto the sidewall. Who's going to be there for it? Sparrow will get the clear and will get a second touch as well. Sill getting a 50, but it won't be enough. Sparrow just charging forward, and Flux off that backboard. It'll waterfall down, and Great getting that 50. But right now, with a minute left to go, the Canadian Air Force are staring at their first game defeat potentially.
Yeah, first game defeat in topside makes that goal differential to 2 now, which makes Royal Canadian Air Force are looking super shaky now. I don't know if it was, the amount of time they waited to play, or if it's just the nerves getting to them. But the U.S. Navy are striving in pressure right now. They're looking super well. And Royal Canadian Air Force trying their best to get something going here to just at least put one goal on the board. To get some momentum going, say, okay, we can actually score on these guys. What do we need to do? But the last 2 chances have gone either just wide or have hit the post. And still on that last shot, went post on it. And it seems like the Canadian Air Force are just trying to go from pass plays in between each other, back and forth. Right? Trying to find the 1, 2, 3 to send it back. But I think just keeping maybe just a 1-2 is all you really need. You don't need to do anything fancy, especially when you're down 2 goals. And with only 5 seconds left on the clock here, the U.S. Navy will take game number 1 in this best of 7, and we'll have everybody shaking their heads here.
Well, they're very much en route to go for this bracket reset. US Navy 2, the Canadian Air Force 0. That is not the scoreline I predicted. In fact, I predicted a 4-0 to the Canadians in this final off air before. I didn't even mention it to you. I was talking about it to the boys back home, and I was like, look, the Canadians will probably take this one comfortably before they win. But that's gone completely out the window. The Navy have taken a game off the Canadians, and my oh my, they are coming out fighting. They are hungry for this. They are hungry for this tournament win.
Oh yeah, hungry indeed. You can show how much this means to them, right? They're saying that, so what, you're the number 1 seed. You go 4-round group stage, oh well, it doesn't matter. We're still going to give you the fight of your life. And I don't think the Canadian Air Force was ready for this. Because, going down over to the lower bracket, the U.S. Navy, you didn't really get to see too much of them. Yes, you saw a lot of stuff on stream. But going against somebody versus video, there's a whole lot more of a difference than just guessing, right? You have to know what they're going to do. And like I said, the Canadian Air Force were not ready for this pressure that the Navy are going to bring.
It's weird. They feel like a different side at the moment. They're not quite comfortable at all against this Navy side. Sparrow managed to get that 50, and it will open up the shot for topside. Still managed to get that save, and Gray just about getting that one. Screwed over a little bit by the post there just to try and get that one forward. However, It works out for them, and Sill will keep going forward. Manages to get it 50 with Sparrow. It'll float up, but fluxes up at a rate of knots, and Sparrow will send this towards the backboard. Gray is up there for it, and will continue getting this downfield, but it won't quite work out. Sparrow again, just all over this ball. Will not give anyone space. Sill sends this downfield. Sifri taps it back down to Sill. Sill will pop this up, and Flux reading that one to perfection. Sparrow with a shot on you. Sifri just managing to get that save. A simple double jump would do the trick, and that is a mistake there by Gray. It allows the shot by Flux. Sill is there for that save, and Sifri has time on this ball. Will drop it down, gets a beat out on top side, doesn't get the second touch, so Sparrow will go up for that one and will leave it for Flux, but Gray manages to get to that. Sill taps that one up. Will continue possession on the ball, will get a shot and will tuck it away, and the Canadians finally get a goal on the scoreboard after 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes, finally. Sill went for the solo play, went for the air dribble, was able to get under that ball as it was coming back down to the ground and find a nice little flick, nice little pop right over the last defender of the U.S. Navy. And now the Canadian Air Force are not willing to let off the gas here. However, Flux may have some other ideas for Canadian Air Force with a nice little demo there. But, you know, the Royal Canadians aren't allowing too much space to be taken here as they stay on the attack here in the aggressive zone here as the U.S. Navy are trying their best to clear this ball out of the way. No boost. There's a lot of side of the U.S. Navy and the Royal Canadian Air Force looking to try to punish on this. Sifri with a nice touch over to Gray. What a pass! And the Royal Canadian Air Force are starting to show some life here, which what we thought we would have seen coming out game number 1.
That's a fantastic three-way passing play there, going from Sifri to Sill. Sill tapping that down. Sill to Sifri, sorry. Sifri tapped that down to Gray. Gray just sending that one home. 2-0 to the good now. The Canadians flipping the scoreline from game number 1. Sifri going for a third here, potentially, as Gray goes for the 50. Up it goes. Leaves Sill in a bit of an awkward spot. There's a great bump by Sparrow. Puts Sifri in an awkward spot just to get back rid of that one. That is a pinch play by top side and Flux. And all of a sudden, the US Navy, they've brought one back here with 2 minutes 30 left to go.
Yeah, good pinch there from the side of the U.S. Navy. I don't know if that was intentional. I feel like it was. But, you know, a goal's a goal in my books, right? You have taken the momentum away from the Royal Canadian Air Force for the time being, right? But how long can you keep this momentum? The Royal Canadian Air Force, we've seen once they get going and once they get rolling, there's not much stopping them. And just like that, the momentum not even lasting for a whole 20 seconds. And Gray makes that differential back to 2.
Indeed, just when you need him most, Gray manages to tuck that one away for the Canadians to leave any lingering doubts that they have at the moment in time. US Navy need to try and get something through here. 2 minutes left to go. Still plenty of time left to go. No need to rush into it. Of course, we're very early days in this best of 7. Sill will get a tap off the backboard. Flip reset as well. Pops it up for Gray. That is a great save, I think it was, by Flux. Didn't give them credit. I think Gray may have hit that a bit too hard. So Sparrow sending that one to the corner, but it's passed straight out. Flux managing to get that one. Sill has to get this one clear and does so accordingly, and will wait on the corner here. Pops it up himself. Gray going up for that one. A bit interesting there from the Canadians. A bit of a double play there. Rare that we see that from them. Gray cheating them a bit too close there, but manages to do just fine with it. 50 there by Sill. And who's going to be on the end list? It'll be Sifri with a shot towards the back corner. No one's getting to that one. 4-1 to the Canadians.
Yeah, and this is what we were expecting to see out of the Canadians, right? Like I said, once this team gets moving, it's hard to stop them. And coming off of game 1, not scoring a single goal, right? They have now put up 4 in game number 2 here. So maybe it was the rust. You know, they've shaken up the rust topside, trying to pull something out of the hat here for the U.S. Navy, but a good clear from the side of the Royal Canadian defense, and that ball's just gonna bounce Sparrow just barely gets back to that ball. Gray pops it over one, maybe try to let it float in. Sifri not able to get the demo in time, and Flux getting bumped to high heaven, not able to get back to that ball. The Royal Canadian Air Force have almost cleared this ball out. Sparrow going for the touch there instead of the demo. Not quite too sure if that should have been the play there. But topside trying their best here to make some opportunities here for his team. Sparrow, the man of the hour, has not been a big effect into this game number 2 here, as the Royal Canadian Air Force are just dunking on the heads of the U.S. Navy. And Gray adds one more to the total, making it 5 goals. And this is the dominant performance we're expecting to see out of the Canadian.
Yeah, absolutely. 5 goals to 1, 34 seconds. That ball, that bounce shot was about as top bins gets. Right into the top right corner there. And Gray going for a 6th on the score sheet for the Royal Canadians here, but it didn't quite work out for him. Just missing out on that one. Flux will go for a consolation shot here. It doesn't come to a lot. Gray tapping that one to the sidewall. Allows Sifri to carry this forward, and Flux needs to keep on this, needs to keep possession of the ball, but it's immediately shut down. And this is what we saw the entire night from the Canadians, giving your opponents no space and no time to work with. Even that 50 was enough to cause a bit of an awkward spot there for the US Navy. And game number 2 will go the way of the Canadians as that hits the ground. And my oh my, do we have a game in our hands, or have the Canadians got warmed up, and will this be a very short series?
I feel like we're going to have a game on our hands here, right? U.S. Navy weren't too sure exactly what they were getting themselves into, right? Yes, we knew the Royal Canadians were top tier, right? They knew they were the S tier team to go against, like the Kansas City Chiefs. But with them losing a game shows that even though they may be the best, they're still vulnerable. So the U.S. Navy, as long as they stick to their roots and are able to find these passing plays that the Royal Canadians are finding, it would definitely looking at a 6, maybe even a bracket reset here for the U.S. Navy.
I mean, a bracket reset would be wonderful for the viewers back home. It wouldn't be quite nice for me. I'll be commentating well into the night in the UK. However, the US Navy, they will be fighting for every little bit that they have, every little time on the ball that they have, especially against this high-pressure Canadian side, this RLCS competitor side. As Flux drops that down, surely a shot's going to come out here, not quite great. Well, I say great, that was Sifri getting that clear. Gray carrying this forward and will beat out the US Navy defender, and there's goal number 1 after 24 seconds.
Yeah, Royal Canadian Air Force, super strong topside. Unfortunately, not able to get the best read on that ball there. Thought Gray was going to take it high, took it low, and topside was just not able to get back to that ball there. But the U.S. Navy losing kickoff off the start. It's not what you like to see, especially when you have Gray on the ball. And Gray, 30 seconds in, 2 goals to their name. The Royal Canadian Air Force are hoping to pull away with this series here, especially with those 2 quick goals.
2-0 after 30 seconds is actually rapid time. I'm not sure. Have we had any... It's been close. I think this is the quickest we've seen 2 goals go in the back of the net. And Gray going for a 3rd, goes for a flip reset. Musty. Doesn't quite work out. Sparrow will carry this down, repay the favor with a flip reset. Still is there though. Last line of defense does well to get that one out, and will continue going forward, carrying that momentum that he had in the car, and goes for us. Oh, he's managed to tuck that away.
What a play from Sill, showing that they can score from anywhere. Like, look at that angle. That angle was absolutely ridiculous. Oh my. And now the Royal Canadians in such a comfortable position here, being up 3 goals, 4 minutes left on the clock. The U.S. Navy have a lot of time to bring things back here as they try to do it. Sparrow just barely could not get the shot under the bar. And still trying to find Gray once again, trying to give him the Hattie. But it's not going to be done quite yet, as the saves are coming out from both teams. Topside trying to get this ball away from their defending zone here. Flux trying to do what they couldn't do in the first place. Now they finally will, but it's not for long. Topside, last man back, Sill. A nice easy tap in. 2 goals for Sill now, 2 goals for Gray. and the Royal Canadian Air Force are up 4-0 in game number 3.
Yeah, that was an outstanding 50 by Sifri there. Just killed it completely and allowed Sil to just tuck that one away. And yeah, is it safe to say that this game is done? I doubt it. But like the way the US Navy have been playing, however, the Canadian Air Force, they've neutralized any sort of threat that the US Navy have provided. And as I say that, Flux had a very clear chance, just missing out on that one. And I feel like they're not as comfortable as they were in game number 1. That's been shut down, and Gray with a flip reset with enough power to send any package around the world. That was tucked away quite nicely. 5-0 to the good now, the Canadians, and Gray sending that one home.
Yeah, you could see why Gray was an RLCS challenger for a reason. Really good game mechanics, really good flip reset. The Royal Canadian Air Force 5-0, and as much as I don't want to say this, but the U.S. Navy not looking the greatest and still at 6. What a pass, though, from Sifri, though. A beautiful touch. Perfect placement from Sil. Right place, right time. And the Royal Canadians are running away with game number 3.
6-0 after 2 minutes 10. that's absolutely brutal. Like, if you're the US Navy, yeah, there's all well and good sorting out your mindset after this game. How does one recover from this? This is horrible. It's about to become 7 year if Gray can tip that one and Labat doesn't quite work out, but topside, imagine to get rid of that one. But at the moment, it is just all Royal Canadian Air Force. The RCAF have just taken a dominant stride here, and they're holding the US Navy to a clean sheet.
Yeah, holding them to a clean sheet is definitely seems like the Royal Canadians plan here as Sifri gets an accidental demo on the Sparrow here, trying to get back to this ball, trying to find Sil. They're finding these 3 passes now, but they couldn't find in game number 1. The pop comes out, Flux hits the demo topside, able to clear his teammate, but will it be enough? Has the flip, cannot get over the second offender of the Canadians here. And Gray in this corner, not in the greatest spot, maybe trying to find the ball out from Sil that cannot get out eventually. Sifri trying their best here to make things work, but their teammates are stepping up big time. Gray on the left hand side here still cannot get the ball to him, unfortunately. The US Navy in a pretty good spot here. They have boost. Can they capitalize on this play here? Flux not in the right place. Topside gets beat. Oh no! It's the Royal Canadian Air Force at 7. Oh, that's so unfortunate for the US Navy.
They threw everything towards that attack, and unfortunately they just couldn't get the goal into the back of the net, and it's so rough to see if you're a US Navy fan. We know there's a few in the chat as well rooting them on, and we unfortunately the Canadians, they've come out even stronger. That game 1 I feel like just fueled them even more, dragged them out and decided, no, you know what, we're playing this a bit more serious now. We're going to take this one home, and we are not going to leave any doubts in the Canadian fans.
100%. The Canadian Air Force repping their country well. Question is now, how much pressure do you want to put on the US Navy? Do you go for more goals, or do you peel off the pressure and just relax? You know, it's kind of like with the Canadian Air Force, the spot they're in right now. It's like you're beating a team 10-1 in baseball, right? And you're still constantly stealing on the enemy team. Like, no matter what, yes, you're up 9 runs. Like, come on, ease up a little bit. But they're not easing up whatsoever. They're keeping their foot pedal to the metal, and still will add another goal to the Canadian Air Force, and is now 8-0 here in game number 3.
Unfortunately, there is no mercy rule in Rocket League. This is just absolute brutality from the Canadians. 8-0 to the good here. And well, game number 3 was very much done after the halfway point, as they were 6-0 up at that moment in time. The US Navy, they've tried neutralizing the attack, and they go for a double tap here just to finish it up. They're going to keep the ball up here to respect the rule one. But just like that, the Canadians, they are 2 games up to 1 in the series. They have 2 more matches left to be taking home the AFDL title.
Yeah, AFDL title is looking really good for the Royal Canadian Air Force right now. 2 dominating games back to back. They lost the first one. Like I said, shaking off the rust. They didn't play for a solid hour, hour and a half again. And, they have some real life things to go to. Maybe get some dinner, get some food, things like that. But what matters is that they're not letting that first game defeat hold them down, right? 8-0 in game number 3. I don't think 8 goals by one team is insane. It's just amazing to me how much this team has turned around in the past 2 games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very much a statement piece, isn't it? It's like, we are significantly better. We will show why we're significantly better. And that's what they're doing on the pitch. They've just absolutely sent the US Navy into the ground. And it's up to the US Navy now to try and figure out what to do here, because the amount of pressure that the Canadians have been putting on has literally been bubble scene professionalism. It's difficult to come up against. Like, we're talking three fantastic players that could very well be challenging for RLCS top 16 maybe if they get enough practice in. So Gray will carry this forward, keep dribbling it towards his teammate then as game number 4 is underway, and we just have to see where this takes us. Sifri will just launch that into the back of the net, and that takes us to 1-0 to the Canadian Air Force.
Yeah, 14 seconds is all the Royal Canadian Air Force needed to bring back this pressure that they've been applying these past 2 games, and they are not willing to stop. The U.S. Navy have to figure out something here. Either go for more demos, because just trying to beat the Canadian Air Force just back and forth by passing is not going to be enough.
I feel like the Canadians, they just want, not the Canadians, the US Navy, I feel like they just want a clean touch. Because every touch that they've had so far has gone astray and immediately pressurized. And the Canadians, they're 2-0 up here after 29 seconds this time. They beat their record of 30 seconds in the last game. It's almost impossible to play against.
Yeah, definitely impossible to play against, because when you have a team that scores super fast all the time, right? We thought the Navy, their lower bracket runs, you saw how fast they were scoring, right? But now to be outclassed and outspeeded, outpaced by this Royal Canadian Air Force, this is, they don't know what to do here. And it's just so hard for them to get things going, but you will see Sparrow taking the demo. It's really nice to see for the U.S. Navy trying out some new styles here. Sparrow not have a lot of boost to get back to that ball still. Low boost as well, maybe trying to make a play. Good 50, send Flux flying in the air. Sifri takes a touch off the wall, trying to find the second. Good defense on the side of the U.S. Navy, but top side, not a lot of boost to get back to that ball originally. Good clear by Gray to stop the onslaught of shots the U.S. Navy had coming on. Now Sifri in his own territory, trying to do something with this ball, trying to get the clear that the Canadian Air Force needs to get some breathing room, get some boost, to create opportunities here. And Gray finds a demo on the Sparrow, and Sifri finds the shot just under the bar, and the Royal Canadian Air Force have made it 3 goals with almost 3 minutes remaining.
You've got to wonder here, does fatigue come into play for these US Navy side? They played an extra series, a full extra series, with some awkward interruptions as well throughout. It's definitely been a tiring run for them, and you feel like if they had a bit more energy in them, do you reckon it would have been a closer fight here tonight? Because the Canadians, they're just walking all over them at the moment. It's a congratulatory effort from the US Navy, what they did in the lower bracket and how they managed to get there in the first place. But that's a good save by topside, to be fair. But fatigue's got to be a factor here.
100% of fatigue is a factor here. If anything, you would have thought that playing so many matches will keep your like brain going so you don't have the rust built up and kind of you're getting to that flow state of mind. But it seems like for the US Navy, it's the complete opposite. Like you said, the fatigue has started to set in. The adrenaline has worn off after the last series in game number 1, and now they're looking to possibly go down 2 games, well, 3 games now, in this best of 7 series, and it will put them on the brink of elimination. But we've seen the US Navy shine in power when their back is against the wall and the pressure is on. So maybe going to game 5 is what the US Navy needs to get things going once again. And as a nice shot comes in there from Schifrin, and the Royal Canadians go up 4-0, a minute 40 left. And if I was the US Navy, I'd be trying just to get just a goal here.
Yeah, absolutely. If I was the US Navy, I'd be proud that it's not a ridiculous scoreline at the moment. 4-0 at this moment in time, it's an improvement from the last game if you want to call it that. And they are getting back into it. But as I say that, as a fantastic pass from Gray to Sill, and Sill just sends it home 75 mile an hour into the top left corner.
Brilliant shot from Sill, putting it dead center. Love to see it. Now topside and Flux, 2 key members of the US Navy trying their best to make things work here, trying to find the passing plays. Flux as well, but they just can't break this defense of the Royal Canadian Air Force. They finally did. I spoke too soon. Royal Canadian Air Force had 13 goals unanswered, and topside and Sparrow finding the connection, and the US Navy have finally broken through the defense of the Canadian Air Force.
Finally got the connection. That was one of the best redirect goals I've seen from close range. That was insane. Imagine getting it tucked under his wheels and tucked away firmly into that top left corner. Like, what? How on earth do you get that sort of angle? How do you think, oh yeah, this is the one? But it only took them 9.5 minutes. They managed to get a goal here, and it's you take what you can get against this Canadian side, and I feel like the US Navy are quite happy with that one. But then here we go, the Canadians taking a 6th with 42 seconds left to go.
What ball control from Gray! Such amazing skill. And that goal will nullify what the US Navy have put up on the board. And the Royal Canadian Air Force are trying to maybe get a Brazil here. Sparrow not allowing it to be done in fashion with an air drib. Gray and Sill trying to find the passes back and forth, but unfortunately do not come up with them. Topside beats one, cannot beat Gray. Sparrow was not expecting that ball to come out with such great power. And if Sparrow is able to read that ball, get the shot on, make it, 6-2 here, it'd be a good sign for the US Navy to get another goal here, but only 10 seconds left. Gray touches it over one, gets bumped, cannot follow. The ball's in the corner, and that's all she wrote. The Royal Canadian Air Force have moved to 1 game away from being your AFDR Rocket League champions.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as this ball hits the ground, as they're respecting this rule one quite comfortably here, in fact, it's actually quite entertaining to watch. Sifri tap that to the corner, and this is bound to hit the ground now. No, it's still kept up. Sifri really wants this to hit the ground. He made sure of it, and the ball kept up. And there you go. US Navy managed to take a second there after a long 0-second phase. Fair dues to them. They managed to get that one squared away. But, however, that's a win for us. Last goal win, says Topside. However, the Canadian Air Force are at tournament point. We thought there would be a potential for the US Navy to bring something back, especially after game 1 where they had that win. It's been all Canadian from there. The maple syrup is flowing through the trees right now, and they are absolutely singing praises. Like it's uncomfortable for the U.S. Navy. It is. It very much is. I think the goal difference here is something like -13.
Yeah, it's something crazy along those lines. And the Royal Canadian Air Force trying to be not the only team to win a championship, trying to show that the Toronto Maple Leafs, like, you know what? We may be on esports, but at least we can still win, you know? But the side of the Royal Canadian Air Force looking super strong the last 3 games, putting up such dominant performance. But with the U.S. Navy scoring in the last couple seconds there of the game, do you think that like affects the mental of the Royal Canadian Air Force, or do you think how big of an impact do you think that's going to play in this game 5 here?
Um, I don't think it will at all. However, for the viewers back home, here it is then. Potential tournament point as Canadian Air Force try to take this final game for them. However, the US Navy say no. They get the first goal on the scoreboard after 23 seconds. Sparrow gets a very nice demo, allowing Topside to tuck that one away, and all of a sudden, turns may be tabling right now.
Yeah, tables may have turned, most definitely. The Royal Canadian Air Force trying to get some momentum back. This is 2 goals from the U.S. Navy they have not answered to yet, but Gray's looking to change that. Finds a demo on the flux, finds the shot needed. A quick response from the Royal Canadian Air Force, and that's what you wanted to see if you're a fan of the maple syrup drinkers, the Canadians. A quick answer.
Quick answer indeed, Gray. Getting onto that one in rapid time. Oh, it's a fake kickoff. It's a Spanish kickoff for the Canadian side. They're spicing things up a little bit here. Sifri has full advantage of this one. Pitched it mid, and that kickoff worked an absolute treat. Still tucking that away. 2-1 to the good for the Canadians. 4 minutes 17 left to go, but my oh my, that was something to behold.
Yeah, not what you. It's our first fake kickoff we've seen all tournament. So it worked out really well for the Royal Canadians, but I don't think we'll see it again though, because that was such a risky play. That ball stayed in the midfield for a whole, almost 5 seconds there, which 5 seconds is a lot to kill off the clock, especially in the Navy's case right now, because you are down a goal. It's not a lot. However, we've seen what the Canadian Air Force can do if they get momentum. And Sparrow, not with the greatest touch there, had a small little redirect to try to put it on net, but a good save there from the Royal Canadian Air Force to get things going as Sifri gets the ball back to his teammate in Gray, the man of the hour who has done so much for this Canadian Air Force team, has added another goal to the total here in game number 5.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, 3-1 to the good now, the Canadian Air Force, and it's looking to be very much tournament points. Sparrow not getting that one tucked away, topside, hitting that one a bit too high off the backboard, and Gray will knock this downfield. What can Gray do here? Not a lot as Flux just takes that one away. Bit of a miscommunication there by USN though, and just like that, oh my goodness, it was almost an own goal. Sill with the lightest of touches off his tyres, absolutely ruining topside in the net there. That is disgusting.
Yeah, topside not quite ready for that touch there from the side of the Air Force, and it's just, like I said, unfortunate. Now, the U.S. Navy have to get something going here. A goal per minute is ideal for them here. Not the greatest, so they can do it faster. That would be the best case scenario here. But if they go down to one more goal, I believe it will be doom for the side of the U.S. Navy. But they have to worry about 1 point at a time. Flux, good potential clear. However, will it be enough? It won't be. Gray adds another to the total, and the U.S. Navy on their final legs here. Not looking good here for the side of the Goats of Glory.
I don't know if that pass was intentional by Sill. It definitely looks so, and if it was, that is next level play right there. Just finding out that Gray is back there in his own space just to get that shot towards net. That's hit the post just about. That was insane. That was a very nice play again for the Canadians, just really showcasing what they were able to do. This team, I think, has been about for about a year now. They've been so well knit together. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they do go for open qualifiers in the RLCS coming up, just to see what they can, just to see how far they'll get through, because they are playing spectacularly here, and the military tonight, apart from the Canadians, have had nothing to answer for them.
Yeah, most definitely. You can see like just how well the Canadian Air Force has played together. Yes, Gray does have the title already on him, right, of the 2024 LCS Challenger, but with this team can look super well together, and it's just playing super well right now. And Sifri doing so well, just keeping the pressure on the side of the U.S. Navy, trying to find the second touch on top side. He had it right, just did not have enough boost to get back to that ball. A minute 30 left on the clock. U.S. Navy fans, you are praying for a miracle now. But Gray trying to make that miracle go away, but he won't do it, but Sill will. And Sill has put the nail on the coffin here for the U.S. Navy.
Definitely so. A minute 23 left to go. Canadian Air Force 6, US Navy 1. And just like that, after a best of 7, this one is very much almost at a close. So we don't like to call things early here on the stream, but Sifri is making me do so with some absolutely spectacular mechanics. Very nice control there. Pops himself up for the double tap, and he'll just plant that just below Sparrow. And Sparrow's looking at that ball, travel past him at a rate of knots, thinking, we don't stand a chance.
Yeah, the Royal Canadian Air Force, such a dominant performance here, keeping their heads throughout this entire series, and just not letting down. The Royal Canadian Air Force will be your 2024 AFDL Rocket League champions here in the matter of 50 seconds here. Question is, can they make this goal differential even more? Instead of 6, make it 7. They have the Brazil already secured. Question, can they add more? I want to see hopefully go double digits here. I honestly do.
I think they want to keep this, like, you know... Okay, no, they definitely don't. You know what? I thought they wanted to, like, you know, send us off with the Brazil, you know, wrap it up like that. No, double digits is very much on here. 32 seconds left to go. 8-1 to the Canadians. And yes, they are your AFDL champions for 2024, and they have been dominant from start to finish.
Oh, most definitely. It's going to be really hard to compete with this team for at least the next couple years to come, because if they are able to keep this same roster and the way this roster performed throughout this entire tournament, going 4-0 in Swiss stage and only dropping a single map here in the playoffs, it's going to be so hard to beat that. But as the clock hits 0, the Royal Canadian Air Force are crowned your 2024 AFDL Rocket League champions.
Well, they managed to run through the bracket completely clean, 4-0, 4-1, 4-1. And it wasn't just that, they absolutely smashed through the qualifiers and went completely unbeaten throughout this tournament. Congratulations to the Royal Canadian Air Force for winning the Armed Forces Dungeon League, and commiserations to the United States Navy Esports. They played with their hearts tonight. They ran through the lower bracket like, well, it was a spectacular lower bracket one, it has to be said, but, you know, commiserations to them. But your champions are, in fact, the Canadian Air Force. Congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, congratulations, most definitely. I do believe we have a player interview coming soon, so make sure you all stay tuned for that. But yeah, what a performance coming out from the Royal Canadian Air Force. So, like I said, dominant performance throughout the whole series. They looked a little shaky in the grand finals. The first game, the Navy had the momentum, but they didn't let that stop them. They kept their heads, switched things around, and pulled off the 4-1 domination that we thought was going to happen. But was that first game got us a little shaky, but Royal Canadian Air Force doing what they do best and just dominating the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and we are just waiting now for the player to come into the lobby, into the call, and that will be Gray for the Royal Canadian Air Force. I assume he is the captain. He is the captain of the Canadian side, and to be honest, definitely the man. He is not the captain of the Canadian side. Scrap that. Just man of the tournament. To be honest, I'd say man of the tournament. The way he's played tonight has been absolutely exceptional throughout all games. He's just been the standout player throughout.
Yeah, most definitely Gray was an amazing player throughout this entire tournament. We saw him with the big plays, the big shots, and it's just so cool to see such a talented player, just go off like that. He was having fun. That's what you have to do in tournaments like these. Yes, you have to take it serious, but if you don't have fun with the game and you try to critique yourself too much, you're doing more harm than good. And you can kind of see it a little bit with the U.S. Navy. They look super strong. They were having fun all throughout the lower bracket. Got a little too technical when it came to grand finals, and the Royal Canadians just immediately punished on those mistakes, and an amazing performance. And Gray was one of the top people punishing those mistakes from the Navy.
Absolutely so, and it's been a pleasure to watch. Some of the stuff that they pulled off, the entire Canadian team has been top notch. The passing plays, the mechanics, essentially just freestyling in the final, which is quite funny, to be honest. Like it is quite funny to see that they were just so dominant throughout the entirety. However, we do now have Gray in the commentary box alongside us. There he is. There he is. The manly hour. How are you doing, Gray? How do you talk us through what that tournament was like for yourself? Absolutely fantastic performance for you.
Oh, cannot hear you. Might have a
we do not have
issue.
audio. Great, bear with me.
Uh-oh.
No, we can't.
We cannot. Well,
bear with us as we try and get Gray's microphone up and running. This is just what happens, last minute interview, get him in quick. He may have chosen the wrong microphone set, and I've done it in the past before now, and I've sounded so crusty in one of my casts because of it. But it happens. We'll get him back in, and we will ask him the same question.
All right, I think we're good now.
There you go.
There we go.
There we go. We have your audio loud and clear. But yeah, talk us through that tournament. You played exceptionally well as your brothers in arms.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun playing against like the Royal Air Force and the Navy guys. We were just trying to stick to our game plan of playing fast, trying to outpace the other teams. And thankfully it went well. But yeah, they gave us a little challenge there in the first games. But once we started getting heated up, it was our series from there. So it was happy with how the guys played. Big shout out to Sil and Sif. They played great. And also to Ninja and for Rook for setting us up, for getting us in the tournament. So yeah.
Well, you went unbeaten in the qualifiers. That must have made you think, we're pretty comfortable for this playoff bracket. And to be honest, you didn't really break a sweat. You went 4-0, 4-1, 4-1. It was just complete dominance from start to finish. And honestly, you represent those RLCS Challenger tags quite well.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, we just kind of crafted a game plan that works for us in scrims and works for us in different tournaments. And when we had the ability to try and test it out here and execute it here, and yeah, it went really well for us. So we're just going to keep on trucking with that and see if we can keep up the same level of play throughout future tournaments.
Venom,
very nice. Yeah, so you saw the Navy. They got knocked out early, went through a really good lower bracket run, and upset the team that what we thought we have seen in the finals with against you guys, right? You saw the Royal Air Force come in and they get beat by Navy. Once you saw they lost, were you guys a little nervous going into the grand finals against the Navy, or?
We were a little nervous. We didn't expect it. We thought the Royal Air Force there were gonna do what they did in the first matchup against them, and we were gonna see them in the finals. But yeah, we just thought the Navy kind of turned on the heat, and they found a weakness in their game plan, and they kind of took advantage of it. But yeah, like it's tough for them, right? Being EU playing NA servers. So I mean, it just unfortunately wasn't in their favor. But we just stuck to our game plan and just kept playing the same way against the U.S. Navy as we did against everyone else.
Yeah, your game plan worked out really well for you guys. And, with you going down the first game against the Navy, right, we all on the desk were thinking, man, will we see a bracket reset here? But how were you guys able to keep your head and not let that first game go down, ruin you guys at all?
So you just got to take it game by game. Sil, fortunately, he's one of the big helps on our team. He's been in a lot of competitive Rocket League tournaments in the past. So we just take it game by game. Every game is a new game. You can't just keep your head down about it. We knew we played bad, so once we got warm, once we kind of figure out what we needed to do, what we had to do to beat them, we just made sure we performed in the next couple of matches, and just kept a strong head.
Very nice. Well, do you have any other final questions before we send this off?
Yeah. So last question from me, just out of personal intrigue, I suppose.
Yep.
Will you guys be pushing for RLCS NA Open qualifiers coming up in February?
Yeah, I think so. I think Sil and I we're going to take Sifri in and see how we can do as a team there, and see if we can make any top 128 finishes, and see how well we can perform just in general, and just kind of rep the Air Force name and try and get ourselves out there, and maybe we can make our way to a few lands in the new year.
Well, thank you, Gray, for answering these questions tonight, and congratulations tonight. This has been, one of the Canadian Air Force players. He's been absolutely spectacular throughout the night. The man of the tournament in the casters booth, I feel. Whether that's the chat's opinion is up for their interpretation, but yeah, that has been great. And this has been the AFDL, and the AFDL will be back on the 6th of December, 6th to the 8th of December with the Winter Invitational. For those who don't know, it's a World of Warcraft Great Push style event, as all the AFDL teams battle it out for their seeding in the 2025 Mythic Plus series.
Yeah, and it's the first event at the AFDL for the World of Warcraft. So thank you all. It's been a blast. Theramus, thank you for joining me on the desk, man. It has been a pleasure casting with you, even though we just met not even 24 hours ago.
Well, yeah,
but
it's been absolutely fantastic. It has been great, and yeah, thank you guys for having me on here. And this will be our final wrap up here. We'll catch you guys again very shortly in a couple of weeks' time. This will be the AFDL.
Love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up, it's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. 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 Don't be scared. Just look up. Don't be scared. crack. And if you get in my way, you gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math. When I hate, I attack. And when I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When